Some of the content of Patriots Unfiltered may not be suitable for all audiences. Listener discretion is advised.
The world's original podcast.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
Patriots Unfiltered.
All right, it is draft night here at Gillette Stadium, Thursday night, night one of the draft. It's Patriots Unfiltered, our special draft show, always our favorite show every year that we do. We're going to be here all night. It's Evan, it's Paul, it's me, it's Deuce, it's Matt in the booth, and we've got Alex up in the draft party. We're going to go to her momentarily. But guys, we're finally here. We've been talking about it, and finally we get to do it. It is draft night. Patriots have the fourth pick, as we all know. Early predictions. Let's go around the table.
Well, I got to go with the flow. I think everybody's saying right now it's going to be Will Campbell. That's what the hype and all the scuttlebutt is here as we finally get to the draft. So I think that sounds like the pick. It makes sense to me. I know there are some concerns, but after Hunter and Carter at the top two, there's going to be some questions about no matter who you pick. I think if it is Will Campbell, I'm all for it.
Evan.
I think this is the first time that I've seen such consensus at a pick that's not like number one overall, right? It just feels like everybody has penciled Will Campbell in as a Patriot at this point. I think the only wrench that could possibly be thrown into this is if they trade down and if they are able to find a partner to trade down with. But I'm going to go with the masses because this is unprecedented in my mind that 1, 2, 3, and 4 are pretty much all known going into the night.
Paul?
Yeah, I'm with the boys on Will Campbell, but I just want to start by saying how happy I am for Mike and Evan. This is, basically the culmination of a 4 or 5 month odyssey.
I will say that I can see Evan is excited. Look how he's dressed so nattily. The two of you, I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed. You wear more Patriots gear on a regular, Tuesday
It's
show.
a special night. I thought I should dress out. I'll dress to impress tomorrow for some
come
Patriots
on, look at
swag.
me. I went all out. I've got my Patriots baseball shirt on.
Wait,
Let's
where
go.
did that come from, Fred?
The Pro Shop.
Oh, it was.
It came from the Central Park
I thought they
softball
played
team.
the Revs. They played
Jerry's
the Revs
playing
on
right,
soccer.
and George is playing left. Fred's in left center.
They tough loss to International Forest Products last year.
Playing softball. I was playing right field. I got a good arm. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's put it this way. I think we all kind of feel like it's Will Campbell. So let's throw out a trade scenario. Is there a trade down scenario that you think has any realistic opportunity to happen?
Absolutely. Listen.
But what?
I haven't given my prediction yet.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. My prediction is plan A, trade down, and then trade back into the first round. I think that's plan A for this team. And if that doesn't work, if you can't find a partner to trade down, it will be Will Campbell. And I'm pounding the table.
Okay, I'm going to repeat my question then. So assuming there's a trade down to happen, realistic, is there something that you guys have in mind?
Chicago,
well, that's the rumors, right?
Yeah, I mean, if Chicago and Jacksonville, which is the rumor right now, although now there's rumors out there that Jacksonville's actually trying to go up, not down. So who knows what's up, down? I don't know anymore.
Crazy.
But
what's down is up.
If Chicago is really as infatuated by Ash and Genty as everybody's making it sound, if I'm the Patriots, I feel pretty comfortable going from 4 to 10 in a draft like this. You might still get your guy. You might still get Will Campbell at 10. If not, you can come up with a pretty good stack of players to still get at 10. They have 2 second-round picks, Chicago, 39 and 41. So you get an extra second-round pick, and now you have 4 picks on day 2 of the draft, and you could really control day 2.
Yeah. That to me, Fred, like throughout this process, whenever I mess around, you do these mock drafts, you play with the mock draft trackers, all that stuff. Whenever I traded down and just picked up an extra second-round pick, it really just opened up everything. Those are my favorite drafts. It gives you the most flexibility. I would trade down to 10, absolutely, even if it meant maybe losing Will Campbell. I think you'd still get one of those other tackles in that spot. But as we talked about on the pre-show we did earlier today, it seems like they have to come out of today with a tackle. We can debate about what end of the spectrum we're on, but those tackles are going to go fast. You're seeing some of the reporting here saying that those are positions that are going to go. It's the biggest position in need on this roster. I think they've got to figure out a way to come away with one of those guys tonight.
No, like I said, I think plan A, trade down and then trade back in. But if they end up with Will Campbell, whether it's 4 or 10 or whatever, I'm going to be very happy with that. I mean, listen, when this draft process started, the college season ended, he was the number one tackle for a reason. And I think he still is the number one tackle in my book. And everything that I've seen so far, and particularly lately with these interviews he's had, I like this guy. I like the cut of his jib.
Don't you feel like it's what the Patriots' offensive line needs? I mean,
Yeah.
look, we can debate about how good of a player Will Campbell, will be, with whether he's left tackle. They needed an injection of a guy like this, I feel like, that's going to kind of be the leader. You lost David Andrews, but I think all those lines that they had throughout the years went over there. They had a little bit of, Logan Mankins, a little bit of a snarl to it, a little bit of a personality to it. I think that's something that's kind of lacking a little bit. Not, no offense to players. Michael Wynn, you're kind of a quiet guy. That's fine. You can be great and be quiet. But I just love Will Campbell's attitude. He seems to me, from the second I heard him talk,
Confidence,
he's a Mike Vrabel kind of guy.
He's a leader, confident. I'm sold. Like I said, what do you say? Whether it's BTT, PTT, I'm banging the
pound
table.
it, whatever you got to do. Get the guy here.
So
What's that?
But this is interesting to me because I can fabricate an argument at the drop of a hat. So that's what I'll do. I'll do what I do.
Let's go.
So I'll start by saying I am all for the trade down, and the Chicago thing to me makes sense because of what we've heard. All this stuff about Ben Johnson, his desire to have that second running back, and he needs to get in front of Jacksonville at 5, New England at 4, to get Ashton Genty. So I think that makes some sense. And I love Evan's idea of getting, say, 41 to go with it. Now, the risk of that is you guys are so sold that it's Will Campbell. It has to be Will Campbell. So now you run the risk of losing
4.
Will Campbell at 10.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay with, but it doesn't sound like you guys are, the way you're talking about Will Campbell. He's a special guy.
No, I am, as long as when you trade back in, you get somebody like Josh Connerly.
Yeah, okay. Well, so it's not about Will Campbell. It's about a left tackle.
No, at 4.
That's where I am.
No, at 4, it's Will Campbell.
I am 100%. No. At 4, it's Will Campbell, Freddie. At 4, it's Will Campbell.
Yeah.
I'm saying I would rather the trade because I would rather the prospect. First of all, I think you can get Will Campbell at 10. But if you don't, I'm fine with that. I am absolutely fine with it because I'm going to get a tackle.
Yeah.
Whether I get it at 10, if it happens that Membo and Banks are gone by the time you go at 10, which is a possibility, the Jets could take a tackle, the Raiders could take a tackle, so you run the risk of losing out on your guy.
You do.
No chance. No doubt about that. But now I have that other chip that Evan talked about at 41. That allows me to get Simmons or Connolly or even Ursery or someone like that. I can get a left tackle. It doesn't have to be Will Campbell for me.
Yeah.
But I do agree with you guys. I know technically you don't have to come out of this draft with a left tackle, but
I think you
really kind of need to.
You kind of do.
And like
really
we said,
need to.
it's kind of got to be tonight, I think, because the train's going to have left the station. I think we get to the second round tomorrow with these guys.
There's 5 or 6 starting caliber tackles in this draft, and I say 5 or 6 because of Josh Simmons' injury situation. But once you get past that second wave of Simmons, Ursery, and Connerly, there are no other tackles that are grading out as starting caliber guys. There's some developmental guys that are boom or bust, and they could hit, on day 2, early day 3, that maybe could turn into that someday. But for a team that, when you put up the depth chart for the New England Patriots right now, and you look at this team right now, there's just a glaring hole on the left side of the offensive line. And the only way that's getting filled is if they take somebody tonight.
All right, as we mentioned, there's a party going on right now. And upstairs, from where we are speaking, there's a big draft party sponsored by, I believe, Bud Light. I'm not sure. Yeah. And our own Alex is up there. So let's go to Alex. And Alex, give us the mood. I don't see a party. I see you standing in front of a bunch of empty seats.
Well, listen, it's a beautiful night out. We wanted to get this nice shot of magic hour in the lighthouse before it gets too dark, and then we're going to have a lot of time to be inside.
Okay.
How's the basement?
So give us a little. I'd love to see the inside. Can we spin the camera and take a look? I don't know.
Come with me.
Let's
Come
go
with me right now.
take a look.
A little walk and talk.
Little walk and talk.
It's like she's doing like the network news.
Yeah.
Do a little walk, stand and walk.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on HGTV.
Absolutely. Let's
now
take
we
a look
have
at the party.
Lawyer Malloy.
Beautiful
okay.
open concept.
There we
We
go.
have Ty Law and Lawyer Malloy right now on stage.
Okay.
And previously we had Robert Spillane and Milton Williams opening up with Sarge. So the vibes are high. The Bud Light's flowing. Smells like buffalo wings in here.
Okay.
And I'm seeing a lot of number 50 jerseys this year. I don't know if it's just standing out to me more this year, but I'm sure a lot of people are really glad they held on
Okay.
Vrabel jerseys.
And how many people? Do you have an estimate of how many people? I heard there were at least 600 early, but how many are there now? It's probably over 1,000. Would you say?
Have you counted?
So I'm just in the club.
Being told it's
not-
higher. More than 600. Being told.
Over 1,000. Over 1,000.
The whole city.
Okay.
I would say over 1,000, and we're
Nice.
just in the club right now. We haven't even gotten into the atrium.
Oh wow! So there's 2 sections of the draft. Wow. Okay. Sounds and the
Yeah.
food's flowing, the beers, the Bud Light's flowing. Sounds good. So what's going to happen, Alex?
The second,
Yep. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the second the elevator doors open, it was just buffalo sauce. All you could smell. It's
I
intoxicating.
love it. I love it. It clears up the sinuses. This is allergy season. I need that. I need that. All right.
Exactly.
So you have a good time, and what we're going to do after the pick, we're going to come to you for fan reaction whenever that pick happens.
Awesome.
I'll say-
Hopefully we'll find you guys some characters.
Yeah, so go make some friends, line these people up, and then when we make the pick, we'll come back to you and get some reaction from the party.
Sounds good. Talk soon.
All right. That's Alex up at the Bud Light draft
That was
party.
pretty cool. I liked
Yeah.
that. That was fun.
It's bumping.
Yeah.
It's bumping up there.
Well,
I can actually
you're
smell
at the party.
the.
She's standing in front of the seats.
Well, I can smell the buffalo.
Yeah.
Buffalo sauce.
Oh, when
that
I
she
was in the
talking
elevator,
about.
I smelled
Yeah.
it too.
Were they
Yeah.
boneless or just?
You know.
Yeah, my guess is that she
Boneless
was a little worried
wings.
about not being able to hear.
Yeah.
So she wanted to.
Do you
sort of
remember
get
the
away
old
from fray.
Flintstone cartoon when he would smell food and he'd start
Oh,
floating
just float,
along?
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
sure.
was me when I smelled the buffalo
With a little
sauce.
twinkle toast?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like he drove his feet with his car too. Interesting. You know?
Yeah, his
Didn't
feet
need
were
Bridgestone.
multi-purpose.
We mentioned Bud Light, which is easy to drink, easy to enjoy, the official beer sponsor of the New England Patriots. We should also mention that Toyota, as always, is one of our sponsors. And if you want to see Toyota's best offers, including those not seen on TV, go to buyatoyota.com. It's Toyota's official website for deals from the official vehicle of the New England Patriots. Toyota, let's go places. So
Let's go draft.
all right. So we're waiting for this first pick here. I think the Patriots pick will be around 8:45 to 9 o'clock, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, maybe a little
Yeah.
sooner. We'll see. Yeah.
Should I fill out the back of my envelope because I don't
Absolutely.
Oh, I think.
I don't want to I don't
Do
want
it
to
now before we get.
exactly. I don't want to say,
before the
oh, you
draft.
just said that. You didn't. No, but I want to make sure people hear my back of the envelope before we get into it.
This is as last minute as it gets. I like it.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. So I think when we left you last, I was talking about O-line and edge. R.J. Oben was my last guy
Yeah,
from Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, Irish.
I did 3 more positions. I have to admit I didn't get to the defensive backs, and I didn't bother with center and guards. But tight ends,
There we
I just
go.
have a couple. Now remember, these are back of the envelope guys. Okay, these aren't. I think there's a lot of decent tight ends in this draft, but these are back of the envelope guys. I got Harold Fannin Jr.
Oh, that's a good
from
one.
Bowling Green.
Good
Yeah.
player.
6'3", 241. Huge stats.
Yep.
Huge stats.
Record-breaking
But I
some
need
say.
him to drop to day 3. I don't want to take him day 2.
Yeah, he's right there in the 3rd or 4th round range. The stats, like you said, are off the charts. Record-breaking season last year at Bowling Green. I think that his film against Penn State really stood out to me. I mean, if you want to look at him against a legitimate, college football playoff caliber defense, went for $120 and a touchdown against Penn State. So if you're concerned about the level of competition, he was able to do it against an FBS power as well. But he's a little undersized. He's kind of a tweener, maybe H-back, fullback / tight end at the NFL level. Jonnu Smith, I think, is a comp that a lot of people have for Harold Fannin.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the MAC most valuable player, first time ever for a tight end, according to Arlets.
Okay. My second tight end, back of the envelope
Hour.
guys, is Jalen Conyers from Texas Tech, 6'3", 260.
Yep.
I have him down as an athlete. This
Yeah.
guy has rare skills for a guy with that type of girth, I would say.
Yeah, you're kind of picking 2 of the similar kind of guys.
Yep.
Both of them, I think, are probably move tight ends or fullbacks or H-backs at the next level. The thing that stood out to me with him was straight line speed and explosiveness. Like, they would set him up on little picks coming over the middle of the field on crossing routes and things like that, and just get him the ball in his hands on the move. And he has a pretty good top gear, and like you said, he's a pretty stout, compact type of guy to lead block and block in the run game in different areas. So a later guy than Fannin, obviously, but one of those guys on day 3 that has caught some people's eyes.
All right, then linebacker. I've got 3. These are tough. These are smaller guys. My first one, Smail Mondin Jr. from Georgia, 6'2", 225. I can't read my writing. Smirgans? I don't know. But I have him down as an athlete and a leader.
Yeah, so he's fantastic, I think. Just a really great hybrid linebacker safety prospect. Like, if we were still drafting in the Bill years with Duggar and Mapu and those types of players, they'd be all over Smil Mondin. I think there's a lot of really good things to like about him off the ball, linebacker play, cover the slot in man coverage, whether it's tight ends or bigger receivers out of the slot. I thought his off-ball linebacker tape was better than Jalen Walker's in a lot of ways.
Okay. Demetrius Knight Jr. from South Carolina, another 6'1", 235. I have him compared a little bit to Bentley because he doesn't mind contact, this guy. Yeah. He's kind of a little bit of a thumper, but he has more speed than I think Bentley had.
So you turn on the game against Alabama for Demetrius Knight, and he makes a play against Jalen Milroe, who's one of the fastest quarterbacks with the ball in his hands in this draft. In space, that's just incredible play, downhill trigger, and just go find the quarterback and go get him. Nick Bolton from Kansas City is another guy that I kind of saw him as, downhill player. You want him attacking the line of scrimmage. You want him blowing up blocks and chasing quarterbacks and things like that.
And then my final linebacker is Jack Kaiser out of Notre Dame, 6'1", 231. Again, I've got him as a leader. A lot of these linebackers end up as captains.
Yeah.
And
that is true.
Just a solid player.
Yeah. Kind of inherent with that position. A lot of communication involved in that. That's a good read by you.
Yeah.
Really technically sound. Good scraper at the second level. He's going to make a lot of tackles at this level. And play a little bit on special teams, too. And
I've got 3 defensive tackles. Some of these guys could end up on the outside. But the first one I've got is Yahaya Black from Iowa, 6'5", 336. This guy I have, because we got rid of Godshaw. So I think we're going to want somebody at times to eat up space, and this guy could do that.
You're right.
Yep.
There's a need for a space-eating interior defensive lineman. Yep.
So and he could go a little later. He's gettable. Tommy Aking Basodi from Maryland.
Yeah,
I don't know who that is.
6'3", 206. I've got him as a raw talent.
Yeah.
So this is like a 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a special teams guy probably. Well, 6'3" is a little big for but I think he's a raw talent.
Did you say
guy.
he's 306?
306. Yeah,
that's not a special team.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, so you guys never heard of him from Maryland?
Well, I'm sure Evan.
That's not
one of mine.
Maryland has a couple of defensive linemen in this draft that are going to go probably into day 3, early day 3. For one of them whose name is escaping me right now,
Jordan Phillips?
Jordan Phillips, yep. So he's the other guy, and then the guy Fred pulled is sort of the later day 3 guy as well in this class. Both those guys are a little undersized for the interior, but they're really good at anticipating blocks and beating guys to the spot. See all these outside zone teams nowadays. You got to be able to move laterally and win the gap moving laterally, and both those guys can do it.
And my final defensive lineman, a little bit smaller than the other guys, Tonka Hemingway out of South Carolina, 6'2", 284. I have him down as versatile. At South Carolina, as I was reading, they had him play every position along the line, literally every position along that line. So, he's a guy who's going to be a late draft. He could even be a free agent, but he's got a lot of versatility.
Yeah, he's built like a truck. That's why I literally, when I was at the combine, I overheard him telling the story of how he got the nickname Tonka, and that was
Tonka truck.
That was
okay.
That was part of it.
Yeah. So that's my back of the envelope,
combine
people.
Nuggets by Mike Dussel.
And I have them written here, so
proof.
There's the
proof.
back of the envelope.
And when they are taken by the Patriots, I'll have proof that I identified.
I just like to say, Fred, I like that you did it on an envelope, and I also like
it's
that
back of the
you
envelope.
weren't picking guys that you're like, I can't even say this guy's name. You were picking the player. Like, if the name was a little tough to pronounce, or remember, you didn't mind,
That's
you still
okay.
went for it.
No.
You're looking for quality football players.
Don't scout the back of the jersey or the helmet, right?
Right.
Well done, Fred. Good job.
So there you go.
Wow.
And
the real success will be day 3.
I apologize for not getting to the defensive backs, but there's just too many of them.
It's true. It's true. That's too
Mac
much.
McWilliams, back of the envelope guy.
For you?
Just, but you can have him.
Mac McWilliams?
Yeah, UCF.
Okay.
Mac McWilliams,
All right.
slot corner.
Yeah.
Good player.
Okay.
There you go.
Sounds good.
Gave him what?
All right, so we're getting closer to the beginning of this draft. Of course, it starts at 8 o'clock. Tennessee's on the clock. We all think Cam Ward's a lock, right? Is that true?
Yep.
Certainly
Seems
sounds
like
it.
it. Yeah, seems like it.
They've all but kind of signed off on it. I think Mike Bergonzi actually said that they're definitively not moving the pick, he said. Now, I would assume it's for Cam Ward.
Yeah. Now, but the rumors are that Cleveland is shopping that second pick.
It sounds like right now that the mood has changed from the Jaguars going back with Chicago to actually going up with Cleveland, and that the Jaguars and the Browns are going to swap picks, which I just find fascinating from a Cleveland standpoint. Like you're going to pass up Travis Hunter is what you're going to do,
right?
Which I think is crazy, just given that their GM literally called him the Shohei Ohtani of football, and now they're going to decide to pass on him at 2 overall. It better be worth it. It better be a haul that they're getting.
Yeah, so I would assume Jacksonville is going to take Hunter, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
That
What
would
are they
be
going
my
to give
guess.
up to get him? And I mean, it's a move for them. It seems like they feel like they need to make to get to another level. I don't know, Liam Cohen being there. I don't know. I just feel like they're spinning their wheels always. It's never like a direct plan. They blow it up. They start over. They just kind of keep spinning their circles. But we'll
Both
see.
those teams.
We'll see.
I just, for Cleveland, at some point you got to pick some players, right? Like they just seem like this team that is rudderless. Like now all of a sudden you have this Heisman Trophy winner, two-way superstar. And that now we're still not good enough. We're still trading down.
Like I think it's a great spot for those two teams. I mean, obviously the ideal spot would have been like last year's draft with all of those quarterback options, but that's not the reality. So I think they're both in a good spot where they can get really good players in Hunter and Carter, and take the second swing at trying to get a developmental quarterback. Because I don't think there's a huge difference developmental-wise between Sanders and Dart or even Milroe, as Evan talked about on our show earlier this afternoon. And just his raw skills. I think Cleveland and the Giants are crazy for passing up Hunter and Carter, if they do. I'm not going to get them in trouble for something they haven't done yet, but I think that's crazy.
Speaking of getting in trouble in the Giants, do you hear about what the rumor is that their general manager's son did?
No.
He had, I think he was doing something on Dart, and he had to delete it. Like, I forget the exact story, but he had put stuff up on his personal YouTube site about Dart, and then he was told to take it down.
This is Joe Shane's son,
Joe
the
Shane's
same
son.
one that last year was telling him to go get Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Joe Shane's son.
They should hire Joe Shane's son to run the team.
You didn't hear about this?
The Giants thing is fascinating to me as well, because I think there's a real divide in that organization right now about what to do at quarterback. Like I think Brian Daboll seems to really like Jackson Dart. He wants to go, up from the second round into the first round to get Jackson Dart. My guess is that ownership is asking them to please
don't mess it up.
10 times before making the pick and make sure that you're 100% sure that Shedeur Sanders is not going to be the next franchise quarterback, to come out of the draft. But both those teams, I feel like I thought I was going to give them a ton of credit, and Paul's right. We shouldn't, get on them for doing something wrong yet. But I was going to give them a ton of credit for actually doing the right thing and passing on the quarterbacks at the top of the draft. And now both of them feel like they're going to do the wrong thing, because that's what they do.
Yeah.
When do you feel like they settled in on Cam Ward being first overall? Because when this whole process started, it felt like it was Carter and Hunter.
I agree. And
now Ward's the guy? Is that just because they sold themselves on
I thought
him
the combine finished and Ward was the number one pick, but you guys would know better than I on that, because you guys were there. I wasn't.
Yeah, they seem to have fallen in love with him more and more as the process has gone along, and I think when you're making a pick at quarterback like that, a lot of it is also the guy, like the person. It's going to be the quarterback. It's going to be your franchise. So you have to fall in love with the person as well, and his pro day apparently was very, very impressive. He didn't do much at the combine to really sway any teams, didn't work out or throw or anything like that. But from what all the scuttlebutt is that they really fell in love with the person and really are comfortable with him all around. I think there's plenty of evidence on tape of him making some really high-level franchise quarterback throws. Is it maybe a little bit more inconsistent than the guys last year? Yeah, but I think that there's a lot to like about him.
As the college season ended, my perspective and what I was hearing was there was no consensus quarterback, And if a quarterback went first, it would be Sanders. He would be the first quarterback taken wherever he was taken, not necessarily first overall, but he would be the first quarterback off the board. And it wasn't until later that Cam Ward became the consensus first quarterback off the board.
I think Cam Ward, by transferring from Washington State to Miami, put himself in that conversation. I don't think people were talking about him going into the season as being a potential top 5, top 10 pick. But going from Washington State to Miami, which not the SEC, but still a much better level of football, his production was off the charts. That's when I think he kind of put himself in that mix. And like I said, I thought at the Combine he came out. Maybe he just really impressed a lot of teams at the Combine. With, as Evan said, you sell yourself on the guy as much as the player, because let's face it, the players all have ability, but at that position it's so important to have everything else too. Maybe they're all convinced that he has what it takes off the field to be the leader and the face of the franchise.
See, that to me is why I think Shedeur Sanders is going to go in the top 15 tonight. I just think that he's going to make teams believe.
It's so funny. That's why I think he's not. I don't think he exudes leader and face of the franchise.
Did you hear what that one anonymous GM said about him?
What?
That he's just not good.
Worst interview he's ever been part of.
A formal interview, the worst he's ever had.
I'll
entitled.
I'll give teams a lot of credit if that's the case, and they don't take him early tonight. I just think so many teams operate from a position of scared. And I'm on your side, Paul. Like I view it the same way, but I just think that when guys come in with so much confidence, there's always a group of people who are going to buy it and who are going to say, he must know something. Like he just has something about him. I don't know what it is. And I think that confidence buys. I've seen it so many times where people have so much self-confidence in what they're doing, even if they're selling total BS, that there are people out there desperate enough to buy it. And we'll see tonight if people do see through it, and like I kind of do, and don't feel like it's real. But
you got to combine that with the tape, though.
Yeah, the one thing I want to give Sanders a little bit of an out for that I don't know is how much of the things that this is not about me, but I'm just saying from my perspective, how much of the things that I don't like about him is holding the ball too long, running around kind of aimlessly, not necessarily how much of that is related to his personnel? Like, could he be better in a structured environment with a structured offense? Like, does he have the ability to get the ball on timing, back foot, balls out, accuracy? Maybe he's better in a better offense, and maybe he does have more ability that I'm giving him credit for. I don't see the physical skills when I watch him, and that's why I would be passing on him and seeing if I could get him in the second round if I were the Giants or the Browns. But maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. Maybe that's because of poor line play and all the other things that go with it at Colorado.
Yeah. It's a gimmicky offense at Colorado, so there's not a ton of NFL-style dropbacks on his tape in general. So you really are dealing with a smaller sample size of that kind of stuff. I think the two things that teams are concerned about with Sanders, one, his athleticism in and out of the pocket to escape the rush. Like he doesn't really have a ton of athleticism, sudden movement, that kind of stuff to elude sacks and to get out of the pocket and make things happen. There's also, from a real quarterback junkie standpoint, some concerns about his mechanics and the way that he throws the football from a rotational standpoint, that a lot of people think that he's going to have to kind of rework the way that he throws the ball, rotating around the axis and stuff like that. And that can be a real deal breaker, that he might not be able to do that.
Well, we're about a minute away from Tennessee being on the clock. Around 7 o'clock, Adam Schefter tweeted this out. I don't know if you guys saw it. He says, when assessing how the top 10 picks tonight will unfold, one well-placed source said, expect explosives.
Ooh.
So I think, there's been a lot of talk how there hasn't been a first-round trade yet in this draft. I think that's going to change in a big way.
Do you think that explosives means like a lot of skill position players going in the top 10?
That's how I took it, because I kind of felt that way for a while, that maybe there would be a significantly...
So you're going to get like Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, Tyler Warren...
Tet McMillan.
Tet McMillan, maybe Colston Loveland.
Matthew Golden.
Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
Is that what he's talking about, or is he talking about like explosive? I thought he was going to say expect the unexpected,
No,
but then
right.
you said explosives.
Explosives.
It's unclear what it exactly means, but I mean, I see it as a
That's
bunch
the way
of trades.
Schefter. I mean,
Yeah, right,
but
right.
that's. But I mean, I'm,
Right,
I'm,
so
I'm
you
not.
cover your
brilliant.
bases.
I'm not making fun of Schefter. I mean,
Things
that's
will
why,
happen.
That's
You are,
why he's.
kind of.
That's why he's good.
Yeah.
No, but that's
People
good.
will be
Like,
selected.
Yeah.
let it be open to the
Yeah.
interpretation. For, like the
Well,
guy who's
and-
consuming it could
and
mean a lot of
I
things.
guess in a draft like this, maybe if you're going to swing big and take a chance on the skill position player. And, if it doesn't work out, well, you took a shot.
Yeah, I think that's part of the I don't know if the word is the problem, but there's so much similarity in the middle of this first round into second round and then on into the second day that do you really fall in love with any of these players that are from 10 to 35? I think you could probably be talked off the spot on just about all of them. So maybe teams are saying that. They're just, look, we don't love any of these guys in the middle. Let's package our 2 picks, go get a guy that we really do love and that we think will actually move the needle instead of, I mean, I've heard a lot of people talk about it today that this is a solid draft. That, and we talked about it too. I think Evan had a great way of putting it. This is a starter draft. It's not a superstar draft.
Freddie, what is it? What kind of draft?
It's a starter draft.
Blue collar.
Well, it's a blue collar
Blue
draft.
collar
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
I,
Right.
Mr.
You know,
Wine and Cheese.
It's all right.
wanna-
White collar draft for us.
just wanna,
Me and
you
Evan
know,
a white
No,
collar
Evan,
draft.
don't let them get you down.
dress for the
Don't let
job you don't have. You know what I mean?
Are there any players from Stanford
I'd
this
be
year?
naked.
You dress how you feel, and you're excited. These guys, I don't know so much.
I'm excited to dress nice.
We have a
Oh, here we go.
Dr. McLeod
Look at this
has
already.
a cartoon.
I mean, it
there
doesn't
you go.
really make much
Oh.
sense. Like my Cole Strange should probably be with me, and it's
Yeah,
like,
right.
That's all right. Duke
Yeah.
Dawson. Yeah.
You've done better.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, you got Evan with the monobrow though.
well, I don't know what I did
what's
there.
going on
I
there?
don't know. I just wonder,
It would have been funny if we put Keneal
Yeah.
that's good. That would be good.
like Lombo.
That'd been good. There's just so much talent on the defensive side of the ball in this draft and the edge rusher talent. Like, I just wonder if a lot of teams are going to ask themselves, do we really need to take Jalen Walker or Mykel Williams or one of these guys in the top 10 when on day 2 there's going to be a litany of guys that are also going to be available that we can just take and play the same position. And same thing as running back, right? It's kind of the same sort of deal there as well. And so when you look at the skill position players, the receivers, the tight ends, go to the line and go to left tackle. Like those are the spots where there isn't as much depth in a draft like this. So if you're one of these teams in the top 10 that really wants a wide receiver, are you taking Tet McMillan and waiting till day 2 to draft Jack Betch or Jaden Higgins? Or, what are you going to do at that spot if you don't take Tech in the top 10?
Yeah.
That's why it's just surprising to me. I can understand teams wanting to trade up for Carter or Hunter. After that, it's hard to see a team really.
Well,
I got to go up
That's
and get.
why I'm okay with the Will Campbell plan instead of Jalen Walker, because I really like Jalen Walker, and I'd like to take a shot at him. But I think you guys have sort of convinced me that the difference between Walker and someone you could get 20, 30 picks later at the same position probably isn't great. I do think I don't think there are a lot of tackles in this draft. I do think there are a lot of edge guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Andy in Sioux City, South Dakota says that Deuce looks like he's on his way to church, which, yeah, or at least the church dinner, the ham and bean dinner that they're having,
the body of Christ.
Yeah. All right.
I don't either.
Was this Roger Goodell on a bike?
Whoa.
Oh, boy.
Oh, because of the Green Bay thing,
get
right?
it? Get it? He's
Yeah.
very clever.
Yeah.
Goodell.
We're watching NFL
He's
Network.
so
I'm sure they've got it on.
How funny would it be if he just rode
Don't
that
fall,
bike off,
Roger.
Yeah.
Don't
off
fall.
right off the stage?
Oh, man. I'd be a little worried.
He tries to be funny, but it just doesn't.
You think they're booing him?
So, and now everybody's on a bike.
who are
Isn't
all
that
these
cute?
guys?
Oh, that's so cute.
Some of
Okay.
these guys are a little more comfortable than others on a bike.
Yeah.
So,
Is that Lil Wayne?
Little Wayne. Yeah.
they
That's for Will Campbell, right?
Yeah, how high is he?
Isn't Little
That's
Wayne?
his song.
That's but isn't like that? He's a New Orleans guy, right?
Oh, is he? I don't know. I saw the Will
Lil
Campbell.
Wayne.
Am I confusing?
Where was the
that?
Super Bowl this year? New Orleans.
Yeah.
New Orleans guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want some draft day trivia while we wait
Yeah.
for this pick?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is
Draft
the
day
kickoff.
trivia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The NFL the draft has actually been held in Wisconsin before.
I heard that.
Do you know the town that it was held in the year?
I heard it a
It
couple
was
days
Old
ago.
Milwaukee.
It was Milwaukee
Maybe
in
it's the good
1940. So I didn't even know they had the draft in 1904. Who were they drafting?
I actually read a story about the logistics of
4 guys? How many guys were available in the draft?
Otto Graham.
So does this mean the draft is officially starting now? It seems like it's.
Well, the clock hasn't started yet.
No. Tennessee's not officially up yet because Goodell usually opens the draft with this little thing that he gets booed at annually.
Right.
He loves it though.
Yeah.
We need like what's the little chime?
Yeah.
Something like that. I love that chime.
Through its history, the NFL draft has predominantly been held in New York City, a whopping 57 times. Can you name the cities that have hosted the draft second and third most?
Detroit.
Incorrect.
It was like last year.
Philadelphia.
Yes, 12 times. Who's after Philly?
Washington.
No.
I know.
Think big city.
I was staying in the
Chicago, 9 times.
Chicago.
Since 2015, there have only been 2 first overall picks taken that were not quarterbacks. Can you name those 2 players? Since 2015.
Mario Williams.
Incorrect.
Before 2015.
Oh, 2015.
15.
I thought you said
15.
I thought we were just going in general here.
Who was the number 1 overall pick the Kenny Pickett year?
Trayvon Walker.
Trayvon Walker is correct, 2022.
Thank you, Evan Lazar.
Yeah.
The other one was picked in 2017. Still playing, obviously.
Wasn't the tackle, was it?
He is very highly paid.
Miles Garrett.
Miles Garrett. Yes, that's correct.
That took me way too long, but we got it.
Good
Miles
though.
Garrett, I get it.
This one's a little tougher. This year, the top 4 picks are held by Tennessee, Cleveland, New York, Giants, and New England. Can you name the players those teams picked the last time they drafted in those spots?
Okay, so Tennessee 1 would be.
They weren't the Titans back then.
Earl Campbell.
Earl Campbell's correct.
What good guess.
1978.
Okay, who's the second one? Cleveland. Would that be Miles Garrett?
No, he was 1.
Oh, it's 2.
Yeah, so they had to be picking.
Courtney Brown?
No.
Oh.
I think it was Belichick there then at that time? I'll give you the year, 91.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Not necessarily a first-round talent. Well, first-round
I'm
talent.
sure it wasn't a first-round talent if Bill picked him.
Right. Eric Turner.
Isn't it nice that we can do that now?
Yeah.
Remember when we couldn't do that
Right.
for 20 years because Fred would get mad at me?
I'll tell you off there.
Eric Turner.
Actually, to be honest with you, I think Bill was a good drafter for the Patriots, and I've
very good
died
drafter.
on that hill before.
You said very good.
So who was it? Eric Turner?
Eric Turner.
Yeah, good player. Not
New
worthy
York
of the second
Giants.
overall pick.
3.
Giants, 3. Oof.
Think when Parcells was there.
That wouldn't have happened if Parcells was here.
These are all
Lawrence Taylor.
No.
He was 2.
But you got the position right.
Linebacker.
Carl Banks, 1984.
He was the 3rd pick, huh?
Yeah. And then who were the Patriots last time they picked 4?
Willie
McGinnis.
Willie
Willie
McGinnis,
Mack. That one I know.
1994.
I knew
The
that.
Titans are on the clock.
All right, here we go.
We officially up? Yes,
We're
the
on
clock
the
is
clock.
started.
Okay, so they're doing 10 minutes between picks in the
All right,
first
so
round.
the draft started at 8:08. Okay.
Remember
so
when there was 15 minutes between picks?
I think there should be
a
more
long
time
day.
between picks.
You
I think
do?
there should be less.
I think they should
everybody
go the
have-
baseball route.
I think everybody should have 30 seconds to make a pick,
Jeez, come on.
Right.
especially in the first round.
These are big decisions you're making. Your field and trade calls.
Yeah,
you're
and
trying
I
to
would hope
figure
you've
it out.
already
And
made it.
Thank you, Fred Kirsch.
Okay, but maybe
Right.
at 1. But like once you get down into the 20s
Okay.
and stuff, like you have to reset the
In all
board and you
seriousness,
got to figure it out.
5
No.
minutes for every pick, and then once you get to like the 3rd round, 4 minutes.
Well, I
The rest
think
of the
that
way.
Who's it
maybe
gonna be?
I would say okay, they can have 15 minutes like Eric, but after every 3 minutes you have like a little shock thing,
yeah.
and it increasingly gets.
I love torture.
Yeah.
When we involved with the draft. I mean,
And so,
How
like
about-
after 10
great.
minutes,
For
like
every
you're in
extra-
pain. If you haven't made a
you
decision,
get 10
you're
minutes,
in
but
pain.
for every minute you take,
Yeah.
you lose cap space.
yeah.
There you go.
There you go. I mean, you need some kind of reward right now if Tennessee just walked right up at 9:50, 2, and we're like, yeah, Cam Ward, why are we going to sit around and
Like
wait?
if it ends up being, just for the sake of this argument, if it ends up being Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter,
could've
Will
done that.
Campbell,
Yeah, we could've
right?
done
So
that
in other
first.
words, the 4 picks that
Chalk.
Yeah.
everybody
Chalk.
Oh, we know what
overwhelmingly
that means
thinks.
Yeah.
now.
Chalk.
No, but if those were the 4 picks,
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
betting, like you go on DraftKings and that's what everybody, overwhelming odds. Why can't that
Right.
just take the next
save a half hour.
the next 4 minutes?
Right.
Well, this
That's
is for,
who we-
this
that's
is
who
for
we want.
TV.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. That's
the
this is
stalling
all,
for
this
the
is all.
Titans
This is
TV.
all a
But
show.
like if I'm the Titans though, and I really believe in Cam Ward, pick is in. Like,
Yeah,
show the player.
Plus, you've
show the
publicly
player.
stated that you're
We're not even fielding phone
you've
calls.
publicly stated that my
They're not
guy,
even-
Mike
they
Bergans,
They're just sitting there. They're not even doing
it's
anything.
not for sale. The pick is not for
But they
sale.
literally say to him, do not call this in until 2 minutes are on the clock because we want to milk it on TV.
Well,
they literally tell them, like,
is
do
that
not
right?
do this.
But you
Yes.
have.
Well, then I'm
You
explaining that
have
to Cam
hours.
Ward. I'm letting Cam Ward know that.
Take it up with Goodell and ESPN. This has nothing to do with the Titans. The Titans would make the pick right this second.
All right.
They want to stall.
Paul, do you remember what
Too
they
much
did
rationale.
with Bledsoe? Did they run the Bledsoe pick right in?
Did they
make you
run
wait
it
on
out?
that one,
I wasn't working at the time. So
you weren't watching?
He's unemployed.
The Patriots have only picked fourth overall 2 other times prior to this.
John Hanna.
Yes.
and Phil Olsen.
And Phil Olsen. That is correct.
Who dat?
When was the
Another
last
guy.
time the Patriots made 2 picks in the first round? What year and who did they select?
Hightower and Chandler
12,
Jones.
2012.
Oh, come on. You know better than that. 2 picks in the first round.
It wasn't
Oh.
2000.
Isaiah Wynn and Sony Michel.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
I just try to block
Jinx.
that out. I just try to just forget that one.
Sorry.
They
happened.
won a Super Bowl.
I was with Evan. I thought it was Hightower and
Yeah.
Chandler.
They did it
when
again.
was the last
we don't
ti-
remember that one as well, do we?
No,
We don't always bring
no,
that
we
up as the
remember the
model of.
Hightower and Chandler
Remember
Jones
that year,
one.
man, in 2012? They trade back up. They got 2 players, man.
When was the
Pete
last
Carroll
time the
right there.
Patriots did not make a pick in the first round?
Oh,
2017?
Kyle Duggar.
Incorrect.
Yeah, Duggar 2020, right?
2020.
I'm not-
I wouldn't have gotten the year, but Kyle Duggar was the second round
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah.
All right, final question.
Lenoir
We did that
Ryan.
whole draft show.
Final
Didn't even make
question.
a pick.
The Patriots were 1 game away from having the first overall pick this year. Yeah, we know.
We know.
In the past, they have had the first overall pick 5 times. Can you name the players selected with those picks?
Number 1 overall picks
Yep.
were
5 times.
Jim Plunkett,
Plunky.
That's one.
Drew
1971. Bledsoe, 1993.
Sims.
Ken Sims, yes.
Irving Fryer,
Irving Fryer. One more. This is back in your time, Paul, in the 60s.
It's not in my time.
Bo Pelini.
No.
First of all, it's Babe Perilli.
I'll give you
I
the
speak
year.
Fred, not Evan. Keep up.
I'll give you the year and the position, and to me, I still wouldn't get it. 1964 quarterback.
It's not the guy I said. What's it? Bo Pelini?
Yeah.
No.
Mike Talaferro,
No. Jack Concannon.
Jack Concannon from Boston College.
Yep.
Wow.
I think they're gonna take
What
Cam
happened
Ward
there?
here.
Cam
gonna-
Ward,
gonna go out on
live
the
arm,
limb.
sturdy in pocket, Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
I think he's a better athlete than Baker Mayfield.
He is a better athlete
Yeah.
than Baker Mayfield.
So we're waiting for the Titans to officially make their pick, but
I think Sanders is more like Baker Mayfield than
I could see
Ward.
that. I think when I saw, I didn't watch a ton of Cam Ward, but the little bit that I did, I saw a little bit of Russell Wilson in his game. Like they were just spinning out of the pocket, doing Russell stuff, moving around, throwing the ball on the move, good
All right.
arm strength, good deep ball.
so while we wait for this pick, let's hit the hotline 855-PATS 500.
Hotline.
Luke's in Boston. What's up, Luke?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Turn it up, Matt.
Hey, we just want to call in and say I think there's a guy in the 3rd round we should really look at. Alec Namer from Stanford. I mean, this is a long guy. He can play on he can play in the slot, play on the outside. He's got great numbers junior, senior year. Came back from an ACL tear.
Yep.
I think Alec Namer, 3rd round. would be
IU
huge for the
man.
Patriots.
It's-
So
IU
Luke,
man.
of all the
Iowa
people,
Manor,
of
yes.
all the people eligible in the draft, why did you hit on this guy?
Well, here's the thing. I'm from Stanford, California.
Okay.
So
All
I
right.
know who he is. And
You
I
know
think-
him.
Oh, I believe it or not, I actually know who this guy is.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's
I think he
a
means
wide receiver out of Stanford.
I think he
But-
actually means he
No, I think he
actually
knows.
knows.
Oh,
who
he knows him. Knows
Do you
him.
know
yeah.
him personally, Luke?
No, I don't know him personally.
Oh,
okay.
Well, now you're
Because if you
just
know
like,
him personally, you wouldn't have mispronounced his name.
Right, that's true.
No, I think he's a guy that Evans talked about a lot as a potential sort of
Okay.
3rd, 4th round.
Yeah. His
Target.
tape against Travis Hunter was really good in 23. That's kind of the tape that everybody holds up with him. I compared him a little bit to like Juju. He's got like a powerful center of gravity, good hands over the middle of the field. He has some weird drops, but I think that he's pretty consistent in traffic areas and things like that. Has a little bit of juice on the outside if you want him to stat, but he's not like a big time burner. But I like him at like first 2 levels. slants, in breakers, things like that. I think he's got some skill there, but I would prefer somebody that's a little bit more of a natural separator than him. I am worried he's going to wear some coverage in the NFL, but I can see where people are coming from.
All right, thanks for the call, Luke. That's Luke's BTT guy or PTT. Which do you want to go with? BTT or PTT?
We have a trade.
We have a trade.
We have a trade.
The Browns and Jags?
The Browns and Jaguars have officially made a trade.
Wow. Uh-oh.
And the Titans are about to take Cam Ward.
Oh, okay. So we do have a trade. All right. So we'll get to that. But here's the Titan selection. Let's go to Roger Goodell.
With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be somebody else.
The wait's over for Cam Ward.
So you want to hear the trade terms?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
They get a first rounder next
So
year?
the Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jaguars for the 5th overall pick, a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and a 2026 first round pick.
Wow, that's a haul.
So basically the big picks here, number
The
5,
future one.
number 36, and the future 1 going back to Cleveland for the number 2 overall pick, and Jacksonville officially on the clock now.
So does Jacksonville take Travis Hunter?
I would think so.
Or, because you don't think they moved up to try to make sure they secured Ashton Genty, do you?
No.
Wow.
Well, what about Carter? No? Not worth it?
Oh, he's worth it, but I would think that they're looking offense, just
Yeah.
based on
Everything
like,
that all the
what
reporting
everybody's
is that
talking.
they are looking for touchdowns. That's
Yeah.
that's the verbiage.
So do
that's
you
being
think,
used.
the Jaguars have an owner who I would call him involved?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this is an owner saying, I want the guy who's going to sell tickets?
It could kind of be. I mean, that's what Travis Hunter is. I mean, he's a draw. He's somebody who's going to, pair him with Trevor Lawrence, and now you've got a little bit more of a spark there, perhaps.
It's a good point.
I like the trade for Cleveland.
Yeah?
I do. You get a early second, you said, and then a future
Yep.
one,
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're just going down to.
and you're just going down 3 spots.
Right.
Yeah.
I think this is a haul.
The rest of that is coffee, smoke-filled coffee house crap. Those swapping of the, the late
you
pick.
are
should've
only
wrote
going,
it out like
You're
Bill
getting,
Murray
a
style.
2
Yeah, you
at
almost
the
got
top,
it good.
Yeah.
at the top of the second
Yeah.
round, and you're getting a future 1.
Yeah.
You are only going
And
down
you're
3
still high
spots.
in the first round.
And you're still at 5.
But
Yeah.
it's a 2-player draft.
That's okay.
So you just traded out of Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. Like maybe
Yeah.
the Browns love Genty. And so they're going to go down to 5, and they're going to expect the Patriots and the Giants to do what they're going to do, and then take Genty at 5.
I wouldn't like this as much if they do that.
But for
I'm
the
just
Browns,
saying-
they think this is gold for them. They've hit it.
I think that it's a 2-player draft, and you just traded out of one of the 2 players. It's a good haul, I suppose. I mean, it's a decent haul, but if I was a Browns fan, I'd be a little disappointed that they're going to pass on the 2, consensus blue chip guys.
Well,
It is fair. I mean,
next year you're going to have 2 first-round picks. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's fair. This is surprising to me. We've all talked the last couple of weeks. It seemed like, it's chalk. We know what's going to happen. And then here we get 20 minutes before the draft starts and you start getting these rumors. But, I just say this, we're going to get probably a lot of calls about how the Patriots could have been first overall, how they lost that last game. And it just goes to show that some teams are still willing to make those hard decisions.
Well, it's like Evan said.
To get out.
It's a 2-player draft, and
they said,
we'll
pass on that.
People had interest in one of those 2 players.
Yeah.
So there would have been interest, I think, if they, this is something that Evan was on, Mike, and you and I sort of were meh about it.
Yeah.
I think there was value in one, the 1 or 2 in a
Certainly.
2-player draft, for sure.
Certainly. I mean, if they were at 1 overall, the quarterback just went 1 overall. So you're looking at probably an even better haul than what Cleveland just got for the first overall pick as a team that doesn't need a quarterback. The Patriots probably could have made this trade with Tennessee, and it only fell 1 spot, 2 spots to probably get a future first-round pick.
All right. Quickly, I do this with dread in my heart. Christian in L.A., what's going on? Quickly, because we don't know what's going to happen here. Christian in... All right.
Hey, you guys.
Okay, I can't hear
what's
him.
up?
I couldn't hear him.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's go to Clem in Arlington, Virginia. What's up, Clem?
Hey, this is Tim.
Tim. All right.
Yeah.
Tim.
Hey, Fred, you honor us with your presence.
Turn it up,
Real quick,
Matt.
Yeah. I'll go really quick because I know you all are looking at the pick. I think we're going to take Campbell at 4, but my biggest dread is that we come away with Tet McMillan, that we're going to trade back up. The reason is he's a slower receiver. All of our receivers except Pop are on the slower end. Even the Baker was like a mid 4-5 guy. And I'm not saying you need to, throw it down the field every play, but because literally all our guys are slow, the safeties don't have to worry. And I would really like if we get a receiver for it not to be another guy whose his strength is not his speed, which none of our receivers are.
Well, that's Thornton Jr. later.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think.
All right.
I don't think we're seriously
Tim.
talking about taking Ted.
Fred being very dismissive of callers all of a sudden.
What
It's
happened?
a little early for that.
I lost the other call too. Well, I don't know where he went.
Fred, it's Thornton Jr.
Got to be on it tonight. It's a draft show, baby. Let's go.
I would have come back with, I don't know, they just signed Stephon Diggs. He's pretty fast.
Yeah. Pick is in for Jacksonville. We don't know who it is yet.
All right.
Are we tipping picks
I don't know.
tonight?
That's the question I was going to ask you.
Do we want to tip picks?
For everyone but the Patriots?
I don't care.
I will just
really
say
don't care.
that
I'm not
this
going to
is a
die on that
Heisman
hill.
Trophy winner.
We're not tipping picks.
So Jacksonville traded up to get Travis Hunter, and makes sense. This was the guy, probably the best guy available in the draft overall.
So the Patriots are on deck here.
It's a lot of intrigue, and I mean, a new coaching staff. Just interesting to see what they do with Travis Hunter. We talked about if he was drafted to the Patriots, we knew he'd probably be broken in as a wide receiver and supplemented as a cornerback. But I got to assume Jacksonville's bringing him there to catch touchdowns 100%. And play on the offensive side of the ball. But it's a new coaching staff. How are they going to employ him? I mean, Liam Cohen, first-time head coach, right? I mean, it's a pretty big responsibility. I mean, that's something that I thought about with the Patriots to take Travis Hunter. How are these offensive coaches, Josh McDaniels? There's a lot of pressure on them to take this guy who, clearly now Jacksonville has given up a lot of capital to get this kid. He's got to work. Like, this coaching staff has to make sure that he...
Does he have to work at wide receiver?
I mean, yes. I think... but
for the Patriots, he would have to work.
Well, I'm talking about Jacksonville.
I think...
I mean, I don't know what they need.
I think he has to.
They need both.
everything.
They need corner and receiver. But from everything that's come out of Jacksonville, some of the reporting out of their pre-draft was that they were looking for skill players, and that's why Genty name came up. I had Tet McMillan going to them because I didn't think this.
By the way,
trade was coming.
Tet doesn't like to be called Tet. He's T-Mac.
T-Mac.
He's Ted.
Yeah.
And
no, I'm serious. He says his mother would get insulted if you call him Tet.
Okay.
Yeah.
T-Mac.
But T-Mac is okay.
His
mother doesn't get insulted.
No, she likes that.
Yeah,
but not
so,
Tet.
I would assume that this is to pair him with Brian Thomas Jr. and to move forward with Trevor Lawrence and a good offensive
Let's go to
mind
the
Liam Cohen.
podium. Let's go to the podium. No? Okay.
He's given
Oh, okay. So he's not talking. Okay, just cut in and just cut me off when he starts talking about the pick.
He's doing that period that Andy Hart would be disrespectful.
Right, and then it's like a Make-A-Wish kid.
We don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I didn't have to necessarily say exactly what
while we're waiting, Seabass and Mass is outraged at Coach Michael George Vrabel. Here I am trying to enjoy the evening with the family at our third home in the Riviera, and my eyes are assaulted. Oh, here we go.
I want to say thank you to the commissioner, thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and nationwide, and also tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver.
Okay, it's official. Travis Hunter, a Jacksonville Jaguar. Good for Trevor Lawrence.
Joe Banner agrees with us.
What did he say?
The Jaguars have lost their minds, and the Browns take advantage.
Really?
Yeah. Joe Banner, former NFL executive.
I don't think Evan thinks they lost their mind.
The Jaguars? I think the Browns lost their mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He thinks the Browns traded out of a two-man draft.
I think the Browns lost their minds.
I don't think that.
I would like players, not picks. Yeah. I have no sense. Like, I don't know what that 2026 first is going to turn into. Like, Jacksonville was just in the playoffs 2 years ago.
I don't know, but they still have the 5th pick. They can still get a player.
But it's not going to be Travis Hunter.
No,
or Abdul Carter.
I will guarantee it will not be Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
All offseason, we've been talking about it's a 2-player draft.
Yeah.
They just traded out of the 2 players.
I think they got a lot. I think they got a lot for that pick.
They did.
I mean, for what it's worth, Andrew Brandt said Browns had to do that, an offer they couldn't refuse.
Yeah. While we're waiting,
couldn't refuse it.
Yeah. Look at Travis Hunter just hopping to the podium.
He knows he got drafted by the Jags,
but
right?
listen, it's good for him. Look at him dance. Wow. Good for him.
No, he's a fun player.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we flirted with the idea of him coming here during the spring when you didn't really know what was going to happen, and there's no question he's going to bring a jolt of life in many different ways to that franchise, and they should be really excited. I mean, we'll see how it comes together. We know it's hard to solve that problem in Jacksonville, though.
Yep. So, Jacksonville Jaguars putting fannies in the seats with the pick of Travis Hunter.
I mean, do you think there's a chance, like, just to play negative Nelly because it's not our team now, but, like, that they get caught trying to do too much stuff with him and then he gets overwhelmed and he doesn't really make an impact on either side of the ball?
There is a chance.
You know, are you worried about that?
I don't want to come off.
But I don't think it's a big chance.
I don't want to come off as being a fraud because I think Travis Hunter is an excellent player. I just don't think I'm as high on him as Evan is. I don't think that he is as good a wide receiver as Evan thinks he is. I do think he could be as good a cornerback. Well, but that doesn't seem like everybody wants to use him there. I think the whole two-way thing would kind of worry me.
Yeah. I'm not even so much as like saying that I think that he's going to be a Hall of Famer, lock it in. It's just like this draft class, the talent drop-off is significant. And so you're trading out of 2 of the guys that everybody agrees are blue-chip players in any draft.
I think he has blue-chip ability. I'm not sure he's going to be that, though, because I think he's going to try to do too much. I think he's really, really hell-bent on playing both ways. And I think that's going to be to his detriment.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that he'll most likely major in playing wide receiver, and eventually they will stack on defense to appease him. But I don't think – I think it's going to be similar to, a little bit more volume, but like a similar idea as Marcus Jones, where it's like, yeah, you might play – we'll let you play a little bit on defense to make you feel good about yourself.
I'd be the opposite. I would want to be like Marcus Jones. Play defense, and we'll let you dabble on offense. I don't think it's going to be that way, and I don't think he's going to be special offensively. I think he could be special defensively.
Well, do you think that the only way that you do what Jacksonville did is that your intention is to play him at wide receiver? That he will major in wide receiver.
I would think so.
As Evan would say.
I would think. Yeah.
At the same time, I think he's a whole package too that comes with everything that comes with what Travis Hunter is. I think with Brian Thomas though that helps it a little bit. Just for me,
what you said about 10 minutes ago, Mike, is the reason I think they made this pick, and then it's not good reasons. It's like this is something you can sell. Your fan base. It's a market that needs that buzz. It might work.
So the Patriots are on the clock.
He's a special player.
So the Giants pick is in.
So it might work.
The Giants pick is in.
Abdul
No
Carter?
trades, right?
Yeah,
the Giants?
they rushed this card up to They rushed this card up to the podium, and it's not going to be a quarterback.
No, it's going to be Carter, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Are we tipping picks or not? Because I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it'll be Abdul Carter.
Yeah. Okay.
So they're going to take Abdul Carter. So the Patriots are on the clock in the exact kind of spot that we all thought they would be in here at 4.
We've already got the start of the tweets, like, please don't tip picks. But
did we?
Yeah, we just got one.
To finish up Seabass and Mass, he's very upset with Mike Vrabel being at courtside at the Celtics game wearing shoes without socks. He says it's one thing at the league meeting when you got Andy Reid in his Hawaiian shirt soaking up the air in the room, but courtside at the Garden during the playoffs, garbage, I say. Get it out of here. I barely wanted to see my mistress after, and ended up just exchanging pictures of expensive things we own with Christian in L.A. Who invented this silly style, and how did they not think of the smell?
Well, we'd have to ask Matt.
No socks.
I mean, that's
the style.
That's his
right?
style.
That's a style.
The leather loafers with no socks.
I would not say it's the style. I would say it's a style.
It's a style.
It's his style.
Yeah.
Hardo.
We know there wasn't like foot socks though, right? Maybe those socks were a little low. You're still getting some sock support.
In fairness, Mike,
letting the ankles breathe a little bit.
I do wear those.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I don't know what's in style though. I realize I'm old enough now that
But you can't see them, right?
No.
You would never know you have them on.
Long socks, short socks, baggy jeans, tight jeans. Like I've been around long. Everything comes around. I feel like you just need one of each, and then you wait for each trend to come. And you just back on my baggy jeans.
You wait for
again.
the young people to tell you which one of those things you should.
They're all
wear.
on baggy jeans now. Baggy jeans are back.
Baggy
jeans are back.
Baggy jeans are huge.
Really?
That's
that's true. I have seen that. Yeah.
You know,
it's a bad look.
I mean, you go out, you just see the young people. They're all dressed exactly
Abdul
alike.
Carter.
Hey.
All right.
Defensive end, Penn State.
Giants.
So I have to be honest. Ever since that Abdul Carter tweeted out the picture of himself in like the LT bit, I didn't think there was any chance at all.
Yeah.
But that's the first step of my my number 13 Mike's way with no tomatoes.
Could I tee you up though, Paul, to talk
Yes,
about
you can tee me
your
up.
take about Abdul Carter with the Giants, and they have two with defensive ends with Burns and Thibodeau, and talk about your plan.
It's something that they've done with a tremendous amount of success. Like they go with the theory of you can never have too much pitching in baseball. You can never have too many corners, and you can never have too many pass rushers. They did it with tremendous success, and we have only ourselves to look at here. In the 07 Super Bowl, what was a big part of their success that day was their dominance up front with Strahan and Yuman Yura and Justin Tuck. They had, I even want to go back to like Matthias Kiwanuka. Like they had a lot of depth at defensive end, and it didn't stop them from continuing to draft high on the edge. So I thought this is something that they've done in the past, and they would do it again. I think, like Evan said with Hunter, I think Carter's worth it. Those are the two guys.
100%. I just wonder if Kayvon Thibodeau is now a trade piece for them, and he's now expendable, and he hasn't exactly lived up to the draft status of being a top 10 pick.
Yeah, he's been okay. Just nothing special.
Right. So there's a chance that maybe they're not looking to pay him long term, and whether it's this year or next year, he is dealt to make room for Abdul Carter. But Abdul Carter is a fantastic player. He can play inside a little bit. I don't think that's the best usage of him, but if you wanted to try to get all three of those guys on the field at once, Abdul Carter absolutely can stand up over the guard and center and rush from the interior like Micah Parsons does. And you can do that sort of thing with him on third down, and he can be a problem for guards and centers.
Correct me if I'm wrong now, isn't it the defensive coordinator still Vrabel's old defensive coordinator from Tennessee? Is the Giants defensive coordinator now, I believe. If they did not get rid of him last year, they were the new guy he brought in. So just similar kind of defenses. We were talking about similar kind of things when you're bringing in, that kind of player. Abdul Carter would absolutely have fit with what they were doing.
The Patriots pick is in.
We will not say.
Okay, so
right?
no trade for the Patriots. So Plan A.
No trade. They did not make
Plan
a trade.
A has not materialized, and
your Plan A.
and we don't have the ammunition to move back yet, really, without giving away assets that we need.
No.
We'll wait till the pick, and then we'll get into the whole trade thing, because we had a good conversation today, Freddie, and I think you came down maybe to get in part of that, and then you saw that we had a full house when we did our show this afternoon. Didn't you stop in?
No, I had to do so. I was just making the rounds.
Because I was actually hoping you were coming in. We had a good conversation about the trade up from the top of the second round back into the first. What would you do it for? Not necessarily individual, but position-wise, is there more than one? What you're looking at. I think we can get into that after we.
Yeah. See, to me,
make our pick.
The trade up means you traded down. You didn't get Campbell, and then you have to trade up to get a tackle.
It's my guy.
Right. Yeah.
The trade up to me would be because you didn't get a tackle and you need one.
Right.
Right. You can't wait till 30. Whatever.
But now in the first round, I got a player and a tackle, so I'm really happy.
Yeah.
But without having to trade down and having those extra assets, now I'm not willing to give up what it's going to take to trade back into the first round.
Yeah, that's fair. I would just say I think there are some edges that really intrigue me that I think would probably maybe intrigue them to trade up. And yeah, we could wait and get one of the other edges, but this guy's here now. Let's go up and go get him. But we'll see how it plays out. I still think that that's something that should be in play for tonight. It seemed like last year they tried to do it. They made a pick early in the first, tried to get back up into the late first.
So people are now tweeting it. So what are we doing?
Go ahead. Will Campbell.
Yeah.
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 So, Freddie.
Yeah.
The Patriots select.
They heard you table pounding in the.
Will Campbell.
Let's do it.
Hey!
We got our guy! We got our guy! We got our guy!
Okay. We're all getting them. We're all.
Yeah.
We did it, Pop.
But maybe you should stand in front of everybody because you're actually protecting the franchise.
He's going to get
He's going in. He's going behind the glass.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this.
It's, I know there's some questions, but let's just say the positives with this kid. Tremendous locker room presence. Like I said at the top of the show, feel like he's the leader, kind of a tone setter for the offensive line. Plays with that kind of snarly attitude. He's been a left tackle since high school. This is all he knows. Came into LSU, has played there 3 years. I think he's given up 2 sacks over the last 2 years. So phenomenal athlete, phenomenal off the field presence. Yes, his length will be part of the question, but for a team that has just struggled for left tackle for so long, it feels good to feel like, all right, we got a guy to pencil in there on that left tackle spot, a legitimate left tackle with real athleticism that, I think he can make some real contributions in the run game too, getting him out in space, leading the way, leading the charge. It's an exciting pick.
Well, the word over the last 2 years on how the Patriots treated left tackle was neglect. That was the word I've heard a lot of people say. They've neglected that position. So you can't say that right now.
No.
They used the 4th overall pick on a left tackle. So they're telling us, yes, we agree. It's a need. And we got the best left tackle in this draft.
Yeah.
It always came down to that for me, the marriage between the gaping hole on the left side of your offensive line and having a player like Will Campbell who exemplifies everything that Mike Vrabel wants to represent in a football program from a toughness and leadership and intangible standpoint, and also is a very good player at the position as well. Like Deuce said, there's going to be concerns. We're going to talk about arm length. We're going to talk about, is he going to last outside and all those different types of things. But over my entire career covering this football team, they have had a need at left tackle. For 8 straight drafts, they have had a need at left tackle. They have never found a solution. They've gone year to year. They've kicked the can down the road numerous times. And at some point, the buck's got to stop. You got to find an answer at one of the most important positions on the football team. And I believe that they have. And I'll just say one last thing. 2 years in a row of watching horrible offensive line play in this region, just watching quarterbacks get really under pressure at an alarming rate, 40-50% pressure rates week in and week out. They had to protect the franchise, and Drake May is the franchise, and now they have a guy that can protect them.
Yep. So Will Campbell is a New England Patriot. I'm excited. I'm kind of falling in love with this guy. I really am.
He's easy to. He's easy to fall in love. I said early in the process, the second I heard him talk, he sounded to me like Taylor Lewan, who was, had a really close relationship with Mike Vrabel in Tennessee, continues to have a close relationship with him. He's just that kind of guy. He's that offensive lineman. He's a deer hunter too. He's got a little bit of that Mankins in him. And I just love the energy he's going to bring to that room. That room has been beaten up, and honestly, deservedly so with how it went the last couple of years. But the rejuvenation that I think he's going to bring to that group and that toughness, and I just think that alone will do a lot for a room that really, really needs that kind of presence.
So at some point, let's first let's go back up to the party and let's see what the reaction is up at the Patriot. No, I'm getting a head nod. No, we can't do that. Not happening.
Getting a little glimpse at the Patriots draft room here. On,
Yep.
On NFL.
So we see Mike Vrabel on the phone. Behind him is John Stryker.
Okay, and here
comes Roger Goodell to the podium.
He's in the process of being
he's got sneakers on.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle, LSU.
So the Patriots decide to go for protection
Boy,
up
his brother
front
looks just
for
like him.
their diamond in the rough quarterback rather than anything else. Your thoughts, Daniel Jeremiah?
Of all the teams in this draft, to me, the tackle need for the Patriots
he looks like
was
a
probably
Batman
the most
villain.
glaring across all 32 teams. They had to go in this direction. They go with Will Campbell out of LSU, who reminded me a lot of Michael Roos going the Wayback Machine, if you remember him playing for the Tennessee Titans. Very smooth. He's played a lot of football. He started as soon as he got on campus there at LSU. When guys get into him, he does have a firm base. He can recover as well. The temperament to finish is outstanding. You see that here in the run game as he's able to displace defenders and create a lot of movement there at the point of attack. Much was made about the arm length. Does he need to slide in and play guard? I think he can hold up and tackle, but in an absolute worst case scenario, you've got
he's all sinking in. He is. Campbell's walking up to the podium, and it's just inside. He just wants to burst out. You can tell.
I mean, he had to have known this was coming.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I think he did.
So there was some reporting from Jeremy Fowler like a couple hours ago, right before the draft, that the Patriots, a contingent from the Patriots, went down to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and met one last time with Will Campbell a couple days ago.
Spent some quality time with him.
Typically, when that happens, it means that you're just kind of dotting your I's and crossing your T's on the pick. I remember hearing a story similar about Christian Gonzalez about a week before the draft, that they went out to Oregon and did the same thing.
Well, they did it with Nate Solder like a day before. Yeah.
So this has been expected, as we all know. It's been expected for a while. But again, I know there's going to be concerns with some of the arm length stuff that's come out. But like Daniel Jeremiah just said, he's a great athlete, a smooth pass protector, great technique. They'll be able to figure it out.
See? We did it.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't quite, here's the Patriots draft party on NFL Network.
No, Fred, I'm so glad you noticed that moment. And like, to me, that these are the moments that are some of my favorite times during the draft. We're just noticing Will Campbell walking out, and you could just see it all sinking in. Oh, yeah. Like, and I mean, just the look on his face. It's like, man, it's like a kid living their dream right now. He's been waiting for this moment, doing that long walk to the stage. Really cool.
And I think a guy like that, to come on a team coached by a guy like Mike Vrabel, I think from what we've heard, they've already made a connection.
Yeah.
And it's probably his type of coach.
Well, I mean, Evan. I mean, when we had Mike on a couple of times, Evan was bringing up the chest pad, and I mean, how much Vrabel likes to get in there, engage with these guys. I mean, it's too easy, and we're going to see it, I'm sure, as soon as next month with him getting in with Will Campbell and working on it. He loves working with those guys. It seems like it's a really good match.
Yeah, I know everybody wants to hear about the football player, being. But the toughness and the finish and the effort that they talk about, this guy exemplifies all those.
He's very emotional.
Right now, he's on NFL Network, and he's very emotional. This means a lot to him. You know what? I everything he does, I like him more. Like,
it's authentic.
I want somebody that it means a lot to them.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
look at this kid. Look at this kid. How do you not love him? Come on, let's go.
And I mean, and how do you not want that kind of guy protecting Drake?
That's
right.
And he said
the kind
it.
Of kid that,
my job is to protect that quarterback.
Yeah.
I will do whatever it takes to not get him on the ground. We got ourselves a good player here.
You could even see Jamie Erdahl's reaction. Like, she was kind of like a little emotional watching him. I'd love to know what she asked him, or if it just all sunk in at that moment. I mean, we probably were talking about the early moments when he was walking to the stage of it all hitting him, all the questions about his arms that he's had to answer the last 3 months. It's over. He's a Patriot. He's going to be on his way up here tomorrow. We'll be out on the stage with him.
What's that? All right, let's go to Alex right now. Let's get some fan reaction. Go ahead, Alex.
Hey, guys. How we doing? I'm here with Andy, right?
Andrew Crook.
Andrew, how many Bud Heavies have you had?
Does it matter?
You seem...
It don't matter unless Will Campbell is laying people on their back. Will, all I care is about one thing. If you know one lesson in life, taught to me by my first football coach, it's okay to hurt someone.
You know how to pick them, Alex.
It's okay to hurt someone, Will.
Okay.
Good job, Alex.
I thought I did a good job too, right?
Who else do we have?
Tell us your name.
Mike Rose.
This is Mike. Mike, how are you feeling coming into this pick, and how do you feel?
I knew they were going to pick him. We'll see how he goes. Hope he does good.
It's not the flashy pick, but it's a need, right?
It's definitely a need, but we'll see.
Okay.
It's a nice pick. I hope he pans out.
All right.
So
can't argue with
the
that
vibes
logic.
are high. There were lots of cheers. What was that, Paul?
I said you can't argue with that logic. I hope he pans out.
Alex is scared of me. That's what I don't expect you to be.
Yeah.
Willie Mack.
Yeah.
Got the Willie Mack jersey on.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So yeah, guys, the vibes are high, the drinks are flowing.
I have one word: Uber.
Yeah, be careful up there, Alex.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are
All
you
right.
driving home today?
No.
All right.
Uber.
I am not, Alex.
Where do you
There
park
you
his
have it,
horse?
guys.
Okay, all right.
Alex. So that guy spent
My
about.
panel wants to know where you parked your horse.
So that guy spent.
All right. So I just.
All right.
All right, so I just
All
want
right, Alex, have fun.
I think I want to use this time to openly apologize to my good friend Evan Lazar for talking so positively about Cleveland's trade. They took Mason Graham.
Oh wow.
Like I don't understand.
Wow,
I don't understand that.
Okay. Well, listen, a lot of people really like Mason Graham, and when I started my process, I really liked Mason Graham. I still like Mason Graham. I know he's a little undersized, but I want Will Campbell over Mason Graham, but I wouldn't mind Mason Graham on the New England Patriots.
If I was a Browns fan right now, I am glad I am not. I would be absolutely irate with the decisions that they just made. Now, you can sell me on 2026 all you want, but they drafted an undersized 3 technique at 5 overall over Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. Like, they made the actual decision to do that.
Right, tonight.
Yeah, and, like they decided that was the best move for the franchise. Now, they're going to sell them on 2026. Yeah. They're going to go after a quarterback in 2026. They'll have 2 first-round picks to make it happen. But if you're just looking at what they did tonight, going down from 2 to 5, and then you passed on Genty as well. So you took Mason Graham here at 5 overall to do what? To stuff the run? Yeah. Like I can't really figure that out.
My whole reasoning for being sort of enthused about that trade for the Browns.
They don't look that enthused.
Was you're gonna you slide down a few spots and you lose out maybe on the diamond of Travis Hunter, but you get like Ashton Genty, or even Ty Warren,
right?
To get an interior defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Like I'm not telling you that Mason Graham's a bad player. I don't think he is a bad player, but I just you passed up special. I thought you were going to try to get special.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Mason
Well, who
Graham,
would have been special?
I think Ashton Genty has a chance to be a blue chip player in this draft.
Yeah. Okay.
If you're gonna, like that,
I can't argue with that.
That's the perfect time to take Ashton Genty. You got the package to trade down, and you just take the blue chip player.
And I know that someone's probably going to say, and you'd be right if you did say, Paul, you're being a hypocrite. You hate running back, and you'd be right to say that. I'm talking about just from a pure talent perspective here. Yeah. Okay, you passed up a special talent in Travis Hunter, but you're going to take a special talent in Ashton Genty, even if it's a position that I don't think as important. I don't think an interior defensive lineman is a special talent unless it's Chris Jones or Aaron Donald, and I'm sorry, I don't think Mason Graham's going to be that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
I mean, we don't have to turn this into Cleveland Browns.
No, can I go back to that?
That's okay.
Well, at 6 overall, just to say quickly, the Raiders did take Ashton Genty.
Mike Vrabel's meeting right now.
All right, let's go to Mike Vrabel with the media.
This is a young player who cares deeply about the team. Is a leader in that room, and but to compare him to me or anybody else, no. I mean, but we love his football character, his play demeanor, his play style, how coachable he is, and a 21-year-old player that's started 38 of 40 games in the SEC is something that is impressive.
Mike, when and how did Will cement himself as the pick for you guys in this process?
Well, I think probably last year.
Okay, so we're going to go out of Vrabel. We're going to go to Cam Williams, Director of College Scouting for the Patriots. We'll have Mike Vrabel in its entirety after we speak with Cam. Cam, how you doing?
How we doing, team?
We're doing
How are
great.
you all?
We gave ourselves a congratulations after we made a pick, because I know that's what you're supposed to do in the war room. So we wanted to be like you guys.
That's the way to do it. We're having fun in there.
So, as they say in the betting world, so far the draft has been chalk 1 through 4. We all thought you guys were going to take Will Campbell. You took Will Campbell. How excited are you? And have you talked with Will yet? And how excited is he? Or is it too soon?
We're pumped. We are absolutely pumped. He's a stud. We did a ton of work on him, starting with Alex Brooks, our area scout in the Southwest.
We followed him along the way, and he checked so many boxes for us, and it became a no-brainer. And just really excited. I talked to him. I called him when we made the decision to pick him, and he was excited. And he was pretty stoic when I first got on the line, but it looked like he got really emotional in the interview once he hit the stage, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was my next question. I was wondering if you saw that, because I love that. That tells me he's as excited about being here as we are about having him here, and that's what you want, right? You want players who just who love football.
Yeah, we definitely felt, for me, I felt a connection with him, and it felt mutual that he wanted to be here, and he was fired up to play left tackle, and he was excited to help our team. So there was, a definite connection that he had here, and he embraced that.
Yeah.
Cam, you just mentioned it, play left tackle. I think, that's been a big question about Will, and I assume you guys have evaluated him the entire time as a left tackle.
Yeah, that's where he played, and that's where he's comfortable. So that's above my pay grade where he's going to play. But I thought he was a really good left tackle when I scouted him, and I thought he could do that.
Yeah, what made you think that he was a really good left tackle? Just some of the specifics that you saw on the tape.
Yeah, he checks a lot of the boxes, man. He's big, he's athletic. He's really instinctive. He's so advanced for a player at that age. He's only 21 years old. He's a true junior, but for a guy with his youth, he's played a lot of football in the SEC with multiple, over 35 starts in the SEC playing left tackle. So he's just a really consistent, dependable, high-level pass protector that gives you a ton of nastiness and physicality in the run game, and plays with the play demeanor that we would want. So he checked a lot of boxes.
Could you talk a little more about that play demeanor, Cam? It seems, talking to some of your coaches here the last couple of weeks, we hear a lot about violence, and that's what they look for. It seems like Will Campbell's got that for a tackle.
Yeah, he oozes toughness. Like, you see it on tape, the way he finishes, plays through the whistle, the violence that he plays with his hands, and he continues to, he'll drive his legs through players. He's a clean player, but he's a nasty physical offensive lineman, and that's, he's wired the way you want them to be wired.
All right, Cam, I know you've got work to do. The night's not over yet, so we're going to let you get back to the war room, but congratulations on the pick.
I appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
All right, thanks for joining. That's Cam Williams.
Thanks, Cam.
Director of College Scouting for the New England Patriots. Thank you for joining us. Once we have it queued up and Vrabel's done, we'll get him. So, Matt, no rush. Just let me know when you're ready to go. So we also want to get Vrabel's take on the pick.
Can I just do a quick aside? I still can't get over that guy that probably spent an hour to 2 hours painting his whole head, knew it was going to be Will Campbell, and was like, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Why'd you paint your whole head?
Right.
Maybe he'll pan out.
Yeah, maybe it'll pan out.
Sorry, I just couldn't get that on my head. That's what's sticking out to me right now.
You got all painted up for
that's
a
fine.
guy like you. Just hope that
we can't get too excited. We just got to see how it pans out. I got to take an hour to
while we were doing all this stuff, the Raiders did pick Ashton Genty.
Yes, the Jets are on the clock now at 7. Mason Graham, Ashton Genty were the next two picks. I think what Cam said there, he played left tackle. Like, that's where we evaluated him. That seems to be the overwhelming consensus about Will Campbell. I don't think there was a ton of talk amongst teams about ever moving him inside until he fails, frankly, on the outside.
Right.
And I don't think there was ever any real conversations about the arm length and all that kind of stuff that we all got into on this side of things about him ever playing another position besides left tackle. So his reaction to that was like, well, yeah, where else is he going to play?
Because I've read everything you guys have read about the number of people out, below 33 inches who have made it, have done well. And there's like 3 or 4 in the last 25 years or whatever. Yep. But how many guys with sub 33 inch arms were considered first round talents? In that way, Campbell is an outlier from the get go.
Right. Well, he's also an outlier because of his athleticism. His athleticism score puts him above. I think it was like 15th since 1988 in terms of raw athletic score. What does it mean? I don't know, but if you're going to have to bet on somebody that maybe has a measurable that's a little bit below the bar, he has the athletic talent that's worth betting on. And I think that's the thing that got lost a little bit over the course of all the draft discussion. Is it's just all anyone talked about was his arms and his wingspan. And how long are they? like you're losing track of the fact that this guy's a really good player. He's got excellent feet to move with guys, and and that's the biggest thing at left tackle. I mean, you look at like Vidarian Lowe. I know he's a little bit of a punchline, but still, it's just he's not this massive guy. They're looking for athleticism, and that's the thing that I think that Will Campbell really has, and that's going to help him, and that'll be what he's able to succeed with is moving his feet and being able to stay in front of guys.
I go back to what I've always been saying. From the moment this process started, he was the number 1 rated tackle, and despite all the talk, he hasn't veered from that.
Well, I mean, I saw Paul grimace a little bit, which I think
he likes.
Banks was the two of them when we kind of started.
I think Will Campbell became the number 1 tackle again at the combine, kind of like Cam Ward. I think Kelvin Banks during the season was considered that, and those two guys were neck and neck in the SEC. They shared a lot of awards, but I just would say that the whole athleticism thing to me,
But that's how you make up for the, eighth of an inch shorter arm.
I guess. I don't know that that's true, but I am concerned. I love this pick because of the obvious reasons. I wrote about it. Evan said it about 20 minutes ago. The need is gaping. What did you say? 8 years of drafts we've been looking for this. And you made a comment that we've been using the word neglect.
Yep.
This tells you that they know that they've neglected it and they did something about it. I love this pick because of how much of a need it is. But there's a risk that he's not a left tackle.
100%.
And I'm not ignoring that. I am very much into the history.
Yep.
And 33 inches or smaller, you can count on one hand the amount of guys that have even been able to start, let alone succeed. There's been nobody who's been a Pro Bowler.
But this guy would,
This guy's the best tackle in a bad draft.
But this guy, whether you want to believe the pro day measurement or the combine measurement,
I'm counting it as 33. 33 or young or smaller. No one's done it.
Right.
33.
No one at 33 has been a first round talent.
Well, I would also
what I'm saying is,
but I would argue that if this was another year, he may not have been.
Well,
he wouldn't have been Joe Alt or Ola Fashanu last year.
But despite all that, he was the best tackle in this draft, despite the 33-inch arms. And that tells me that he's figured out a way over the course of his career to overcome that. And I think that, again,
Isaiah Wynn did that too, and he was a first-round pick. But he couldn't play tackle in the NFL.
Well,
the Jets just took Membu. I think the biggest thing that I would just say about the thresholds and all that is that there's such a knee-jerk if he's under the threshold to immediately move the player inside.
And that's why I say, I don't care about the draft and the first-round pick. I care about what they do when they play.
Right, but I think the biggest thing, the point I'm trying to make, is that who has even been given the chance to play tackle at 33 or under? Because there's always this instant reaction of this player needs to move inside because of the length. So the sample size is so small. Now, Peter Skoronski played at an All-American level at Northwestern. The second that the Titans drafted him, he was playing left guard.
Because he got dominated in camp.
No, he never played tackle.
Same thing with the guy in Washington.
He never played
who got dominated, Brandon Sheriff, who got dominated by Ryan Kerrigan in practice. They let him do it in practice, and they can't do it.
Okay, well, I haven't seen any reporting about the Titans.
Well, I mean, I've heard the Brandon Sheriff. So let's forget about Skoronski. Let's go to Brandon Sheriff.
Well, it's the most relevant one.
No, why is that most relevant?
Because he was drafted by Vrabel 2 years ago.
And he said that he couldn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. But
so
now,
why the
contradiction? Because now
it's not a contradiction. This is a different player,
and he's also got longer arms. But that's besides the point.
So if he's playing guard in training camp, what do we say? What are we going to say?
Then I say you screwed up the pick.
But this isn't the point that I'm making. The point
I am going to say that.
Oh, I said okay.
Yeah.
The point that
I don't believe that's going to be the case. But if that happens, then I'll be really disappointed.
I just think that. I don't know how to put it, because I really, and people are going to make fun of me. I know it. I know how these things work. I sort of see the criticism coming before it comes. This is the pick I would have made. I think this is a roll of the dice worth taking, that he can play left tackle.
Well, every one of these guys after the first
I think
tour
people
rolls
are whistling
the dice.
past the graveyard that it's going to be an easy thing because he's athletic, and I don't think he's the most athletic tackle I've ever seen.
Listen, it's never easy for any of these guys coming into the NFL, but I don't think
That's
it's
all
like
I'm saying.
You mentioned Isaiah Wynn. Isaiah Wynn went back and forth in college, guard and tackle. This guy has done nothing but played left tackle his entire football career.
So what does that mean? That
It means it was never
his team wasn't as good.
No, LSU's pretty good.
Not as good as Georgia.
Well, they're good. So like there was never any. No one had ever doubted. He never showed any reason to play him in any other position but left tackle in his college career or below. So, like, I think it's different than Isaiah Wynn. Isaiah Wynn didn't always just play tackle.
Well, Isaiah Wynn was tiny.
6'2".
Isaiah Wynn was an undersized player.
Right.
By all, in all walks.
Yeah.
Like size, weight, all, height, weight, all of it. I just think, the thing about, what Paul is saying is fair, but like, the point I am trying to make with the threshold is that everybody kicks all these guys inside instantly. And then we look around and say, why are there no good tackles in the NFL? Well, maybe if you had given the college tackle a chance to actually succeed at tackle before you kicked him inside,
you might be right.
Then not half the teams in the league would be searching for left tackles every single year because there's a dearth of tackles. Well, there's a dearth of tackles because every single Peter Skoronski gets automatically moved inside.
That's a fair argument.
Right? And
that's
so
an absolutely fair argument.
With Campbell, I think they're going to give him a chance to succeed at tackle. Now, I put the onus now on him succeeding at tackle, especially early on in his NFL career, on the coaching staff. Josh McDaniels and Doug Marrone. Like, they are going to have to recognize that this player is going to have some deficiencies out of the gate with his arm length and pass protection. So if it's chip help, if it's sliding the protection towards him so that the guard is there for him to protect against the inside move, that's his biggest issue. He oversets to the outside because he doesn't have the length to get out to the speed, and then those guys inside counter him. Right?
I like your argument
inside.
about guys not getting a chance.
Yeah.
I do. I like that argument because you're probably right. There's probably a lot of guys that maybe could have done it, but they just said, nope, can't do it.
With some patience and coaching.
Yeah.
Right. So,
I think that's the strongest argument yet, Ev. I like that
So
argument.
the Colts have done this. Bernard Raymond and Braden Smith, both their tackles have under 33-inch arms. They're both starting caliber tackles in the league. Bernard Raymond's like a top 10, top 15 tackle in the NFL. I think if you're looking for a good comp for Campbell succeeding at a high level at left tackle, it's probably Raymond. He's probably the best example of this. And the Colts said, be damned about the arm length. These two guys have done it. They can play the positions right and left tackle, and they've succeeded. They've done just fine. Rashawn Slater, 33 on the money. He's been awesome. Everybody says nobody under 33 because it's very convenient to just cut out Rashawn Slater.
I think it's 33, period.
Well, Rashawn Slater has made a Pro Bowl.
33 and under.
So, he's a 33 on the money tackle arm length, and he has been a high-level player for the Chargers since the day that they drafted him. I think.
So let's hope that this guy is an outlier. That's what you have to hope, because I don't like the whole notion of, well, the worst case, like Daniel Jeremiah started to say as we potted down, the worst case is a guard. And that's not good.
No, I
don't want Quentin Nelson, who was a top 5 guard. He's great. Great player. I don't want him.
And I did say that about Wynn. I said his floor is a Pro Bowl guard. I said that on the day that they drafted him because
turns out he's not a good guard.
There was a lot of questions about him.
Yeah.
More so about playing tackle than I think Will Campbell.
So you guys have made me feel better.
Well, Armin Membo went to the Jets.
I don't want it to act like
Ted McMillan went to the Panthers.
There's no concern because I've talked about the concerns.
But you've made me feel better. Yeah, you didn't completely eliminate my fears because you know me. I'm from New England.
I'll find a way.
I have small C concerns.
But I think
about
there's ways to help him. Like, okay, it's third down. We're going to have Hunter Henry or Austin Hooper give the end a little bit of a forearm shiver on his way out into the pattern, so you don't have to overset because you're going to get out because we're going to have the guy chipping. We're going to have the guard slide in that direction to help from the inside counter. Like those types of things that the coaching staff that they used to do around here that they haven't been doing around here recently.
I hope they don't have to do that all the time.
I think as a rookie they're going to have to do that.
But I hope that
until
he can play on that island.
Until he figures out how to play on that island at this level with deficiencies that he has, they're going to have to do stuff like that.
That's why I don't think they're done with the offensive line as well, because if you're going to ask the guards to do some different things for you, you might need an upgrade there too. They have Layden Robinson, Sidney So, Cole Strange, maybe a 3-man fight for that left guard spot, would you say?
Yeah,
agreed.
Right?
But
I'd like to add something to that because I don't love Garrett Bradbury at center either. So those two spots to me, I think you have 3 spots filled now. The offensive line is imminently better than it was on paper last year.
Oh, yeah.
On paper, it's imminently better. And that had to be priority number one.
Don't make plans for January, Paul. Don't make plans for January.
February?
No, January. I'm not saying February yet. I'm just saying January.
Are you? You're actually saying the opposite of what I thought you were saying. Okay.
To echo what you were saying, though, Paul.
I'll let that one slide.
When Evan was talking like that, that's where the spotlight goes now. The spotlight was for me on the whole at left tackle, and now it goes to left guard, and a little bit of
Don't you think with what we have, we can find one?
Right, I know, but it's a little more important now, though. To help Will Campbell and try to get somebody that. In a perfect world, Layden Robinson is that guy, and they're together for at least the next few years when they're under rookie deals together. But at the same time, you'd love to have a veteran left guard in there that you're like, all right, this guy's going to take care of him. He's going to make sure he's okay. So, that's how it works, Fred. You just go whack-a-mole. You're like, all right, left guard's good. Now left tackle's good. Now what do we got?
Okay.
But one more thing I'll say, Paul, is I'm not whistling past the graveyard of anything of this being a concern.
I don't think we
No question about it.
I think the collective we in New England is.
My biggest point is there are traits at least to bet on. Whereas Isaiah Wynn, and he's small all around. It's Will Campbell. He's tall. He's big.
Yeah, and my bottom line is I really like this pick, and I think sometimes you just have to take your medicine. You've screwed something up, and you need to do something to address it.
Right. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
And that's why it's we talk about, Evans calls it eating your vegetables. I used to call it putting wheels on your car, tires on your car. These are the kind of things
and just because I have some concerns doesn't mean I don't think it was the right call. This is the right call, in my humble opinion.
And speaking of tires, confidence. It's important to have when you're on the road. With Bridgestone tires on your car, truck, SUV, or minivan, you're riding on tires you can trust. Bridgestone tires are engineered to give you peace of mind so you can focus on enjoying the journey. So whether you're on your morning commute, a cross-country road trip, or a relaxing Sunday drive, Bridgestone tires will be with you wherever life's roads may lead. Bridgestone, solutions for your journey, available now at Sullivan Tire. So we have Mike Vrabel ready. Let's go to Mike Vrabel. Let's hear what your people asked him.
Adding Will to our football team is that it's about a foundational piece, a young 21-year-old that's mature beyond his years. He's a leader. He's durable. He's physical, dependable. Accountable. He's a quick study. We spent a lot of time with him, and whatever mistakes that showed up, which they all do, he recovers quickly and can fix those mistakes. And we spent a lot of time and we looked at a lot of other players and worked a lot of other players out, and he made a huge impact on us, and we're excited about adding him and look forward to seeing him and his family here tomorrow. So with that, what do you got, Karen?
Was it a situation where the need on one hand and the best player available collided?
Yeah, I think that's certainly the easiest way to look at it. That's how the board fell, and that's kind of how we anticipated it going for quite a while, and that's kind of where we targeted. We had some conversations to make sure that we were prepared. Those situations that we talked about a few weeks ago prior to the draft that we went through on Monday, and this was a very, very easy pick for us.
Mike, does Will, you spoke with him, does he remind you of like a younger Mike Vrabel? How tough he is, aggressive?
No, we stay out of the comparisons in that business. This is a young player who cares deeply about the team. Is a leader in that room, and but to compare him to me or anybody else, no. But we love his football character, his play demeanor, his play style, how coachable he is, and a 21-year-old player that's started 38 of 40 games in the SEC is something that is impressive.
Mike, when and how did Will cement himself as the pick for you guys in this process?
Well, I think probably last week when Elliot and I and Ryan and a few others went down and spent time with him and worked him out, and then went and worked out a few more players the same day, and we we made a circuit, and I think when we came back and we slept on it and had, the conversations about where it would be if he was on the board, and, I think probably then.
Mike, is he a left tackle?
Yeah, I mean, that's where he started, and he's a left tackle, and, that's what he's played, that's what he's, done, and so he'll come in here and he'll compete to be the left tackle just like everybody else is going to compete for their spots. That's what we're trying to create here, is something that there's competition at every position, and that our players believe that the best players are going to play.
You said throughout this process that arm length wasn't a thing, wasn't a problem for you guys in terms of overall evaluation. When you met with Will, how comfortable have you been with that over the course of a year and kind of getting to know him and kind of understanding who he is as a player?
Everybody has a play style, everybody has a skill set. And it's what you do within that skill set and the tricks that you learn in this business and how you play and how you do your job, right? And so I think he's learned a lot of those to play on the left side and to pass protect. And for a taller player, he sinks his hips in a run game and is able to stay attached in the pass game and widen the pocket and create the width of the pocket and get out on the perimeter. So, it's a total package, right? And if you drop back and you throw the ball 40 times in this league, it's tough sledding for anybody, right? Let me just tell you that. If it turns into a drop back passing game in the National Football League, it's going to be an issue for anybody. And when you talk about play style, it's how is he going to be able to create that and be able to for offensive linemen, it's so much about a reaction of resetting your hand, chopping the arm down, all these tricks of the trade that they use, and they have to be able to make great decisions and split-second decisions. So, his body of work is out there on the left side against a lot of really good rushers. They're all going to get beat. Okay, so we can watch every time that a left tackle gets beat. They all get beat. I've been in this league for 25 years, and but I'm confident in how quickly he is able to process and change and have a lot of different pitches at such a young age.
Mike, I'm curious, you brought in Morgan Moses this offseason. How important is it now to have such a veteran kind of leader in the room at tackle, bringing in a younger guy in Will Campbell?
Well, the more leadership that we can have, the better. And I've appreciated Morgan since the time that I've known him personally. There's a lot of people around here in our building that had a high affinity for him, going through the free agency process. And it became evident to me quickly that this was the type of person and player that we wanted on our football team. And he is going to help not only Will, but everybody else in that room and anybody else that will add through the course of 3 days. So I love everything that Morgan is about as a person, as a father, and he communicates with me. He's raising 3 boys, 3 young boys, and that's probably his most important job right now, and I would agree with that.
Do you talk to him at all during that process, though, about tackle and just what to look for specifically in terms of looking at a young tackle or anything like that?
No, I mean, I have a pretty good idea. I think Elliot has a pretty good idea. I think Ryan and everybody else in our personnel department has a pretty good idea on what to look for when you're talking about offensive linemen. And but we value, again, we value all our players' opinions on things, and they all have them. Some are better than others.
There's been a lot of discussion about movement in the first round. Obviously, the Browns were able to find a deal at 2. Did you guys receive any offers for the 4th and 5th?
No. We I think at this point in time it was pretty quiet. I think we would have entertained anything that anybody offered us. But it was pretty quiet. I mean, I think everybody was going up for 2 players, and one was already there, and they didn't have to move, and the other team that wanted to get to 2 got there. So, we would have been open, but excited to be able to get, stay there and pick and get Will.
Like with the chips you have, the extra 3rd round pick, do you anticipate any aggressive move to try to get back in here?
I think if the right players are there, give us something to do tonight, so we're not just sitting there watching. And but just not to go up for just to go up. So if somebody's there that we have rated at a great spot and a great value, I think then we could go back up. But we'll see as the draft goes on and who comes off the board, and whether we just sit there and wait till tomorrow.
Mike, if Will eventually has to move inside, is this a misevaluation this high in the draft at 4th overall?
I think that what we're focused on is where he's going to be tomorrow and the next day, and not what the misevaluation is. Like we coveted this player. This was a very good football player, and so I think part of the draft is adding great pieces and great players to your roster, which is what we did. So he hasn't even shown up here in Foxborough, and we're not going to talk about where he's going to play or what he's going to do. I'm going to let everything really speak for itself and let his play and what he does in the community and most importantly on the field before we start talking about that. I just think that's not fair. I've never thought about that one time. We've watched every game that he's played, put a lot of work into this, and we're all excited and happy that he's here.
In terms of his character, how does he just fit the mold of what you're looking to do?
Well, there's a play style, there's a play demeanor. I'll just tell you this, when we went down there to work him out, he showed up with one purpose, and that was for us to pick him. From the time that we walked in the building to the time that we left and got on the plane, he had one objective, and that was to prove to us that he was the right player for us. I'll say that, and I can speak for everybody else that was there.
Mike, what is the, I don't want to say what is the timeline for him, but with a young player at a premium position like that, how important is it to take your time in terms of his development to get him ready to eventually play left tackle?
All the time. It's just block your guy. When you talk about coming from they threw the ball a ton. Like, let's not kid ourselves. Like, he had more drop back snaps than pretty much anybody else in college football. Like, they threw the ball 50 times and it wasn't RPOs like everybody else. So he's pass protected, he's run blocked, he's coming out of a pro system. The terminology, he's already been through it I don't know how many times with our guys and with me, and I think it's going to be a quick learning curve as far as the scheme. And then again, there's going to be a learning curve and adjustment to everything that he does. But he's coming from a great program, one that's built similar to pro football. Football is very important to him, and but we'll also, just like every other player, we'll give them exactly what they can handle.
There's a report that you were involved in the workout last week. You threw a blocking pad on. Why is that important for you to be involved in that?
Well, who made that report? And then I'll answer the question.
Pete Bamel?
Okay, well, Pete's Mr. College Football. Yeah, they all knocked me around pretty good. I realized I'm close to 50, and if that tape ever gets out, there's going to be people are going to have some problems. So I hope that tape never sees the light of day. But I think it was important for me to get out there and feel them, and feel every player that we evaluated at the line of scrimmage.
What, if anything, has surprised you about this process?
Oh, no, it's not like I just showed up here in January for the first time. I've been in the league a long time, so nothing surprises me in this league anymore. There's just, distractions that are going to happen throughout our team with our season. They're unavoidable. So I hope no one ever says, hey, we want to eliminate distractions, because I would say that that's impossible. We just want to handle them the best that we can and be ready for them and be prepared for them.
How important is it to have the kind of vinegar he brings to the table for an offensive lineman?
I think that's, one of the only ways that you can survive. It's as a player in this league at the line of scrimmage. The play demeanor, the finish, the effort. It's the guys on the other side are talented. It's how it goes. I think we can all see that, and so there's a lot to playing this game other than just looking good and having great technique. And so we valued that, and we're going to continue to value that. The ability to finish and to grind through when it gets tough is something that we're going to be excited about. And we're going to give him every opportunity to develop and push him as fast as he'll let us go. Thank you. Have a good night. Thanks, Mike. Enjoy the free food. We got food for him, Stacey?
All right. That's Mike Vrabel talking to the media. Yeah. I mean, pretty interesting. I think the media, they pretty much asked all the questions that I think should have been asked, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
in
you wanna
terms
know-
of just people asking about trades, he said, it was pretty quiet. We were willing to listen, but it was pretty quiet.
Yeah, I thought the one thing he did mention, just from a technical standpoint, the fact that Will Campbell didn't play in one of these gimmicky RPO college style offenses is something that I've written about and talked about. So PFF tracks what they call true pass sets, which takes RPOs, screens, all of that kind of stuff out, and really looks at the plays where the quarterback's actually holding the ball for more than 2.5 seconds, and you have to pass protect. And Campbell had the most pass sets out of the top 6 tackles in the class that they deemed true pass sets, 229 of them. On those 229, he allowed 12 pressures the entire season against SEC competition. So that's a big difference between some of these other guys that were in those gimmicky type of offenses, that the ball was coming out so quickly that you see some really fluffed up pressure numbers from different players because their quarterbacks are just not back there for very long. Campbell, that was not the case, especially last year with Nessmeyer replacing Jaden Daniels. So it's a good point there with Campbell that separates some of his pass blocking tape. You can really see translatable NFL caliber pass sets against NFL caliber competition.
And you posted, is that story been posted? Yeah. So you posted your X and O's take on the pick with some film. So if anyone wants to get more of what Evan's talking about, just go to Patriots.com right now and you can see some tape. You can see Evan's analysis and backing up what he just said.
Yeah. No, good stuff from Vrabel. I mean, I like the defense of him, and clearly Will Campbell won him over with everything we've been talking about, not just the experience on the field, but also the demeanor off field. It just always seemed like a match to Mike Vrabel for me, and that press conference just confirmed it.
Alex,
there we go.
We got our guy. Let's see. One of our emailers says, those two fans that Alex chose perfectly showcase the two types of Patriots fans. One, the absurdly optimistic belligerent who thinks every move is a slam dunk, and two, the we'll see pessimist who views everything we do as a mistake. It couldn't have been more perfect. Well done.
Only in New England is another AFC championship considered a loss.
Guy who spent 3 hours painting his head, but still, he's not sure about it, though. We'll see.
Yeah, that was the part that was a little bit sort of.
It's like, I know.
I was just worried for Alex. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
liked listening to Mike talk about, sort of his, his demeanor as a teammate, his passion for the team and his commitment, his accountability, those kinds of things. Because as a rookie left tackle, you're going to have some bumps in the road. So I think you need to have that kind of mentality. It's not the same, but kind of like when we talk about cornerbacks needing to have short memories. And Mike said it. If you're going to make a living in the NFL, dropping back 40 times every game, there are going to be bumps. And so it sounds like he has that kind of demeanor that can handle it. So.
Yeah. Last year at LSU, they dropped back 40 times a game, and he's got Nick Scorton and Shamar Stewart coming off the edge at him, and they're just dropping back, and he was able to. There were some warts, there's some losses, no doubt about it, but he was able to hold his own, more than hold his own, I would say.
Gary writes in, Fred in particular, but all of you agreed, said you don't need stars on the offensive line. You need guys who are good and play together as a unit. You got 4 good guys right now and lots of candidates for left guard. Looks fine to me.
We have 3. I think we have 2 questions at left guard.
You don't like center. Well, you're not sold on center yet.
Well,
right?
I mean, I'm just going off of last year.
Yeah. Yep.
Right? I mean, I think the Patriots aren't sold on center. They're looking for him.
Yeah.
They signed one, and would you be surprised if it was Cole Strange? I think there's going to be a
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think there's going to be a competition.
At center.
Yeah,
No,
I think there's going to be
surprised.
competition.
Yeah.
I mean, the odds-on favorite is Bradbury, I would say, just based on the fact that they signed him. But where did he rank last year in PFF?
Yeah, I would have a tough time saying that anybody's going to unseat Bradbury for next year.
But he played badly last year.
In pass protection, he has issues, with size and power on the inside and his ability to pass protect. at a really high level, but I think his movement skills and his experience are just going to put him over the top. I've been saying since the beginning that left guard is the spot that I would look at in this draft in particular. I think there's a lot of really good guard talent in the draft this year. If you want to add another one in there, I think there's a chance that you could add one on day 2 that would start over everybody on day that you have on your roster right now. But if you just want to take, a guy in the 4th round or the 5th round as just an added player into that competition and throw his name in the hat too, I think you could do that as well and feel pretty good about him potentially coming out as the starter. But there's a bunch of really good early day 2 guards as well if you wanted to go that direction. Now, I'm not necessarily saying you should or need to, but I think that there's a way to elevate that room even more.
Sorry, Fred. Can I just say, I just still can't believe Cole Strange was a first-round pick 3 years ago, and we're kind of just throwing him to the side now, right? No one's expecting anything from him. No one's really maybe he wins the center job. No one's expecting him to take back the left guard job, in any capacity. It's just. It's crazy to me.
I'm not ruling that out. Yeah, I'm not ruling it out. I think there's going to be
a first-round pick 3 years ago.
I think there's going to be competition for those 2 jobs. Yeah. I really do. I think that's what Mike Vrabel and Elliot Wolf and Ryan Cowden are trying to create. Competition for these spots.
Let the strong survive.
I would say one more thing just on Michael Williams, who just went to San Francisco, he's one guy that I really thought was going to go much higher than some of the projections I saw throughout. I just loved him. I thought he would have been a great fit for the Patriots. I comped him to Willie McGinnis a few times. Has that ability, can be a hand-down guy, can stand up, really athletic, just scratching the surface. He's not going to be 21 till May, 20 years old. He was just one of my favorite guys. I think the 49ers got a really good player here.
It's almost unfair that the 49ers are picking 11 because obviously last year they had a rash of injuries that went through their roster and was the only reason why they weren't in the hunt for the Super Bowl again. And now they're going to add Michael Williams to Nick Bosa and the rest of the guys that they have on the defensive line.
Warner.
I mean, forget about it. He's a really good player. They run that 4-3 defense there in San Fran, so he's going to be a 4-3 end, which is his best natural position. Opposite of Nick Bosa, so he's going to see a ton of one-on-ones, I'm sure, on that weak side.
Look, we got the Dallas War Room.
All right, here we go. Where's the kid in the suit?
Look at them all. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Who'd they take?
We don't even know yet.
We don't know, but whoever they picked, they got their guy.
They got
their guy.
They took Tyler Booker, so they took a guard.
Okay.
Wow.
They're doing handstands for guards.
I wouldn't be doing that for a guard.
The Cowboys have a type. They love to draft road grading offensive linemen, just powerful downhill gap scheme offensive linemen. That's exactly what Tyler Booker is. I thought that he would slip a little bit because of his athleticism. He really tested poorly, did not test like a first-round pick. But if you want to get somebody on a gap scheme, right, Paul, and get some duo going, get some double teams and run the ball downhill, you got your guy.
You got our guy.
Joe writes in, I absolutely love Evan's ability to cope. Boston sports people are whiny and negative constantly. Not Evan. Evan finds a way to be informed and entertaining without being a black rain cloud.
So I want
there you go.
I want to second that for a second. And I was when Vrabel started to talk, I was sort of patting Evan on the back. In less than 30 seconds, he really diffused me.
No.
Because I do. I know I make fun of myself all the time, but there's truth in every sort of exaggerated joke.
Yeah.
I get concerned about a lot of stuff. Yeah. Because it's just inherent. I grew up a Boston sports fan, and I'm not really used to the way it's been the last 20 years. I'm used to the way it was the first 35 years of my life, right? I always think something bad's going to happen. And I worry about the arms and the history and everything, and that Peter Skoronski thing that Evan threw out there, really diffused me, calmed me right down.
Yeah. Well, I just think,
and it was logical. That was a great argument, and it totally made sense.
This has gone up my backside for a while now about the NFL, is that every single tackle in college that has short arms, it's just automatic guard. It's just automatic, and no matter what, guard. And then we all look around in week 16 and nobody has any left tackles. And they're like, where are all the left tackles? It's like, well, you moved them all inside to guard.
Yeah, right.
So maybe if you actually give these guys that really excelled in the FBS at playing tackle a chance at tackle, their natural position, then they wouldn't have an issue at tackle like every other team.
And I wonder, not only is there a dearth of left tackles, but is there shortage of good offensive line coaches. I wonder how many of these organizations have an offensive line coach that's, no, bring him to me. I'll make sure he can play left tackle. I wonder if there's not a lot of that going around in the NFL too.
Yeah, and I just look at the Skoronski pick even further, and like, he hasn't even been very good at guard. And the natural instinct, like we talk about is that, he'll be an all-pro guard, right?
That's the part that I'm going to still put my I'm going to put my foot down about that. I'll let you know when he's an all-pro guard. That's his basement.
What if Peter Skoronski actually would have been a better tackle? Because he played there his entire NFL career. It drives me nuts that this is what they do. And Campbell's in that shirt.
Oh yeah, there is in the Dallas War Room, Dallas party. Drake May.
That's funny.
Scott in the UK says it's not sexy. It's 1:45 in the a.m. here, and we picked a tackle. It's not sexy. It's not clever, but it's necessary.
It was necessary.
I wasn't sure he could play OT in the NFL, but if Scar, who was absolutely consulted, thinks he can, I'm all in. If he ends up at guard, this pick is a failure. I'm hopeful that won't happen. Love his attitude after being picked.
To your point, though, Ev, we went through how many guys there were that in this draft class that even have a chance to play left tackle out of the gate. And it's almost more selective than the quarterback position right now. Like, there are guys that, at least some of the quarterbacks like Sanders, we'll give him a chance, right? Like, some of these guys, like you said, they're not even getting a chance because of their physical measurements, whereas at least some of the quarterbacks are going to get a chance. At least 3 of these guys are probably going to get a chance. But after the 3 that are already off the board now, we don't know. There's a whole bunch of big questions now with, like, Ursary and everybody else that's coming down the pipe.
And all 3 tackles are gone. Right, so Membu, Banks, and obviously Campbell are off the board, and we talked about this at the top of the show. If you didn't get the tackle now,
that's
when
why
were you
10
going to
was
get
my drop dead spot.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go lower than 10 because now, if you think about it,
and really you wouldn't have gotten anybody.
Right. Well, but if Chicago went from 10 up, they're taking someone different.
Yeah.
You took one of the 3.
Right.
So there's one of those 3 is still available at 10.
Probably, Banks.
Because they wouldn't have moved up to take a tackle. They would have moved up to take Genty.
Hey, Matt Morrell, do we have Will Campbell ready? Did I wake you up? I'm sorry. He's nodding his head, yeah? Okay, let's go to Will Campbell talking to the media. Let's hear from the guy himself.
Awesome.
Hi, Will. Congratulations.
What's going on? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Guys, we're going to we'll go ahead and start with questions in the room here, and then we'll possibly go to ones that are online. So go ahead, guys. Introduce yourself as you ask the question.
I will. Mark Daniels, I cover the Patriots for Mass Live. Coach Vrabel told us that he got to work you out hands-on last week. And there's a report out there from Pete Thamel that you put Vrabel on his butt. Just curious on what it was like working out with your new head coach.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. Him and some of the other staff came in, and we had a great workout, got some good work in. They taught me some new stuff, and yeah, I mean, I got him. I'm not gonna lie, I got him on the ground. And then we had a great lunch after. A bunch of great guys. I'm just super excited for this opportunity.
Will, what was it? Sophie, I report on the Patriots for A to Z Sports. I'm just curious what it was like to hear your name called and what it means to play for an organization like the Patriots.
I mean, it's everything. I played for a historic program at LSU, and now to play for one in New England, I guess I'm lucky. But I'm just super excited and thankful to wear that logo on the side of my helmet and across the front of my chest. It's a complete honor, and I'm just excited.
Well, Chris Price with the Boston Globe. I'm curious, I know that you have a relationship with Kayshon Boutte, but in terms of guys who are already in the New England locker room, have you been able to connect with any of them, and who might some of those guys be?
I've had a chance to, I know Jaquelin Roy as well. He was one of my teammates. Him and Kayshon Boutte are, the 2 that I know the best. I've seen some of the other guys around the facility when I was there on my top 30 visit. But I'm just super excited to get up there and meet the rest of the guys.
Hey, Will, congratulations. Nicole Miner with NBC10 in Providence. How excited are you to work with Drake May and ultimately to protect him on the field?
Yeah, I'm super excited. He's a heck of a player, a heck of a leader. And, he's the commander of our offense. I'm not only excited to play with him, but, the rest of the team. I'm excited for the future that we have in Foxborough, and I think we got a special season coming.
Okay, well, congratulations. Sam Knox with WPRI TV in Providence. What were your impressions watching the Patriots growing up? Any memories that kind of stick out to you?
Yeah, I mean, they always used to just dominate. Every time that I turned the TV on and the Patriots were playing, they were dominating whoever it was. Tom Brady, Danny Amendola, Julian Edelman, Gronk, all those guys just dominating throughout the years that I was growing up. So that's all I remember is them just winning.
Hey, Will, Nicole Yang, Boston Globe. When did you know that you were going to be drafted by the Patriots?
This is where I've wanted to be since the start. Elliot Wolf came to my practice whenever I was probably about week 5 of the season, and I told him this is where I wanted to be. We've had
these parents,
we've
how
had
cool
great
is that?
connections.
I know it's about the player, but I'm appreciating listening to these parents. All that they put in for their kid, their son, and growing up. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing because a lot of times this day and age, some of the parents can get a bad. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm good now.
So there. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
Sorry, well, so you were saying that Elliot came to one of your practices in week 5 and you told him you wanted to be in New England?
Yeah, I mean, I told him and, our area scout, Alex Brooks, that I wanted to be a Patriot. And that happened in the middle of the season. I've had great interactions with, everybody throughout the process. A lot of them, private workouts, 30 visits, just being up there, getting to meet everybody. And, it's just where I wanted to be. And, I'm just super excited to get there.
Hey, Will, Karen Gregan from Mass Live. If you were to describe your playing style to the New England fan base, how would you describe it?
Nasty. I'm going to go out there and give everything I have every single play to, protect my teammates, protect my quarterback, and just put the Patriots in the best position possible to, help win games on Sundays.
Hey, Will. Chris Mason with Matt's Live. You said a few times that New England is where you wanted to be. Why is that?
I just think that the culture and, the New England Patriot logo speaks for itself. I believe in the guys in that locker room. I believe in the quarterback. And Coach Vrabel is, my kind of guy. He's all ball, no BS. And that's what I want to play for. He's very hands-on. He loves the players that he coaches. And, I just want to be a part of that.
Will, Greg Goddard from Boston Sports Journal. With all the discussion about your arm length, whether you can play left tackle in the league, are you entering this league with more of a chip on your shoulder than probably normal?
I'm just excited to, get any opportunity that, presents itself to, help the team in any way that I can, wherever that might be. And I'm just excited to be a Patriot.
Hey, Will. Mike Yuba, 12 Sports in Rhode Island. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk with Coach Kelly at all. He's a New England guy. Did he give you any tips about what to expect in New England? And I don't know if he showed you that New England accent. I know people pick on him for that Louisiana accent he had.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Kelly's both of his sons have been telling me that their uncle lives up there right outside of Foxborough, and he's gonna get me set up. And Coach Kelly told my dad he's gonna have to cook y'all some gumbo, so we'll see what that's about.
Anything else, guys?
Will, Nick O'Malley from Mass Live. Have you spent much time, if any, outside of visits in New England, up north in the Massachusetts area? Do you have any connections up here?
No, sir, I do not. Whenever I came up on my 30 visit, that was the first time that I had been up there. It was an awesome place. I'm super excited to get there.
We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Have a great night. You've got a lot of media stuff to do while you're there, but enjoy the rest of the night.
Talk about toughness. To me, I feel like
All right, that's Will Campbell. and straight from the horse's mouth, as it were.
Yeah.
So
Can I tell you the thing that he said that I liked the most? And it wasn't necessarily that Will Campbell said it.
Did he put Vrabel on his butt?
No, about Vrabel.
Yeah.
He's all ball, no BS.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing I'm probably most excited about the 25 Patriots about.
I mean,
and Will Campbell smacks of someone who has a good BS detector.
I mean, it's like him and Vrabel are cut from the same cloth. That's why, like, this whole story coming out of him putting Vrabel on his butt, and Vrabel, I mean, we talked about it before it even was out, like that. That's how Vrabel is. He gets to get in there, and clearly Will Campbell respects that as well. I mean, I think it's a really good match for a head coach. It's just a weird thing to say, like, it's a great match for the offensive tackle and the head coach, but it is. Like, these two guys seem very much alike, and I think it should be a good match.
Yeah, you have him talking about Elliott Wolf going there in week 5 of the season. And,
Save us! Can you come out now?
Yeah, right, and already at practice, and I believe him when he says that he wanted to be in New England the entire time. I think that was genuine, and you go back to. Well, when were they convicted about the pick, and were they 100% sold? Well, I think Elliott Wolf being down in Baton Rouge in some random week of the college football season tells you that they had their eye on Will Campbell for quite some time.
Oh, no doubt.
We got to get rid of that Jets green suit he's got on though. That green that's bugging me a little bit. We got to get some blue and red.
So as they said on the call, we'll have Will Campbell here. In the house tomorrow. He'll do the car wash that all our first round picks do, including being out in the field with the crafts and holding up the jersey. We'll have him in our studio. We'll do a one-on-one with him, and we'll bring him in here.
Yeah.
So we'll get to see him live and in person.
Great day.
Yeah. So I can gush all over him. Yeah.
Whoa.
You can tell him it's what I miss?
He took it
I don't know.
in a dark place.
I mean, it's Deuce. Like,
he's not only sneaky negative, he's sneaky dirty.
Yeah, the guy that looks like he's going to church.
Oh, Dominus Patriots.
Gosh, whoa.
He's a big fella. You could tell him how he was a bang the table guy.
Yeah. We have a thing
See
here.
this table?
We call it BTT. You were a bang the table guy.
You banged it before the thing even started. You were banging the table for him. So that'll be good. I love tomorrow. It's so fun. I mean that.
Mike, I love tomorrow.
I love tomorrow.
Lamp.
It's one of my favorite. The day is nice. The weather's getting nice. The
hope.
leaves are coming out. We got a new guy. We got a left tackle finally.
You can set a farmer's almanac to this will be the nicest weekend of the spring.
Right, because you got
every year. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, late April,
Actually,
early
I think
May.
Saturday's supposed to be a disaster.
It's supposed to be a little rainy on Saturday.
There you go.
Which makes sense since it would be an early day for us.
So let's catch people up. Ted McMillan, we saw went to Arizona.
I believe you went to Carolina.
Carolina, I'm sorry. Kelvin Banks went to the Saints. Colston Loveland went to the Bears.
That's a surprise.
Paul's guy, Michael Williams, went to the 49ers.
That's Mike's guy.
Mike's guy, I'm sorry. Tyler Booker, the guard, went to the Cowboys. We talked about that. Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle, went to the Dolphins.
Those back-to-back were the only two real surprising picks to me.
Yeah.
Like I thought that was a little early for both of those guys.
I love the Dolphins, man.
Kenneth Grant, Tyler Booker.
They reach on every pick.
And Tyler Warren, the tight end, went to the Colts.
And the Colts haven't had a tight end in forever, so that's a good pick for them.
Dallas Clark,
I will say, I'll give credit to Paul.
Paul's
instincts so far are right when it comes to Sanders.
Yeah, he's right. No, I think Paul's about to win the bet, I think.
Top 15?
2. Oh, yeah. Did we say top 15?
Yeah, top 15.
Okay. I didn't know
and the Falcons aren't taking him.
I was going top half of them.
I'm going to have to buy Paul a Jersey Mike's. Unless that Jersey Mike's deal comes through, and then maybe we all get free Jersey.
I gotta sweat out a trade, but
I really love
the Falcons
the fit for Colston Loveland in Chicago.
Sam Laporta, right?
Yeah, I didn't know if they were going to have the cojones to draft him that high with the injuries that he has with the AC joint, but he is a Sam Laporta clone. You put him in the Ben Johnson offense, and he's going to be a dynamic pass catcher. I mean, that's a group that
I like what Chicago's doing. I got to be honest. I'm intrigued by the Bears.
Yeah, they have a lot of talent. I don't know if they're going to get the coaching, but they have a ton of talent.
Are you surprised that Loveland went ahead of Warren?
A little bit, but I'd give Evan credit on that. I think he was all over Loveland, and
I think a lot of
you
people
talked a little bit about him going above Warren.
It was fit. He's and Evan talked a lot about this. I don't know. It might have been Mike when you were. I think it might have been Tuesday when you and I were talking.
Yeah.
like in a certain system, he fits better than Warren. In other systems, it's Warren over at Loveland. So it depended on sort of the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, Loveland is a more dynamic receiver. He's a more dynamic playmaker. Definitely a dynamic, more dynamic route runner than Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren's a little bit more well-rounded. But if you kind of put them in those two buckets, like the Travis Kelce and the Gronk bucket, Loveland's Travis Kelce, and Warren's more Rob Gronkowski, or really with Loveland, I would say Brock Bowers, right? Like that's the type of player that you're getting with him if he is healthy. If I'm a Patriots fan right now, I'm feeling okay about what the other AFC East teams did. Armand Membu to the Jets makes a lot of sense for them to round out their offensive line. That's a fine pick.
That's a good pick for them.
Kenneth Grant, though, to the Dolphins, I chuckled at that one because
I don't get it.
all they do is draft athletes. They don't really care about anything else. They just care about athleticism. He is a freaks list athlete, but he's an interior run stuffer. He didn't ever really rise to that level at Michigan and really play to his athleticism fully. He did in spurts, did in flashes, but wasn't overall consistent. But this is a big interior run stuffing defensive lineman. They needed it. Like it was a need for that team in terms of shoring up the middle of their defense. But it's not a guy that I'm like, oh, the Dolphins got Kenneth Grant. Like we're in trouble.
Well, they just let go of the local kid, the Michigan kid, right? That went to the Raiders. That supposedly
Christian Wilkins.
Christian Wilkins.
Yeah.
Sorry, not a Michigan kid, but still, that's just like that's what you get in. Like you had that guy, then you let that guy walk, and then 2 years later, I mean, I'd say Wilkins is. I mean, he's a proven pro, but I think he's the more well-rounded player than what they're getting with Grant. Not exactly the same kind
like I would say right now, just looking at the board, Booker and Grant going back-to-back picks are the biggest reaches so far, just based off the consensus boards in the media. Most people thought Kenneth Grant would be, in play maybe to Buffalo.
I thought people said Buffalo at the end of the round.
Yeah, and Tyler Booker too. 30-31 on most consensus.
Yeah,
boards.
just like, with the Loveland and Warren thing, I'm just looking at Dane Brugler. He had Warren 8 and Loveland 11. So, I mean, that's pretty close.
Yep.
It's not, some people liked Loveland better.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think certainly you made the argument with the way Chicago wants to use that guy.
Yeah.
Loveland is
do you think them picking Loveland, a skill position player, gives any credence to them also having been interested in Genty? Like, we need weapons for Caleb Williams.
Which is so crazy to me because they just drafted Rome Odunze. They have DJ Moore. Like they have DeAndre Swift in the backfield. Tight end was a spot that they have Cole Kmet. Like they have a pretty good starting tight end. Now he's not as dynamic as Loveland, but I just look at it and it's interesting. Different ways to build around the quarterback, right? They're loading up on skill players in Chicago. They have a big hole at left tackle.
Is that all Ben Johnson?
Well, they did it last year too. So they drafted Williams and Rome Odunze at back to back in the first round, 1 and 9.
Yeah,
so
yep.
That's just the way they're building it.
Let's go to the phones. 855-PATS-500. Sean's in Connecticut. What's up, Sean? Sean. He's gone. He's been holding on for an hour. What can I say? Cam's in Bedford, Mass. What's up, Cam?
Bedford.
All right, he's gone.
Are we not hearing the volume?
No, they're not there? Okay.
The fall for Jalen Walker finally ends. He's going here
15?
to Atlanta at 15. I think this is a more comfortable range for Jalen Walker. I never really bought all the hype of him being an option at 4 overall. Maybe that some of that smoke was about a trade down scenario. I always just viewed him as too much of a tweener linebacker to take him that high. Like I didn't think he was a full-time edge player like some other people did. His size, 6'1", 240. I just don't think you can play 3 downs on the edge in the NFL like that. And him at 15 feels a lot more realistic and comfortable than taking him in the top 5.
Yeah, does this start some of the edge run now with guys like, Mike Green, Shamar Stewart, Scorton?
He's my guy, though. I really like him. You talk about all the other stuff, the non-football stuff, in terms of leadership and character and all that. He has that off the charts. I really like that player. I think he's going to be good.
Christian's in L.A. He's been holding on for a while. What's up, Christian?
Hey, you guys. Good evening, and thanks for taking my call here from L.A., where it's sunny, but I'm a little bit hot under the collar. Hey, listen, I like what Mason Graham stands for. What Will Campbell stands for. I like that he fits the need. What I don't like is, as Dante Scarnecchia said, if you're picking within the top 5, you better pick someone that puts the ball in the end zone or puts quarterbacks on their butt. I think I'll give Will Campbell a chance. He might not be a great guy to protect Drake May's left side. So let's move on and forward. And I want to know who you guys think then, now that we believe we have someone to protect Drake May, who do you think is a weapon that we can bring in, or the highest rated weapon you guys have that now we can bring in to give Drake someone to throw the ball to? My personal guy that I would like to see in the third round, maybe with our second pick in the third round, is a kid named Deontay Thornton. I looked at some tape on him. He's 6'5" and runs a 4.3 40. He's DK Metcalf, but a little faster and a little younger.
Yeah, he's on my
And I
back
think
of the
he's a little bit
envelope.
meaner.
It's like a faster DK.
Yeah.
If they
He's
take
better-
Dante
better,
Thornton
but
in
he's
the
gonna
third
go
round,
around-
Thanks, Christian.
He's going to go around after Metcalf. wins,
no,
but he's better.
if they take Dante Thornton in the 5th
In a
round,
bad draft.
Yeah.
I'll say nice flyer, right? Like nice dart throw here. Not the 3rd round pick.
Yeah, terrific skills in all
Yeah.
seriousness, but
Well,
just hasn't really put it together.
Yeah, I understand what Christian's saying
Yeah,
about
I do too.
Those touchdowns or sack producers, but I would just say the guys you have on the team that are supposed to score touchdowns can't score touchdowns. The offensive line is as bad as it was last year.
Yeah.
And that's what we consistently saw. So the guy that's going to score touchdowns is Drake May, and now he has somebody that is going to allow him to operate to score touchdowns, and it's just that's the way you got to look at it. It's
So
just a different
hopefully
way.
Christian's still listening. I know Fred let him go. I would just say, we're going to get to tomorrow. We're going to see who's available and then sort of identify maybe a weapon that we think makes some sense. It's kind of hard to just say, well, that's the guy that they need to target when you're literally.
Yeah, I could say
still-
Matthew Golden, you know.
You're
like
20, you're
yeah.
20 picks away. Yeah.
Right.
Does Matthew Golden slip or slide in
Right.
some way?
Well,
By all
I think
means.
he's already kind of sliding
You
a little
know?
bit here, and maybe some of these receivers, Golden, Igbuka.
I think we're going to see a run.
And you know what
Burden.
happens as soon as one gets taken.
Right.
I
you're
would
gonna see
say
Luther Burden.
early 20s. One of these guys might go, and maybe a little bit earlier than that, and then you'll see Golden, Igbuka. But Burden is the one that I've had circled the whole time, with his character issues and some of the things that teams have concerns about in terms of what happened last year at Missouri. Does he fall into the 2nd round because of that? And at that point at 38, as a team that needs special and needs playmaking on offense, do you just take the little bit of risk on with that kind of stuff and just say, he's just a little bit of a diva. He's a wide receiver, right? Like, he wasn't getting the ball. They weren't winning.
Comes with the territory.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
I also just think that it's got to be one of these next 3 picks. If you're serious want a receiver that you want to maybe contribute to the team, it's got to be in these next 3 picks. And you have diminishing returns as you get into the 3rd round. I've said I wanted some speed, and I think that's an element that you could still find in the 3rd round, but I don't really care about a 4th, 5th, 6th round wide receiver, a flyer. You've got 9 wide receivers on the roster. That's the point where just let the guys you already have compete. Unless you're bringing in somebody tomorrow, let's just say bring in somebody tomorrow that has something unique about them that gives them a chance to succeed in this room as it's currently constituted, because you're quickly going to get out of a space where these guys are going to even have a chance to compete against guys in the second year. You want to give some room to breathe.
Listen, there's guys, plenty of guys get taken, 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, and they work out. But to your point, Mike, and I agree with what you're saying, you can't rely on that.
Yeah.
It might happen. You might hit it. You might find one of those guys that slip for it. Terry McLaurin, that just sort of slips for whatever reason. He turns out to be a really, really good receiver. I think McLaurin was a 3rd or 4th round guy, wasn't he?
Third round guy.
3rd round guy for Washington. It happens.
Yeah.
You can get one, but.
Yeah.
But it slowly gets tighter. And I just rather say you get into day 3. Now we're talking about running backs. Like, there's going to be some good running backs left then. That's how you have to balance things out with how these groups are stacked. And, like I said, Fred said, we're getting into some wide receiver run, maybe some edge run. These are things I think that should definitely interest the Patriots, wide receiver, defensive end. If they're thinking about trading back up here at the end as we enter the second half of the first round here, there could be some guys that they could target to move back up.
Yeah, I would just worry, with the wide receiver position in a draft like this. We talk a lot about the Terry McLaurins and stuff like that. Those are an exceptionally deep wide receiver classes.
Yeah.
That day you often find those hidden gems
And
like that.
that was one
that
year.
This is not that. Right, this is not a receiver class that's thought of as highly as that class was, or some of the other classes where that has happened. So I look at this and say, If you're really going to get a guy that's going to come in here and have a chance not to just compete for a roster spot, but to be a top 3, impact receiver, it's going to have to come quickly here. Otherwise, you're kind of getting what you already have. You're just sort of putting another name in the hat.
Slow guy, the big guy that the big guy that can jump but can't really run. Yeah. The little guy that can run but is going to take a pounding.
If they do take a flyer, and
Walter
it's late.
Nolan.
Who is it?
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan just got taken?
Yep.
If it is a flyer on a day 3 guy, I wouldn't mind Christian's guy. Something like that. Like Evan said, that's when you go for the toolsy kind of guy who, for whatever reason, doesn't have the production that matches.
Yeah, I would
He's
say
on my envelope for a reason.
It's an early or late thing at wide receiver in a draft like this. You're either taking a guy at 38 that you feel like is going to come in and immediately contribute and have a high impact, or you're waiting on Thornton. Isaac Tesla is another guy from Arkansas that's gotten a lot of love. It's a really good athlete and might be able to hit another level in the pros.
Eric Edholm really likes him.
Yeah, guys like that. Those guys, 4th, 5th round that you can get that have some upside, that have some real athletic tools. But then there's like this dearth in the middle there of guys that are just kind of like what you got.
You guys are saying dearth a lot because I've heard dearth come out of twice from you, and you just threw a dearth too.
I've been known as Dearth Vader.
It's a dirty draft. It's a dirty draft.
There hasn't been a dearth of dearth mentions here on the show. I just say though, like in terms of the weapons, like I'd rather take a shot on a running back where you have 2 guys entrenched, and Terrell, what's his face, or even the tight end position where there at least is a theory that there's some room to operate and to compete, whereas the wide receiver room, like I said, there's 9 guys, probably 6 of them right now that you could at least say could be on the team. So it's just, I know that that's not a high-end group, but want to give some room to breathe to some of these younger prospects.
Craig in Central Mass, don't ignore Paul's concerns. The man has great negative instincts. He called the Joe Milton issue before the season. Fred and Tamara mocked him like he was a pouty child. He ended up being right.
That's true, that did happen.
However, I think Campbell will figure it out.
Just like he has tremendous negative instincts. That's a great freaking line.
I think Campbell will figure it out. Any chance they go with Tyler Booker in the 2nd round to build a left side that's intimidating and violent?
Well, he already got drafted.
I'm going to say there's a 0% chance of that. I'm going to assume that he was taken after that email came in, but he was taken 12 by Dallas.
Yeah, very high. I agree with a lot of Paul's concerns about Will Campbell. I just think at this point, they picked the guy. So now let's see what he's made of, right?
Hey, that's been around for a few years now. He knows how we do it on Sunshine.com. We picked him now.
Well, it's just really smart. The debate's over, right? This is the player they picked.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the one you're going to the dance with. So when we get out there in training camp, I'm sure my binoculars will be on the left tackle, and I'll tell you all about his pass sets and his run blocking.
I think it would be hilarious if we were on the upper deck, and Evan's got the binos out.
He's got a telescope to get all the way down over.
And Harold Landry comes in, does a quick, one of those quick, step outside, quick slant to the inside, which is supposedly what he had some trouble with.
Rip.
That quick inside move, and all of a sudden he gets by him, and Evan goes, got to move him to guard. He can't do it.
Not good. Not good. Well, I also do want to put that out there, though. He's gonna lose some blocks, right? And so let's not.
But you know what? We're probably not
going
to see it in practice because they don't have an electric pass rusher.
Yeah.
Harold Landry's a good, solid workman.
Well, we'll see. They don't have one
rusher.
yet.
Yeah. Well, no. No. Where are they going to get it?
Day 2 of the draft's loaded. Loaded with pass rushers. We got plenty of guys.
I tell you though, my radar is still way up for this tonight. I still think tonight. I do.
So that's good. Let's get into that.
Yeah.
This is where I facilitate, Fred.
Yeah, this is where you go to a break and then you come back.
Oh, you want to do that?
No.
Okay. So they took Will Campbell. So now the need for the tackle isn't there. That was my reason for trading up back into the 1st round.
Right.
I don't really see the need to do that now.
I agree.
Okay. Well, Mike and Evan sort of
they want
disagree.
An edge.
They want something else. I think Mike wants an edge. Evan kind of wants.
But is there one you want enough to give up those assets?
Okay. I thought you were just saying I messed it up.
No, but we're very much our types, and Mike is an edge guy, and I'm a wide receiver guy.
Because Mike's really interested in defense. I don't know if I told you.
Listen, I think if Matthew Golden all of a sudden is available at 30, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he's a guy you would do it for.
That's just where
but then
my
I
head
wonder
is
why
at.
is he available at 30?
Yeah,
And you get in your head.
Right.
That's where
What do
my
they
head
know?
is at with wide receiver. I just kind of talked about how some of these day two wide receivers, I'm not like crazy about a lot of them, right? I really like Noel. I really like Kyle Williams. Like those are the two guys that I would say, I would gravitate towards on day two. But if they're these, Ibuka, Burden, Golden, these guys start to slide a little bit. That's a way to really get a high impact receiver out of this first round. If you're the Patriots, at edge, like my whole take on edge has just been it's such a deep class that there'll be an edge at 69 or 77 that could come in here and contribute to the Patriots.
Are we just sort of starting to get to the area where you're starting to say, is X sliding? Middle of the first round. This is kind of where we thought that maybe
I thought
Golden would go.
Jalen Walker. I thought was
No, I mean the wide receivers. I should have been more. I should have been more clear.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point now where we're in Golden territory.
Yeah.
Realistically, I thought he would go a little higher than this potentially, but
Like I'm looking at the Beast. He had him 15 on his top 100 list. So what are we? Are we 16 now?
We're at 17
now.
Who was 16?
Falcons.
Oh, okay, that was 16.
Yeah, they took Nolan.
Okay, it's official, Mike. Number 13, Mike's Way.
Yep.
No tomatoes.
Yep. Party
I got
sauce.
you.
Please
I
add
got
pickles
you.
and onions.
I got
Party
you. I might
sub
ask you to
and
refresh on
Hans.
that, but I got you.
So
Don't worry, I'll just click the reorder
So
on
according
my
to the
app.
Beast,
Cincinnati took Shamar Stewart.
Shamar
by the way.
Stewart. Oh, they
Okay.
did. Oh,
Yeah.
so he
Yeah.
just
Here we
went.
go with the
Okay.
edges, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
And then Mike Green will
Yeah.
probably go.
So if you want any hope, any hope, if you want to really sink your teeth into some Will Campbell tape, I would say Shamar Stewart, who is a freak athlete with like 34-inch arms, the type of guy that's supposed to give Will Campbell problems, right? Long, explosive edge rusher. I thought Will Campbell completely shut him down.
Who's the guy from South Carolina?
Kyle Kennard.
That I liked.
Yeah,
Later,
yeah,
yeah.
he did a nice job
He did
against
a nice
him.
job against Will Campbell,
Yeah.
right?
Well, later in that game, yeah. But Shamar Stewart, he should have been the guy that you get the arm length extension, you get the speed off the edge, like the power and all that stuff. I thought Will Campbell did a really nice job against him in that game. Not so much with Deuce's guy squirting over there, but I thought he was good against Stewart. And I think this pick for the Bengals. Again, we're getting into that territory of this class where a lot of this is just betting on traits and upside. Stewart's production in college was not very good, but he's a traits, toolsy, high-end athlete, one of the best athletes to ever test at the combine. Really high-end athlete, and they're going to hope that they can get it out of him.
All right, let's get back to the phones. Let's start off with Willem and Phillum. What's up, William?
What's up, Fred? How you doing?
All right.
I understand the Will Campbell pick. I get it. Some of the fans was not really happy about it. The reaction was just crazy. But I understand we need to keep Drake May upright. I totally understand it. So to Evan, you've been cramming about this. All I hear about tackle all year because they didn't do it last year, so they did this year. So I want to know, you gonna get on board on wide receiver now? So we already got the quarterback. You got the tackle. Are you going to get on board on wide receiver now?
I'm always on board with wide receivers. I'm just the guy that I build through the trenches. I want to build up front. I think those are the teams that are the most sustainable, do it that way. That's just my preference of how to do it. But I'm not anti-wide receiver by any means. I just think that those guys, typically you can find those guys like we've been talking about. And I think tackle, it was more important this offseason, more pressing need. If you want to go get a wide receiver now, have at it. You filled the need, and now you can add on top of that.
Oh. All right. So, okay. So, I'm going to put this out there real fast. Y'all always say that the receiver's always out there, day 2, day 3, day 4. I don't think y'all have, I think basically y'all might have forgot that it's the New England Patriots. It has not been proven yet, gentlemen, that you can draft, build, or even find one. Okay? I'm sorry. That's just a fact.
Okay, so why do you want to draft one early then if they can't do it?
Huh?
Then why do you want to take one early if they can't do it?
I'm not saying I want to take one early. I'm just saying look at their history.
No,
Even
but
with Bill,
you criticized Evan because he wanted to build through the trenches, and you think he's ignoring wide receivers. I don't think Evan is ignoring wide receivers. But when do you want to take one? If the Patriots can't take one, why are we wasting our time?
Right, Paul, you twisted my words. Listen to what I just said. And you was right there. The Patriots' history.
Yes.
It has not been proven, sir. They cannot draft, develop, or pick one.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on Patriots history. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, okay? Because I get a little annoyed with this line of thought. Name me the Patriots wide receiver that failed that Mike Vrabel picked.
Mike Vrabel just got here.
Right. So why are we worrying about what happened with N'Keal Harry that Bill Belichick took?
That's true. Well, what about when Elliott Wolf picked Jalen Pope?
Yeah, but Elliott Wolf isn't in charge now. Mike Vrabel is. So, I mean, you have to figure out something. Like, you either say that they should take a wide receiver or they shouldn't take one because their history says that they're not good at it.
But you
can't say both.
But even then, like I was thinking to myself on my long commute about tight end.
That's a long
commute. And this is during the Belichick era. They needed a tight end. And they picked, Graham, who was a good blocker, but pretty much that's it. They kept trying. They go after Ben Watson. Great athlete. Wasn't that great of a tight end, though. That was the problem. They kept trying, and then they took a flyer on Rob Gronkowski, and bang, they hit. You got to keep trying. Even if you have the same regime, even if it was Gerard Mayo still here, you got to keep trying to get a wide receiver.
And that's all I'm saying, William. Is I agree with you. They need weapons. They need a number one wide receiver. Like Stephon Diggs is going to be a good stopgap, but they need a number one wide receiver. But I understand the history has been bad. That doesn't mean you can't find one.
And plus, like Paul said, it is a new guy in charge. So.
I just wanted to get it right, Paul. That's all.
I hear that.
We're all.
I know.
With that, we're all on the same page.
Well, William is consistent.
And I can talk to you, William, differently than I talk to other guys because we go back a long way. So I can go back at you and just like Eldred, I go at Eldred too because he's my boy.
No, listen, we know it's been a while. It's been a minute since they picked a true WR1.
There's a lot of them out there in that one. A minute, WR1, Freddie.
There you go.
A man of the young.
Thanks, William.
I just wonder, it's kind of what Paul is saying, and I feel the same way about William. Well, we love William as great listener, so that we're not going at him too much. But unless they, let's take Travis Hunter out of it because clearly that wasn't happening. Like, were they supposed to take Tet? At 4, T-Mac.
Right, T-Mac. His mommy wants
him to be called
now,
so
he's called to his mom.
Were we supposed to take, were they supposed to take McMillan? Like, that was really the only other option, right? If you wanted to build from the outside in, then you could have taken McMillan. But if you didn't want to, take McMillan, then you're kind of, who are you going to take? Like, you were going to take Matthew Golden at 4 overall. He's still on the board, and we're at 18.
Yep.
So I just think that at this point, those were your two options maybe, if Tet was even in play at 4, which I don't think he truly was. But there was no Malik Neighbors. There was no Marvin Harrison Jr. in this group to go out in there and say, we're going to take this guy at 4.
Right.
So now you're in the position that you're in. You're looking at 38, maybe coming up from 38 and trying to get the receiver then. But like Deuce has been saying, I wouldn't be surprised if they went edge with that pick. Like, they've talked really extensively about the trenches and the importance of building at the line of scrimmage. So to come up from 38 to draft a receiver, Deuce could be right. It could be a defensive lineman, to continue building up and fortifying the offensive and defensive line. So it's just that's where they're at right now.
We had our first guard taken, Gray Zabel.
Second.
Oh, second guard. Oh, okay, Tyler Booker. Sorry.
I love me some
Zabel
Gray
went to the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Gray Zabel's he's going to be an absolute stud. I don't know if he'll play center or guard. It'll be either or. I personally would play him at left guard. I'd Joe Tooney him. I turn him right into a left guard.
I think his toes are too short. They're going to have him play center. But anyway.
He's a phenomenal mover.
Mocking,
great
NFL.
Great athlete. Great zone blocker. High level pass blocker. I mean, some of the things that he did at the Senior Bowl was silly.
What's up, Sean in Connecticut? You're on.
Hi. I was just thinking as like a fun hypothetical, what would Belichick do with this draft? Because I think, honestly, he'd go for Abdul Carter and trade up, kind of because the Lawrence Taylor thing. But I was wondering what you guys were thinking.
Who's available from Rutgers?
I think he would have sold his soul to move down out of the top 10.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't know if he would have.
Sean.
I don't know if he would have been able to because
Yeah.
I don't know if he would have found a partner. But I think he would have been hell bent on getting out of the top 10 in this draft.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can see some traits that he would like with Campbell, but I agree with Paul. I think it's probably too high, and he'd be like a lot of the teams right now that are selecting that don't love these guys as first-round picks, but they're solid players, and I can see Bill just wanting to have like 15 picks in this draft and try to spread them all out.
When you hear people say, whatever the number is, 20 to 70 is the same.
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound like Nirvana
Screams
to
Bill.
Bill Belichick?
That's a
sure.
Yep.
Trading down, we're trading up, we're trading down, we're trading back
So
up.
there's no
probably
difference
trade down several times.
But there's no difference between a bowl full of 50 players and I can get 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Bill.
Yeah.
Yep. That's been his MO forever.
So I think we should say just getting into 19 now with Tampa Bay, we're starting to get into the Shador Jackson Dart territory of the draft.
Yeah,
and,
let's go.
Pittsburgh's at 21. That's the team that everybody feels like they need to get ahead of on if you want Shador Sanders or Jackson Dart. Really, both these teams coming up, Tampa Bay and Denver, both don't need quarterbacks. So I'd be interested to see Tampa. I brought it up because the clock is going all the way down. They just finally got the pick in, but my guess is that they've been on the phone trying to trade out of this pick.
Yep. Let's go to Ted in Cumberland, Maine. What's up, Ted?
We got our guy.
That's right. We got our guy.
Hey, just wanted to say thank you for all the great draft coverage outside of Mike's, first round or first pick with Genty that broke the internet here in New England. You guys have been spot on. I'm an every episode listener, day in and day out. You guys absolutely killed it. Looking forward to seeing us crush the rest of the draft. Go Pats.
All right. Thanks, Ted.
Thanks, Ted.
Great call by Ted.
Appreciate it.
Good
Great
Ted.
call by Ted.
Great call by
Good
Ted.
TED
Only
talk.
praise for
That was
us.
a good
Great
TED
call.
talk right
Good
there.
Ted.
I like it. Yeah.
Ted Mosby.
Whether you're in the game or betting on the game, you'll need a game plan. DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the New England Patriots, provides you with everything you need to build your personal betting game plan so you can get in on all the action while practicing safe bets. Visit DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming to learn more about all the safe betting tools DraftKings has to offer. Hope is here. 800-327-5050 or gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Play it smart from the start. GameSenseMA.com. Physically present in Massachusetts. See DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming for details and state-specific responsible gaming resources. That's our friends at DraftKings.
The Bucks took Emeka Egbuka.
So Egbuka is second receiver off the board, non-Travis Hunter category. So Matthew Golden is still on the board, and he was not the second receiver taken. There were conversations that he was going to be the first receiver taken, and now he's going to be at the most the third receiver taken. So we haven't heard anything about Matthew Golden in terms of like injury or anything like that. But we're getting to the territory now where you start to wonder if there's something underneath the surface that didn't come out pre-draft. With Golden. I mean, he doesn't play to the 40 time, but I still think that I would have taken him over Egbuka.
I like both of those guys at wide receiver, that Golden and Burden. I would take either one of them. I don't know if I would trade up for him for either one of them. But I guess if you get close enough, like Fred said, like with 30, you have to think about it.
Right. Like if you're not giving up a significant amount to make it happen.
You really want the guy.
Yeah, maybe it's 106. You're giving up 38 and 106.
I'm interested with the Bucks though. I mean, they, a long time had, of course, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. Last year you had the other kid from Washington, Jalen
McMillan had a really good second half of the season.
And now you got another, this is a little bit of a pick in Williams territory of just continuing to hammer the wide receiver position. I don't know how they felt about the rest of the draft.
Evans and Godwin, a little bit, getting a little bit longer.
Trying to stay ahead of it.
Yeah, trying to stay ahead of it. But I don't know, I don't know enough about Tampa to know how much their defensive needs, but, no corners. The Texas kid's still there.
Barron.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
And Will Johnson. I don't know. Again, I don't know enough about the depth chart for the Bucks to know what their specific needs are on defense, but It does seem like an extra pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An inspiringly good clip from Will Campbell on the stage. Would you guys like to see it?
Well, of course.
Love to.
Let's go.
Inspiringly good clip of Will Campbell on stage.
Will, you are Mr. Louisiana, but you just got a love letter from the New England Patriots. You haven't stopped smiling since you heard your name. What's behind that smile?
Man, just all the hard work.
Congratulations.
I've worked my entire life to be up here, to be able to get my name called by a franchise like New England. It means everything to me.
We can feel that. We absolutely can feel that, Will. You are brought to New England to protect Drake May. What kind of tone are you going to set on this offensive line?
I'm going to fight and die to protect them with everything I got.
Let's go. I will fight and die. I love it. He's one of the original Minutemen. He's ready to go.
Much like I said when Jamal Adams had a similar kind of comment. I really don't think there's a need for that. Just saying.
But he is ready to go.
Much, but all right.
It's a little heavy.
But
that's okay.
The emotion was real, though.
It's authentic. I was just about to say that. Like, I know some people probably think, all right, it's like calm down, but that's him. Like that's authentically him. Everything you hear about
Mike
him.
and Tony will make fun of that.
Yeah.
That was real.
Yeah, that is authentic. He is that kind of guy. Like
Well, I remember back in the day when Parcells was here and early, when he got here in 95, 94, that's what he was telling his offensive linemen about Bledsoe. I don't care what you have to do. You need to keep him clean. He would hammer that home, to those guys.
So would Paul, I imagine.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
but
I remember in particular
Do you want to win?
the way Parcells would do it. It was almost like he was saying, "Well, I don't care if you have to die. He better be standing up at the end of the play."
Yeah.
But the way he said it, I will fight and die. I mean, let's go. Let's effing go.
We started pounding the table for that one.
Come on.
Fred loves every corny line.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm a sucker for it. What the hell?
You're so odd.
You know how it is, like, I mean, Evan speak this too. Like, you go through this whole process and you try not to get too attached to certain guys because, you like guys and you don't know.
You're not going to pick. Some
of them might end up on the Jets, but then you meet this guy and now you can, all right, now I can invest in him and he gives you back this stuff. And, this is stuff I love about the draft, though. It's just regardless. These people, these kids living their dreams, all this that they worked so hard for, and now they get to achieve it in front of everybody, and it's just,
but that type of attitude is becoming more and more rare in sports. Forget about just football, but the NILs, and it's all about me and social media.
Pay me the most money.
Here's a guy, like, I'm willing to give my life for my quarterback, and I know it's not real.
Hyperbole.
We need to, like, cut into Drake maybe, like, Drake doing one of those faces, like,
just saying that the way he said it. Let's go. Let's go.
That's good.
It's a good point, Deuce, about like the whole process. And the first time I posted on my Twitter about Will Campbell was on November 26th.
Yeah.
And
can you pat him on the back for
we
me?
go through
I'm
this
too
whole,
far away.
Thanks for doing God's work.
Well, we go through this whole process though, and then like that you poke all these holes in all these guys and all these. But my thoughts on November 26th were stud. Like the first time I watched the tape, I was like, this guy's a stud. And then we poke holes, the arm length, and this and that and the other thing. And sometimes it's just best to like go back to your initial gut instinct after you watched him the first time and look at it that way. And that's what I was getting at, was not I had him first, like but yeah, he you go back to those types of things and you're like, all right, no, this is what I thought when just without knowing if his arms were 33 inches or 32 and 5/8.
Well, that's kind of like we've been kind of going around the circle saying it, but in different ways. But like the tape says this is what you saw on tape, and then you start punching all these holes, and you're like, okay. Despite all that, the tape says this.
Yeah.
But and I'm going by Evan here.
Yeah.
Because I call Evan the ball knower in this situation.
Okay. Now you're making up for making fun of me.
No. The tape says the arms are an issue. He gets beat because of the arm length at times on those inside moves.
When he has issues, it's because. But
do you think that might be more or less often in the pros?
I think it's going to be a little bit more. because he's going to, go up against guys who are bigger and longer.
Attack him at it.
More athletic.
Right. But he's going to get better, too. And he's going to get good coaching, and I hope.
Wow.
Because that's part of it. We've talked about it. He's got to get good coaching. He's got to be
good.
Yeah.
He's got to be good.
Yeah.
He was taken with the 4th pick. It's on him. He's got to be a good player.
I do wonder, with the oversets and the things like that, like it'll be great to talk to Doug Marrone about this now that he's actually a Patriot. I think, when he's not, you kind of can't really talk as in depth about it when he's not on your team yet. But, there has to be ways, technique-wise, to help him not drift in his pass sets and open up the inside. Like, there has to be ways to help him. Maybe it's helping him, like I was saying earlier, with chips and stuff like that, so he's not feeling the speed as much.
And I'm not the tape grinder that you are, Evan, but in the little that I watched of him, I noticed that he's very quick in his back step, and that gives him time to not allow the longer arm guys to get into his chest so quick. It gives him time to kind of set that base, and he's got the quick feet. I noticed that right away. He's got very quick feet to form that foundation so that he can absorb whatever's coming, whether it's outside or inside, and give himself time to get ready for that initial hit by maybe a longer player. So I think over time, he's learned that, and, hopefully he's going to get even better at that. But yes, he has to compensate a little bit. He doesn't have Tyron Smith with that initial hit, which I would love watching him because he would just stone the guy. Yeah. Once he got his hands in there, he would stone the defensive player. That's not Will Campbell. He's going to win a different way. Yeah. He's going to win a different way.
Yeah, he's got really strong hands once he gets his hands into people.
Oh, did you see his hands? They're like hams.
Yeah.
They're like honeydew, like huge.
Yeah, he's got
hams.
great grip strength.
Yeah.
So once he gets his hands on you, he can control blocks and really hold guys. That's not the biggest issue. I don't want to keep belaboring the point, but all that you see on him on film where he loses reps the most consistently is that the speed guys will come off the edge on him, and so he doesn't have the reach to get out there, so he has to overset to get out there. And when they anticipate that he's going to overset, they'll hit him with an inside move, right?
Yeah.
They'll spin or they'll whip inside or whatever the case may be, and there's just a gap there. There's a bigger area there to get through to the quarterback. So you see a lot of that of his on tape, and the question is, can they coach it out of him? Is there a way to coach it out of him?
Or get him better at it.
Right. Or can he coach around it?
Yeah.
Right? Those are the two things, that you can look at it. But I think in general, we're talking about 2 to 3 plays a game. But unfortunately for an offensive lineman, that can be a strip sack that changes the entire game, right? And that's just the way of the world for offensive linemen.
And Vrabel said it. If you're going to drop back 40 times in a game, everybody's going to get beat a few times.
Yeah.
That's just the way of the NFL.
Yeah.
But okay. David in Texas is on the line. What's up, David?
Hi, yes. Not to bring it back from what Evan was talking about earlier, but he was talking about bringing or building from the outside in on the receivers. My question is would you have traded what Jacksonville did to trade up to get Jacksonville? Or, I'm sorry, Travis Hunter, and I'll take it off air.
Okay, thanks, David.
No, I would not have done that.
I would not have either.
I think the Patriots have too many needs.
Well, you
and
wouldn't
too
have
many
having to
holes.
give up as much as as much as Jacksonville did, right?
What was the difference for one spot? Would have been pretty similar.
Yeah, similar, but they gave a haul. If you think that they'd have to give up the same, I wouldn't have done it either, but maybe a little less.
Maybe some
might.
of those day 2 and day 3 picks would have been a little less, but you're giving up the 2026 first.
Well, I hate doing that.
And the second.
Yeah.
The pick swap
right.
might have been different.
Yeah.
But
I
from
don't think
5
you can
to
do
2
it.
to 4 to 2 is going to be a similar haul, I think.
If it was a
I wouldn't have
situation
done
where it was a quarterback draft and you're making that trade for a quarterback,
that's different.
That's a different thing. This isn't a quarterback. Right?
I wonder if there was competition there that forced Jacksonville to give up even more.
It's possible. I mean, I don't know. Everybody keeps on disagreeing with me on this one, so I guess I'll just be in the minority. Like, I just still don't understand what the Browns are trying to accomplish. Like I'm just a little lost on Cleveland, and then to take Mason Graham there at 5, it's just
I question the pick. I don't love the pick.
And everybody's saying, oh, they had to make this trade. Well, not really. Like they didn't have to make the trade. Like so, you go into 2026, Jacksonville probably feels pretty good about their team. If Jacksonville's a wild card team again, like they were a couple of years ago. Like that pick's in the 20s now. Like that's not the asset that you necessarily think you're getting.
But they'll have an extra first round pick to move up if they need to. If
they're going to be picking number 1 overall with the team that they have. Like
Cleveland. Cleveland's not bad. Cleveland doesn't have a quarterback just like everybody else, but they're not a terrible team.
They're just picking 2 overall.
I mean,
so
they're a year removed from being a playoff team with no quarterback.
Yeah. I mean,
that's not a terrible team.
I think they were competitive defensively. But yeah, their offense, they don't have a quarterback.
They don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
And if Kenny Pickett plays like crap, they'll be a top 10 team again.
Yeah.
And they'll be able, theoretically, to be in line to get a quarterback in the next draft with 2 first-round picks to move where they need to get.
Yeah, wait till next year.
Now, if they win too many games and they get into mediocre purgatory, which is where I think they're probably going to end up, like in that 7-win area, which isn't going to get you high enough.
But still, like to Evan's point, I can't name one guy on their offense right now. Like who?
Jerry Jeudy?
I mean,
Nick Chubb?
Nick Chubb, no.
Nick Chubb, no?
He's a free agent.
Yeah, he's a free agent. But I mean,
if
so Jerry
Nick Chubb,
Jeudy,
if they want him.
Yeah, I mean, if they want him. But just
Pierre
to me,
Strong. He's probably a free agent.
To me, to Evan's point, that's a move for the Browns to redefine your offense.
David
And nobody's
Njoku?
talking
Is he still
about.
there?
Yeah, no one's talking about Deshaun Watson anymore. You bring in Travis Hunter. Now you have a new energy about your offense a little bit.
Yeah,
I think that move could be.
I just
as much
don't like
about that.
Mason Graham.
Me
I
neither.
mean, I think
it's off the board, Paul.
Maybe he's much better than I'm giving him credit for, and he's going to be a disruptive, interior defensive lineman. You got Myles Garrett on the outside, and all of a sudden you got a really, really good defense.
But that
and then I'll look at it and say, but they had the offense problem. Like
they didn't.
No, they took Derek Harmon. The defensive tackle from Oregon.
So I saw somewhere a comp that's like this guy was made to be a Steeler.
Yeah, so,
everyone got
no quarterback to the
Derek
Steelers.
Harmon would be.
Look, I think the biggest thing with the Browns, if they had made that trade and they had taken Genty at 5, then I would have said smart trade.
I would have liked it a lot better that way. But if they stayed pat and they took Travis Hunter, and you think that they're in line for the first overall pick, where does Travis Hunter put him?
Well, I think
third.
I think the difference is what Deuce is saying, right? Like, it's just you can't get excited if you're a Browns fan for Mason Graham. You can't, and you can sell them on the right. But there's just a different juice. Like there's just a different energy.
Totally agree.
To the offense and to the room. Like if you have Travis Hunter. And then you're able to get one of these quarterbacks that's going to go in the early second round, a Shador, a Jackson Dart, something like that. Like that you can sell. Like that you can cook with.
I mean, where are we? 10 picks away?
Yeah. So now they're going to get Shador and Mason Graham. Like it's just not the haul that I would have expected.
No, but if they can get a developmental quarterback, then maybe you feel a little bit better about it. And you have that pick, that extra pick for next year. And you have 2 second-round
That
picks
regime, Andrew
up.
Berry and Stefanski, they better hope that Travis Hunter is not what everybody thinks he's going to be. Like if he goes to Jacksonville and he's as good as he was in college, like they're going to be in trouble.
All right, let's go to George in Rhode Island. What's up, George?
Hey, guys. Join the coverage. Patriots fan, season ticket holder since '83, and for me, we're in year 2 of what I hope is a multi-year, multiple-player, 3 to 5 year window of successful draft picks. I mean, in my lifetime, we had Fairbanks drafts from 73 to 78, Parcells from 93 to 96. And then Belichick, I guess, what would you say, 2000 to 05, maybe 2010 to 15. But this is like year 2 where we've got to stack multiple players coming out of multiple drafts to have the sustained success that I think Vrabel is looking for, right?
Oh, sure. You got to build through the draft. Yep.
You have to have...
You better hope this is year 1 of that.
Yeah.
Because if last year was considered a good one...
You have to continue it, but...
Got to be a lot better than that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I push back on the notion that they're like 3 years away. Like...
If this draft if George is on board here and they get 2, 3, maybe even 4 players, this year that are good, yeah, absolutely can be accelerated.
They could be the edge of the playoffs.
Yeah.
They should be.
You have them in the playoffs.
They should be competitive this year. Like, I'm not saying they're going to win a Super Bowl. Like, but
it's a terrible, terrible schedule they're going to play. And I know Fred hates when I do that, but they are playing a terrible schedule.
Terrible in that it's tough.
No,
it's easy.
It's easy.
Oh, you think it's easy? Okay.
They have a lot of teams that are at their level.
Okay.
Like,
so let's go
from a personnel standpoint, and I think their coaching is going to be better with Mike Vrabel.
Right, the better coaching, the free agency haul that they had. You know, if they have a good draft, like everybody keeps telling me that it's a 3 to 5 year rebuild. If this takes 3 years, then this regime is going to be blown out.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to have 3 years. That's not the NFL anymore. Like these teams turn it over quickly.
Yeah, you have to be competing really quick.
I would just say that if this is all contingent on Drake May making a progression.
Yes.
And if he does, then you should absolutely be competitive this year. 7, 8 wins, 6, 7 wins. I don't think that's out of the question.
No, it better not be. Robin's in Fort Lauderdale. What's up, Robin?
They won 4 games the last
Hey,
2
guys.
years.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like doubling the win total.
Before I continue,
it's not good.
Paul, big fan here. Back in the day, there was a rant you did about you and your son going to Dunkin' Donuts. Coffee a lot up. If you could put that back on the website, I'm sure I don't speak for just myself, but that would be really cool. That just cracked me up for years.
I appreciate it.
Getting to my point, and this is the point I want to make real quick, because I know you have other calls. And I love the pick we needed, Will Campbell. I really think here's been the problem full time with everybody. Vrabel, Bill, Edelman, Gronk. They all think that, and yes, they were great contributors to our success, but it was Brady. We don't have Brady anymore. Bill, Mike, Robert, everybody, media, okay? Enough with getting the good guys, the guys that are good coachable. We need playmakers. We need game changers. Look who won the Super Bowl last year, Philly. And it's a young man's game. We need talent. Tom's not here no more. It worked with Tom. He could turn.
Who's disagreeing with that?
Into chicken bleed. We need talent. And
who's saying any differently than that?
Why?
Okay.
Who's saying any differently?
And why this aversion to drafting, playmaking, game breaking?
Who should they have taken it for?
Beyond me.
Okay, who should they have taken it for?
I'm not talking about 4. I'm glad we got 4. Before you build the house, you need the foundation.
Okay.
I'm talking about when was the last time, gentlemen, all of you, media, anyone who's listening, when was the last time New England, and Bill, I'm talking to you especially, acquired or drafted game-breaking talent? And the reason you didn't is because when Tom was here, you didn't have to. But newsflash to everyone in Patriots Nation, Tom is not here. We need to draft game
Tom here?
changers.
Hey, Robin.
No one's saying Tom is here.
I have another news flash. Bill Belichick isn't here anymore either.
Yeah. Do you think Drake May has the potential to be that guy?
I'm talking about anybody.
Right, Robin. Do you think?
When are we going to draft?
Okay.
But do you think that they've tried not to draft? Like,
yeah.
Do you think that their goal was to like have an aversion to playmakers? Like,
No.
do you think when they drafted N'Keal Harry in the first round, they said we're going to draft him because he's not a playmaker?
No. Listen, Robin. You're right. They need more talent. But do you think Drake May can be one of those people?
I love Drake May. I'm not talking about Drake May. Drake May,
Okay.
a monkey could have drafted Drake May.
I agree with that, but like the whole like they haven't drafted a playmaker. I agree. They've made bad picks, but you're making it out to be that they're trying to make bad picks. Like they don't want playmakers because they had Brady all those years.
I'm saying, gentlemen, that they think that Tom is still here, and we'll just draft some good guy that we can just coach. And then,
but what are you basing that on?
Got to work with Tom. He's not here anymore.
But what are you basing that on? That's their mentality. That they're trying not to draft playmakers because they still think Tom is here.
I think they
Why
did
are you
that.
basing your? What are you basing your opinion on that?
Paul, I'm going to ask you one question. When was the last game-breaking, young, explosive game breaker in the last 15 years that this organization has drafted.
Well, they've made bad picks.
They've made bad picks, but they've tried. Like, you don't think that they thought they were drafting a guy like that with Tyquan Thornton? You don't think that was the idea? This is the fastest guy in the draft. He's a game breaker.
They've just made bad picks.
Tyquan Thornton is I'm talking.
Well, I'm sorry.
No. Now he's going to think that I did
Call
that.
Call back.
Those are my kind of arguments.
No, call
I
back.
like those.
I just don't know who he's yelling at. Are any of us sitting here saying that they don't need game breakers?
They need better players.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Like, that's why.
And I think they agree with that too. By the way,
when was the last time they drafted a game-breaking player? I don't know, but do you not think that they've tried to do that?
Yeah.
Do you think that they drafted Tyquan Thornton with the idea that we don't need a good player because we have Tom Brady?
The problem with his argument is he went back to Tom Brady, and during the Brady years, you could make the case that they didn't feel like they had to spend the money on these top guys because we had Brady. And Brady, by the way, caught on to that, or that's the narrative that Brady was getting a little impatient with that as well. But since Brady, I think they realize that we can't depend on our quarterback anymore. We've got to surround whoever it is with talent.
I think that they've
tried.
Missed.
They're missing.
They've missed too often. I don't think it's a mentality. I think it's a misevaluation.
Now, the one thing that I would say for the caller, who I don't know who he's yelling at, because we all want them to draft game breakers and playmakers and all those types of things. But I think what he was trying to say was like Jalen Polk. Jalen Polk was considered.
They missed,
but he wasn't considered a game breaker.
But he wasn't a game breaker.
He was considered a high floor player that was going to be a nice plug and play number
That's why
two
I left
receiver.
him out of my argument.
Right? Like that's what I think he's trying to say, is that they need to take on some risk on somebody that has that game breaking upside. Now, to Paul's point, they did with Tyquan, and it failed miserably.
So
right?
The argument that he should have come back with is, why not take a shot on Pickens? Or even Alec Pierce, who is a game-breaking kind of player. Now, he's not a volume guy. Like, Pickens is much more productive than Alec Pierce, but Alec Pierce is a home run hitter.
Or do what you had to do to get Ladd McConkey.
Well, that was last year. You didn't have to do anything that you had to do. All you had to do was pick him.
Right.
But I think to the caller's point, the guy in this draft is to make it about this draft and not 10 years ago with Tom Brady.
But I would even make an argument that Ladd McConkey's not what he's talking about.
Well, he's not a game breaker.
But he would have been a much better pick than Jalen Polk.
The pick that he wants them to make is Luther Burden, right? Like, who is
or Matthew Golden.
But I think Burden's a true game breaker, but you're taking on a little bit of risk that he's not Will Campbell. Like, he's not a high football character type of player. So you're taking on that risk, but to the caller's point, like, they want to take, he wants them to take risks like that on guys that have that kind of ceiling.
I like the
and
call,
upside.
and I love the passion. As you know, you guys know I can argue.
And I'm sorry I hung up on you.
I can argue about anything.
I just liked all the reminders.
I
Brady
didn't mean
was
to
gone.
hang up.
Yeah, I just would say.
Well, Mike, you know that better than anybody.
Like we have a news flash to Bill and everybody that Tom Brady's not here. I'm like, well, Bill's coaching North Carolina.
Yeah,
like, he's not here either.
Yeah.
Speaking of North Carolina, Marion Hampton just went to the Chargers at 22, which.
Well, that's an interesting pick for them.
Very Jim Harbaugh pick.
Oh yeah.
So we have Jahade Barron to Texas, from Texas to Denver. The Broncos at 20. Derek Harmon, Pittsburgh, from Oregon, and now Amarian Hampton at 22 to the Los Angeles Chargers. Still no Shador. The Giants, I guess, are reportedly trying to trade back in, though, still into the first round to take a quarterback.
All right, Tim in California, you got big shoes to fill after that last call. What's up, Tim?
Yeah, was the guy from Fort Lauderdale related to the person that Alex interviewed?
I think actually the Fort Lauderdale is more coherent, but that's okay.
Yeah. Anyway, well, hey, thank you all for what you've been doing. Really enjoyed everything leading up to the draft. I think Will Campbell's great. Huge fan. My question is, should we trade back in to the back to try to pick up Matthew Golden out of Texas? Is that worth it? Or
well, we're at 23 now. I think it's a little early, but like we were talking about, if he's around 30, I'm tempted.
Yeah, we're getting to that fringe now that if you were willing to throw 77 into the trade, the Matthew Judon pick they have in the third round, which is number 77, you could probably start to get up to this point of the draft with that pick. This is about that range. Would they feel that Matthew Golden is worth it is a totally separate conversation. But if they wanted to start to think about trading back in, we're getting there. We're getting into that range where they could consider that. I think the thing with Golden to me is, he didn't really play to a 4.29 on tape, if you ask me. He's much more of like a technician, of a route runner and great ball skills. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Stephon Diggs, honestly. But just not necessarily the guy that, like, you're not drafting a field stretcher. Like, you're not drafting a true 4.29 type of player, but he's a very talented receiver, and I would definitely be into it if they did it.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate the call. Let's go to Andrew in Portland, Maine. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, do you hear me?
Yep.
Thanks for taking my call. You guys are talking to Will Campbell tomorrow, and I have a question for you. Have you guys seen the video of him going alligator hunting?
Have we seen the video of him deer hunting? Alligator hunting. Okay.
Have you seen it?
I have not. No.
Right, you got to go on your phone as soon as you can and watch this 20-minute video of him going alligator hunting.
So give us a synopsis. What did you like
Let's
about it?
pretend that I've seen it.
It's kind of similar to lobster hunting, where there's like a boat and they've got a trap set. But these guys go up there and they're making jokes and laughing the entire time. And the entire time I'm watching it, I'm scared to death for their lives. They're basically pulling up alligators that are on a trap, but their mouths are bound. They don't show it, but one of them does a job.
You got a bad connection.
Maybe that's why his arms are so short.
Yeah.
He wrestled an alligator. It was fine. I don't think you need to go home, run home and watch it. It's cool. I hope he never does it again. Like, now that he's a Patriot.
Years ago, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, we were on our way to Disney World, and we stopped in St. Augustine at the alligator farm.
Huh?
I mean, there's like thousands, and there's a technique to wrestling these things.
So you don't get bit.
Yeah, well, like, and how to approach them and all that, and the way their jaws work and everything like that. So if you know what you're doing, obviously it's still dangerous. But it's not like...
So like stop off with the wife and the kids and they're like, all right, we're going to give you a 5-minute lesson on gator wrestling. And then, all right, go ahead, hop in.
Yeah, there you
Get
go.
after it.
No. So anyway, JR is in Florida. What's up, JR? Who shot you?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, hey.
Dr. Bellows.
Okay, so I'm going to be the one to say that I really didn't care for the Campbell pick for the simple fact that if it is that he can't perform there because of his arms or whatever it is, and they gotta slide him over to tackle,
guard,
that means that he's not performing well this year, and that's not good for Drake May. Number one. Number two, also when the guy that was just going crazy about the star players or the game breaker players, whatever he was saying, I kind of got his point, and you guys have brought up, you don't think that's what they did with Tyquan Thornton. Tyquan Thornton, at that point, he was a reach. I know he had the fast 40 time and all that, but he was a reach. He wasn't doing anything special at Baylor.
Right.
To where
He was a reach as a game breaker. Yep. They reached for a playmaking player, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but Pickens went right after that. He was the consensus, the better pick.
Right, which is
my
my point, JR, that they've misevaluated. They haven't necessarily had a bad mentality. They're just not picking the right guys.
Yeah, so I guess our point against Fort Lauderdale was it's not like they disagree with you, Mr. Fort Lauderdale. They agree. They need these guys. They're just missing at the guys they're getting.
Yeah, I'm with you, JR. I think that they do. They need these players badly.
Their failure to evaluate talent.
Yeah, I agree.
Has really killed them at those star positions. The positions where we needed them to hit. Me personally, okay, I feel like the Campbell pick is a gamble, okay? Personally, I think they should have took GT. If they were going to stick and pick it I would have loved for them to trade back. If they couldn't have traded back, I think they should have stuck the pick and took GT because he's going to be able to bail out. He's going to be able to bail out May in certain areas and take some sort of load off him.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Take a guy like Ursery or Connerly. Even if you've got to move up a little bit, maybe if Simmons is still sitting there, you still get one of those guys. I think it's too much of a risk with Campbell with the state that this team is in. That if he does start getting burned at left tackle, we're in big trouble because Diggs alone doesn't move the needle.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't hate
Thanks,
I don't
JR.
hate your theory.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the Campbell pick, but that's the Mike Dussault theory. Get the playmaker. Again, to go back to, JR and what was the Fort Lauderdale guy?
Fort Lauderdale, we're just calling him.
Okay, we're calling him Fort Lauderdale.
Brady's not here.
That's a playmaker. Genty's a playmaker, and he's a game-breaking type guy, and he would
Well,
make
it
life
would be good
easier
if, I would
theoretically
be interested
on
to hear
Drake
from
May.
Fort Lauderdale. If they had picked Genty, would he be like, okay,
So
that's what I'm talking about.
The draft is always about like coin flips of like you could have done this, but you did that instead. That's the coin flip for this draft.
Right.
You could have taken Genty and traded back up.
We're
for the
at
tackle.
23, and all of those tackles, like the secondary tackles, are still available.
Right.
So you probably could trade 77.
Yeah.
To you
Come
flip
get Simmons
to
or
go from 38
Connolly,
to 25. You could probably trade 77.
So
maybe
Matthew
you'd have,
Golden just went to the Packers.
maybe you'd have to throw something else in, but you could have gotten in a position to take Connerly or Simmons.
Yeah, or Orstry.
And because I'm going to guess those guys are going to come soon.
Yep.
Minnesota's a team that they had some tackle issues last year. They had to bring in the guy that everybody wanted,
Cam
the Patriots, Cam Robinson.
Yeah.
So maybe they're going to be looking to do something there to, with Darisaw coming back off injury.
So
But Matthew Golden's to Green Bay.
Green Bay, stacking guy. Green Bay. I mean,
Suddenly, Green Bay taking receivers in the first round. My mind's blown.
Well, there's what's his face? Christian Watson probably out most of the year, right? Is that what the projection
Oh, is that
is
right?
next
That's
year?
the word. Yeah.
But they continue each year. I mean, I respect the Packers with the way that they continue to always try to stack these receivers, the tight ends. They never rest on that.
And I wonder if they've maybe a little bit leery of which one was the one that gave them some problems with
Romeo
Dobbs.
Dobbs.
He ended up coming back, but they had some issues with him. Maybe they'll look to move him.
But it's like every year. It's like Dobbs, Jaden Reed,
Patriot,
Christian Watson.
Dobbs.
I mean, they're
Watson,
always
maybe too.
taking day one, day two receivers.
Well, Watson, I think Mike is right. I think Watson's season's in jeopardy.
He's got some soft tissue stuff.
We've had some good calls. Let's see if we can keep up the.
Had some really good calls.
Let's keep
the last
up
two
the
calls
string.
were excellent.
Tim's in Seattle. What's up, Tim?
What was the Duncan thing?
I like being challenged.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
I was thinking maybe trading up into getting a second round pick and picking up a defensive end. So maybe getting a wide receiver at 38 or getting a high end defensive end here in the second round.
Okay.
Still seeing some guys on the board here that I'm interested in. What do you guys think?
Sure.
I agree. I think those are the two positions of most interest to me. If they,
I know that's for you.
Edge,
I didn't hear the
edge
call.
and receiver. Edge and receiver. I mean, those are the
I
two.
knew one of Mike's positions would be edge.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe dark horse a little bit with the running backs.
Kicker.
I think those are coming a little later.
You need a kicker.
But
don't
those are the spots in need that still interest me the most.
So
I agree.
So it sounds like we're best player available. Let's forget it. We're just going for need right now. Is that right?
Well, I think that you're marrying the two ideally.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's always a blend.
Where are the best players
the
right
best.
now?
I mean, on Brugler's board, Mike Green is 10. Now I know there's some off-field stuff
He's never been
that I'm going to guess
charged.
is legit. But I'm going to guess is legit since he's 10 on the Beast's list, and we're in the mid-20s, and he hasn't gone yet. So I'm going to guess that some of the teams, either have him off the board or have some serious red flags.
Yeah, like the top two edges right now, James Pierce from Tennessee is not quite the same category of concerns as Mike Green, but has his own kind of like character red flags, motivation stuff, and things like that.
Is Ezeraku a guy that you'd like here? Back of the envelope guy, Freddie.
Yeah, I would definitely love Ezeraku. I think that Scorton's still there, obviously.
That's probably my guy.
Princely's still there from Ole Miss. I think you can be
That's
patient
quite an
at
outfit
that.
for Matthew Golden.
I like that. I think you can be patient at that position. Like I wouldn't jump at edge rusher. I just think there's too much talent on the board at that spot. So I'd be patient there. Like I think you could take one at 38, but I don't think you need to trade up from 38. There'll be somebody there that can contribute. That'll be a good player for them at 38.
Well, I think it's a good time to take a break. But before we do, spring is sprung, so why not spruce up your space with Bob's Discount Furniture? Embrace the season by shopping for fresh furniture finds from Bob's trendy, top-rated, and affordable collection of beautiful bedroom sets, high-quality dining styles, and feature-packed sofas, plus tons of accent decor and outdoor must-haves. So get a spring on the season's latest styles while saving big only at Bob's Discount Furniture, the official furniture store of the New England Patriots.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get My Plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit fedex.com/one-rate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get My Plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit fedex.com/one-rate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get My Plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit fedex.com/one-rate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get My Plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
Don't matter unless Will Campbell is laying people on their back. Will, all I care is about one thing. If you know one lesson in life, taught to me by my first football coach, it's okay to hurt someone.
You know how to pick them, Alex.
It's okay to hurt someone, Will.
Are you driving home today?
No.
All right.
I am not, Alex.
It's okay to hurt
It's
someone.
okay to hurt someone.
Yeah.
Oh, here come the Giants.
Okay.
Giants trading up for
Shador.
Wow.
All right.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Viking selection is in.
Yep. Vikings took Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
It's a good pick.
Good
He's
player.
he's a good player. It's a little high, but he's.
You say the Giants are trading up?
The Giants are on the clock.
Okay. So they're taking the Texans pick.
Correct. And
I'll tell you, Casario learned at the Belichick school. He loves to trade.
Yeah. Just FYI, Drake May putting out a tweet with Will Campbell's reaction to being drafted when he got teared up, saying, "Love this guy already, LFG." So Drake putting out there that emotional moment for Will Campbell too. So I think it moved all of us. It's pretty cool. Maybe we can make him cry tomorrow. You think?
Well, I think we have
I don't need to make him cry.
we often have the call to the hall. I think now we have the call to the draw.
Call to the draw.
Yeah.
So the question is: are the Giants trading up for Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, the Dart would be a severe blow to Shedeur Sanders.
Because there's certainly some buzz that they like Jackson Dart more than Shedeur.
So I'm going to officially feel bad if this is for Jackson Dart. I'm going to feel bad.
You're going to feel bad for
You don't have to
feel
feel
bad
bad
for Sanders.
For Dion?
Not for Dion. For Shedeur.
Like, don't worry about it.
I'm surprised Dion hasn't gone to social media by now.
Right? I know.
So the trade, which I think is important, if the Patriots are going to try to get up here in the first round, back into the first round, the Giants sent 34, 99, and a 2026 third-round pick to come up from 34 to 25.
So
99 and a third
my
round.
theory that 77 was going to they didn't have 77.
Still could do it.
Okay.
Because I thought 77 would get you to 25, but clearly they needed 99 and a third rounder next year. That's more than just 77.
Well, it's 22 pick difference, right, between 77 and 99.
No, but they're going from 34 to 25. We would have gone from 38 to 25.
Sure.
I thought 77 would get that done.
Yeah, you probably would have
But
had to throw.
You could have to throw a future third rounder or something in there.
Maybe 106 or one of the fifth round, the higher fifth round pick. Yeah.
Back to the phones we go, and it's Jonah in Buffalo.
My trade chat's not always foolproof.
What's up, Jonah?
I would trade 3 picks for one, though. Do that.
How's it going, guys?
Okay.
So I'm a big fan of Evan, and I really want Noel.
Same.
Really?
The second round.
Oh, Jalen Noel?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
I
Okay.
want Noel and Josh McDaniels offense.
Yeah, same.
Me
Yeah,
too.
I think he's a great fit. I think that,
We're really not changing the offense, huh?
no.
You guys are telling me. We're not
I don't think
changing
it's
it.
fair. I don't think it's fair to call. He's not Julian Edelman or Wes Welker.
I know. He's more of a speed slot.
Yeah, speed slot. Tyler Lockett.
I
like when you say power slot better. That's my
power slot.
It's a power slot. It's speed slot.
No, but I agree with Evan. I watched a little of him because you guys been talking about them so much, and he gets downfield a little bit. I dared to compare him to Mount Cooks.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I
Christian
don't know.
Kirk, maybe Christian Kirk.
Kirk's not bad.
That's a good comp.
Dime store.
I don't know if he's going to play as much on the outside as Brandon Cooks has in his career. He's definitely more of like a Z or a slot receiver that's going to move inside and move around the formation, but he's got juice. He can get open. I think between him and Kyle Williams are kind of my day two crushes right now. If you want game breakers, as the callers have told us is what they want, I think if you're not getting Burden, then those two guys are kind of the next two great game breakers on the board. And it's Jackson Dart, by the way, to the Giants.
Wow. You feel bad for him?
I
You gonna send him some cookies or something?
Do you not ever do that?
No, I kind of think it's funny when guys are just like,
Dude,
ouch.
It's not so sneaky anymore.
It's kind of funny when guys slide.
Yeah.
Well, especially guys that are just like, the way he was at the podium where he's just like,
you told me that
history's going to repeat itself.
You know what's kind of funny? It's kind of funny when someone works their whole life to do one thing, and then that one moment comes and all their dreams get crushed.
And they have to wait a little longer.
But you notice, like, early...
It's a good way of putting it.
I just kind of feel bad.
Wherever Sanders is, they had a camera. They haven't been going to him.
No.
I wonder if they said, get out.
He's having a party.
Well, he has his own party, right?
Yeah, he has his own party. I'm sure he has jurisdiction over when that camera gets turned on and when it doesn't.
That's what I must say. Is Jonah still there?
I'm still here.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay, so
we all like Jalen Noel. Or Noel. Is it Noel or Noel?
Noel.
Noel.
Yeah, it's Noel.
I think I called him Noel on All Access.
I've called him Noel
Jonah.
for months, but it's Noel.
The first Noel. Second Noel. Shooter don't care. Paul, don't worry about him. He's fine. They got the fan cam there in Canton, Texas.
Joel, not Noel, in San Antonio writes in.
I don't even know him anymore.
He's having a great old time down there.
Joel in San Antonio, just a quick comment. I don't get all the negative people calling tonight because we picked what we needed. Perhaps this pick is a gamble, but you know what also is a gamble? Trading down, hoping that some other guy you want is there. How's that worked out for the past few seasons? Campbell has been a left tackle all throughout. He knows the position, obviously, Haven't even seen him
I
on the
thought we're
team,
Christian
and y'all are
Gonzalez.
already switching him inside. Calm down. Y'all are being hysterical.
Yeah, y'all.
And a bit of a listener on listener crime. The
Nice.
LA guy, dude, every time you try to explain or defend your comments, you're just digging a deeper hole. Put down the shovel and stop explaining or justifying your positions. We already don't like you and love you at the same time. No, he says we like you and love you at the same time.
Right.
So
Don't you
a
think
lot
that's
of trading going on. The Falcons are now on the clock at 26, so they made a significant trade up here to get back on the clock.
Shador. Wow. Who could that be for?
The Falcons' next pick is 46, so this is a pretty significant move here. 46 to 26, 20 picks.
Mike Green? Could that be possible?
Could be possible.
Jeremiah says, I can't believe us winning against the Bills cost us a haul of picks in such a weak class. Sadly, everyone was wrong about being stuck at number 1 was a bad thing. However, can't complain about the past, and I'm hyped for Will Campbell.
Okay.
Not everybody was wrong about that.
Appreciate you moving on.
I also like.
Ooh. Giants. They did add Little Jordan Humphrey. He made the graphic as an addition.
I think they could have made a trade if they had the number 1 pick, but like I don't necessarily know what. Like I liked the Cleveland trade, but I don't necessarily think that was like a highway robbery or anything.
No.
You like I don't know. I don't know. Would people have been clamoring to get up to get Cam Ward?
That's why I was just thinking.
Now
I don't know.
maybe like you could
tell us now they love him.
You
right?
could have gotten up to get the Evan Lazar, Travis Hunter package.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I don't know if clamoring is the right word, but I still think you would have gotten something for the pick.
You absolutely would have gotten something.
I don't think you're going to get an RG3 level, packages or the Bryce Young package or anything that crazy, but I think you still would have gotten a sizable package to move off the pick.
I agree. So if you're Joe Shane and Brian Dable, like this is probably the best of both worlds. You were able to take the player who can help you immediately. You got 2 veterans in that, holding down the fort. You have to hope that they play decent enough that you can win a couple of games to stick around.
Yeah.
And you have a developmental guy who's not probably going to be asked to play right away, but you have that,
that chip to start.
Hey,
right.
Mr. Mara, this is our guy. He's not quite ready yet, but we
Dable's
like him.
working with
We
him.
like him.
Yeah,
He's,
Dable's
he's good.
getting him there.
Is there any chance that they save their jobs?
Maybe a little. I mean, I like
yeah.
how you laid it out.
Yeah.
I like how you laid it out. I just,
have a
I don't know. I get a vibe from Jackson Dart that just, I don't know. He seems a little
The hair.
Zach Wilson-y to me. I don't know. There's a lot going on there. it
Those
seems
Ole
like.
Miss guys.
But this was my whole point, not to keep
Eli.
going back to trashing the Browns, but like that this was my whole point with the whole thing about the Browns.
So how is the Giants' war room situated? It looks like they're at the counter of a McDonald's waiting to order. Like, what are they doing there?
It did look like that.
Guys, the fryer later's broken. It's just going to be a few minutes,
It
okay?
looks like they're looking at the menu.
Forget
board.
about the Sunday. That ain't working. It never works.
I was gonna say the ice cream machine is the one that's broken. If we're gonna be no McFlurries.
Now there's a quarterback room.
Wow.
Looks good.
That is quite the room.
Oh, my God.
Right down to Tommy Donuts.
That's the
I'd rather be the
Tommy
Giants than
Donuts.
the Browns.
Tommy
Colors.
Okay.
Donuts.
Free Jameis. Get Jameis. Get
Everybody
Jameis somewhere he can
loves
play.
A donut.
And we've officially reached that time of the night.
Hey, Jason and Chiba writing in, just checking in from Japan.
Chiba.
Thanks as always for the great draft coverage. Great to be able to listen live. I tried to call, but my phone plan, for whatever reason, wouldn't connect me. As always, less of me, more of you. Jason and Chiba, well in Kanagawa today.
Good to hear from you, Jason.
Yeah, we haven't heard
It's one
from
of the,
Jason and Chiba.
One of the originals.
Yeah.
I love when they pop back up to you guys. But it seems like guys disappear, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, yeah, we haven't heard from that guy in a few years. And
The Falcons made a huge trade. So they traded their 2026 first-round pick to move up 20 spots with the Rams. So it's the Falcons getting the 26th pick and a third-round pick this year, and the Rams getting 46, a 2026 first, and a 7th round this year. So they gave up a future first-round pick.
For who?
We do not know yet.
But
So
look at
it's
those-
not
look at those
Sanders,
Rams
right?
now.
No, because they have Penix.
Suddenly the
Right.
Rams
So-
stocking draft picks.
Wonder who they would
Who
have.
could be that valuable?
Burden?
I
I
don't know.
The Falcons took James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee, who a lot of people coming into this draft process thought that he was the best edge rusher in the class. Now, he had a down year, and he's also kind of a head case. So we're here.
Barth guy, though, isn't he?
At 26, but he's a Barth guy, you said?
Isn't he a Barth guy? I thought Barth loved James Pierce. I don't know.
He's one of those guys that, Barth, like, he's ahead of the curve on all these guys. So, like, going into the college football season last year.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said about Barth.
You're right. Going into the college football season, like I said, Pierce was considered a top 5, top 10 caliber player. So he probably told me about James Pierce, like, last August and was like, this is one of the guys in this year's draft. And
can you do like a watch list for us, like in the I think like late August? Just give me a list of guys and be like, here are the guys. Just
because I can't, like, I have to make fun of him a little bit. One of the most annoying things that he does is he'll search our texts and like pull up like I mentioned this guy 2 years ago, like
and you forgot. That would annoy me,
right? And I'm like, cool, dude, like cool, like you were on your couch on a
I don't need to have the
Saturday.
stupid things that I said one day that thrown back in my face.
Yeah. He was like, I tried to tell you about this guy 6 months ago. Like, all right, Bart, thanks.
It is interesting though with Pierce because I kind of grouped him with Green a little bit together as edge guys with maybe some off the field questions.
Flags, yeah.
That's funny to me though that you would make that kind of a trade because that's a significant trade.
Huge trade.
To move up that far.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they give up too much to move up that far, but like it's a weird guy to target like that.
Even James Pierce can't believe it. He was like, "What, really?"
Yeah. I mean, if this was like the Browns coming up to draft,
how did they know
Shedeur,
for sure he wouldn't be available if they just sat tight?
Right. Well,
20 picks is a while.
No, I know, but I guess you have good intel.
You could probably wait a few. I mean, they must thought he's going like.
Yeah,
Baltimore,
they must
maybe.
have good intel to know that like so and so is going to take him if we don't move up.
Is he a Baltimore kind of guy? It seems like it a little bit. Maybe.
And Baltimore might need
risk.
one of those guys. I think they look like they shop in Oway.
Yeah.
I think so. Maybe they're looking to upgrade.
I think with James Pierce, he was one of the stories that you heard, which is so like draft, right? Yeah. Apparently, like, he would, like, stand alone on the sideline a lot. Like, just like a man on an island, like, away from the whole rest of the defense and the whole rest of the team. And, like...
It's a sneaky one of those positions.
Yeah, and, like, the scouts that would, the area scouts and stuff that were actually go to the games and boots on the ground would, like, write in their reports, like, he's kind of a loner. Like, he kind of, stands by himself. All this, it's like, this is the type of stuff that turns teams off.
I did read something about the Falcons. I want to say Schefter on Monday when he had that, like, grab bag of all draft tidbits. Yeah. The Falcons' pass rush has been absolutely abysmal for like 10 years. They haven't had a guy with like more than 6 sacks in a season in like forever. And, they doubled up on edge guys in the first round. They got Jalen Walker too with Pierce. So clearly they thought that was a major, major need. And that's a lot to give up to get a guy like that, in my view.
Yeah, I mean, they probably feel like they've got Bijan, they've got Penix in place, Drake London on the outside, that they've got the pieces on offense for the most part, but felt like they need to get their defense.
If Penix can play, they certainly have the pieces on offense.
Yeah, and if their coaches can coach.
That's another good point.
Yeah.
It's big if.
Tim in California on the hotline. What's up, Tim?
Calling on the
Hey, I had to call back in. I got cut off there at the end of the first call. So, I traded back in to ask this question for y'all. With our number 2, should we, if Josh Simmons is there or Luther Burden's there, who would you rather take?
Luther Burden.
Luther Burden.
Luther, yeah.
Who would you rather take?
I'm kind of thinking that if he sits for a year and then you develop him, and Will Campbell doesn't work out at left tackle, then you move Will inside and then you have your left tackle. Or if Will Campbell does work out, then you trade him for something for next year. But, again, it doesn't help our immediate needs. So I'm kind of leaning towards Luther Burden as well. But I know he's had some character issues, so kind of worried about that.
Yeah, if you want to do that sort of thing with like a Charles Grant or an Anthony Belton or one of these developmental tackles, and you want to just hedge your bets a little bit by drafting one of those guys in the 3rd or 4th round, I'm all for that. I don't think you can draft 2 guys up top.
Yeah, and Mike Reese threw that out there earlier this week about Simmons. If you took him and then it's kind of insurance, you have 2 tackles. But I would worry that one of them wouldn't have the ability to play the right side. if you needed him to. Let's say,
right.
because I don't like the idea of I'm going to take Simmons in case Campbell doesn't work. I don't want a contingency. I want to be all in.
Yeah.
And that it will work, him at left tackle. So I don't want to be in a situation where if everything goes the way I want it to go, now I have a dilemma. I got to move one of them either position-wise or to another team. I don't want to do that.
No.
Okay, JR from Florida is back on the line. What's up, JR?
Multiple callers.
Yeah.
Hey, I got cut off from you guys last time at the end of my call, so I figured I'd just give you guys a call back.
Did you?
At this point, okay, how we were talking about before I got cut off, about the game breakers and this and that.
Oh, so are you the guy from Fort Lauderdale?
No. That was Robin.
No.
Oh.
That was Sir Robin.
But,
okay.
Anyway,
I don't think you got cut off.
At this point, I would be thinking, wouldn't you want to try to move up for somebody like Travion Henderson? With him still on the board, and if you I know we need a wide receiver, but I'm thinking I would go heavy on offense in the beginning of this draft because I think the defense is going to stand up with what we got, and they're going to be productive.
Well, here's the thing, JR. If you listen, I'm not ruling out running back, but you can stay where you are and get a pretty good running back in this draft. You don't need to move up.
You think any of them are going to be like Travion Henderson? For me, he does it all. You know what I mean? He's just. I love his pass catching ability, and we all know that McDaniel, he loves the backs that can catch the ball.
Do you think he'd be available at 38?
Huh?
Do you think he might be available at 38?
Do you want to take that chance?
Sure.
Yeah,
I would.
I love Travion Henderson. He was one of those players that I didn't really feel made sense for the Patriots, but he's so damn good I couldn't keep him off the big board. I was I have to have this dude on here.
I'm not telling him I don't like the player. I'm saying I think he could be available at 38.
Yeah, he's Jahmyr Gibbs light. Like he's got that kind of skill set, that kind of game breaking speed, if you will, that has that type of gear, no doubt about it. I mean, he's an awesome back to watch, and he's explosive as hell. But I don't know if you need to trade up. I mean, Baltimore is about to take Malachi Starks. They're not going to take a running back. Detroit's probably not going to take a running back. Washington, I guess,
and you do have to worry about teams jumping up, in front of you. But
Houston, I would say, is for one of those tackles. They're gonna take at the top of the second round. I don't know if he'll make it all the way to 38. If he's there at 38 and they picked him, I wouldn't be mad at all.
It's surprising that Houston. Just thinking about that, because they do have that need to fill Tunsil's spot.
Yep.
And they decided to trade down. They must not love the Connerly, Ursery, Simmons.
Well, Kansas City's going to probably, you would think, would take one of those tackles, right? Yeah. They're at 31. And then Houston will have their one of the three, right? Like they'll be able to pick one of the three.
Houston at the top of
the
round two now?
Right. Yep. They're right there at 34. So they'll be able to pick.
Oh, yeah.
They'll get one of those guys at that spot.
Max in Mexico City writes in at podcast@patriots.com. He says he's written in 4 drafts in a row and looking forward to many more. First off, Will Campbell's attitude is contagious and truly Patriot-like. Matthew Slater would be proud. Next, the question, since we're looking to completely renovate our wide receiver room, we need to take some trash out. If you had to release a wide receiver, who would it be and why?
If I had to release a wide receiver.
Just flat out release one?
Just release, yeah.
Anything Javon Baker would be the one I would release.
Yeah, me too.
Yep, if I had to.
So there's a lot of people who would cry out at that and be like, "What?"
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to, because I would want to see him go through the whole off season and see if he's matured and there's anything there. I believe in the ascending second year player, much like Deuce, you were out this week when Evan and I talked about Adam Schefter putting Kayshon Boutte on his list of young players that teams might be looking to move on from. And I'm not a huge Kayshon Boutte guy by any means, but I thought it was odd.
Yeah, me too.
I do think that he showed some signs of maturing last year, just the way we're talking we hope to see from Javon Baker. Mm-hmm. Made some plays. Now, it wasn't perfect. I think he had some comments after games at times that I thought were odd. but he made some plays, had some production. Why wouldn't you roll the dice that he could build on that and be even better in year 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that's, to me, like I said before, giving room to breathe to some of these young players. Offensive linemen, Caden Wallace, Layden Robinson. The book hasn't been closed on those guys yet. And
No.
I'm still hopeful that you're going to get an unexpected return from a place you didn't really expect to get it. Maybe it's that left guard position with Layden Robinson. Maybe it's even just Caden Wallace being a serviceable swing tackle, backing up, the right side of the line for this year. And maybe he steps into a starting role coming down the line. But it's just a balance of trying to, not oversaturate a position where you feel like, man, you got 12 receivers now. How are we ever going to be able to tell between that and, other positions where, like I mentioned, running back, there's just not a lot of depth there. There's not a lot of bodies. There's easy to take one of these guys, slide him into that group and say, this guy's going to not only make the team, but he's probably going to contribute in a rotation right now.
Yeah, I admit Keyshawn Boutte has kind of won me over. I'm not saying that I think he's going to be a star, but I was totally not sold on Keyshawn Boutte being an NFL player this time last year.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get cut before, heading into training camp.
Sure,
I thought
100%.
he would get cut.
Sure. I'm sure I had
and he
him
ended up with 600 yards or so?
Yeah.
Comeback player of the year?
Come back from what?
Most improved.
That's Paul's answer to it.
I give you what you want, bro.
I probably had him as a cut late into training camp last year at times, right? On 53-man roster projections, and we talked a little bit about it on Tuesday. But if you're looking for that X receiver to just kind of be a sacrificial X receiver that's just going to run go routes on the outside and clear out coverage and catch an occasional deep shot every once in a while,
the love of the game.
Yeah,
routes.
exactly. Isn't that Keyshawn Boutte? You're not asking him to be the star
every
of the
once
offense.
in a while, you look up and he's 3 yards behind Derek Stingley.
Right, exactly. And if that's the role that's going to be, which is what it's been historically with McDaniels, then do you really need to move on from that and then draft another one that's just going to do the same exact thing? You already have.
Such a great point. I feel like this is something I'd love to get into a more extensive conversation about, because what you just said about how Josh is, I go JoJo LaFell, same thing, right?
Yeah.
He was just Malcolm Mitchell, outside guy, go comebacks. That's pretty much it. And is that the right way to look at it? Because it feels like it's almost like a nothing position where you're broadcasting what you want to do with that player on the outside, where I think a lot of fans, including the callers, would say, get someone more dynamic out there. Don't get somebody who's just out there to do two things. Do somebody who's really going to move the needle and affect the defense. And for too long, we've had, these guys don't affect the defense. They don't take the top off the defense. They're all crowded on the line of scrimmage.
They're what, Mike?
They're not hard to defend.
Easy to defend.
Easy,
Well, that's
easy
what-
to defend.
I did not
Yeah.
hard to defend.
No,
Mike in the OC, thanks for the coverage tonight. Special shout out to Alex for braving the drunken fans. I'll be disappointed if we don't trade up for Burden. I was disappointed last year when we didn't trade up for Xavier Worthy. I hope we don't make the same mistake again.
Yeah. I mean, we've said a lot of really nice things about Luther Burden. I think it's a great litmus test of they drafted a guy at 4 overall that you would say is a Vrabel guy, the high character, the love of football, that kind of stuff. Luther Burden would be the opposite by reports, right? Indications of what he's like, kind of a diva. Would they take a player like that? And I think that they probably should eventually take some risk, right? And take on a player like that.
I think you'd have to trade, though, because I don't think Detroit necessarily, but Washington could be in the market for a receiver.
Yeah. So Baltimore took Malachi Starks. We kind of glossed over that because it's not really relevant, but the Baltimore Ravens annoy me how good they are at this. It just kind of pisses me off.
It always just falls to them.
A stud just falls into their lap and they just sit there and they do the smart thing. They don't reach on some random player. They're just Malachi Starks.
They've always been good draft
is here. We're just gonna take this guy, stud.
Kyle
great,
Hamilton and Malachi Starks.
I mean, it's just annoying.
I have a crush on Kyle Hamilton. I mean, that's long established. I think he's a terrific player.
Yeah.
Them in Philadelphia, there's some stuff out there about
Tyreek Williams.
About Philly and Howie Roseman that teams won't even pick up the phone. to deal with Howie Roseman because they're so worried they're going to get swindled by Howie Roseman that they're like afraid that like well if you want him like what like what did we miss right
Yeah.
you know and I feel the same way about
Bill
Baltimore.
probably had a period of time with that too, you know, in the mid 2000s where teams were just like, oh God, he wants to take one of our guys off.
Yeah, it never showed like they.
Yeah, I know. They kept giving Randy Moss for like a fourth
No,
round.
but they
pick
traded with him constantly, so
Yeah.
I don't think people ever thought that they lost the trades because they kept trading with him.
You just be a little wary, you know. That guy wants one of your players.
Well, those were late round picks, but yeah, he had a string of trades with Philly. How many years was it? I forget.
Oh, I didn't necessarily
100.
mean just with Philly, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He had a thing with Andy Reid.
Right.
So just a little light connection with the Patriots here, you know, with Terrell Williams leaving Detroit as the defensive line coach, and now, you know, Detroit obviously had a bunch of defensive injuries last year, couldn't really hang in there towards the end of the season, but, you know, going and getting Williams from Ohio State, big interior presence. They'll probably get Austin, what am I saying? The edge guy that broke his leg, that was disgusting.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Sorry, Aiden Hutchinson. Thank you.
Yeah, he's fully healthy.
But a little bit of a rebuild there. They're focused on the defensive side of the ball.
That's I mean, I don't know how great Williams is, but that's certainly the area that they should be looking at. They need to shore up the defense and
build in the trenches
up front in particular.
Jonathan's in Miami. Hey, Jonathan.
4 to go.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
All right.
I have a little quick silly comment for you guys. Do you guys know how long John Mara has owned the Giants?
How long? What?
The Mara family has owned the
Long
Giants
time.
for a long time.
Yep.
Okay, so I wanted to say, you guys remember the story that happened between Prime and the Giants back when he was getting drafted?
No.
As far as Prime telling them that he's not going to be there when they're picking, so he's not even talking to them?
Who said that?
Yeah, I don't know the story.
Oh, Prime said that. Sanders. Prime Sanders?
No. I understand what you're saying. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the story. So Deion Sanders got drafted what, in like 80, late 80s?
Yeah.
And he wouldn't meet with the Giants because he was going to be picked before the Giants picked. That happens a lot. Abdul Carter did that this year.
Yeah, he only went to
went with
four
the
teams.
first 4 teams because he said he wasn't going to be going anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. My silly comment is, do you think that has anything to do with what the Giants are doing to Sanders now, the son?
Bad blood. Oh, okay.
No, I don't, because they wouldn't have
question,
met
but
with
no.
Sanders if it did. They met with Shedeur Sanders extensively.
Yeah, I hear what good connection, but
Yeah.
I think that there was a lot of reporting that came out that
The sins of the father.
They really like Jackson Dart. Like I think one of the reports is that like Brian Dable was like kind of infatuated by Jackson Dart.
Yeah. Now I would have said if someone took Shedeur Sanders like 2 picks later. Like,
Thanks,
the
Jonathan.
Giants didn't want him at 3. Oh, I'm jumping up. Pittsburgh just jumped up 16 spots to get to 4 or 5 or whatever, and took him. Then I would say, oh, maybe there was something to that. But he's still available.
Yep.
And he's not going to Washington. He's not going to Buffalo, and he's not going to Kansas City. So barring
Or
a trade,
Philadelphia.
Or the Eagles.
barring a trade,
You think
He's not going in the first
Cleveland top
round.
of the
Second
going in
round.
the first round.
Yeah, Cleveland with the first pick in the second round makes a lot of sense.
He went first overall on day 2.
I mean, that's the sell,
I
right?
suppose you got to sweat out if anyone's going to move up. But
Yep. Mel's in Sacramento. Hey, Mel.
Sacktown.
Mel.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks. I think you guys are doing a great job covering the draft.
Me too.
Super excited about our fourth pick. I think he's going to be a stud. However, I do think, we do need some dynamic players to the point of the guy who called earlier. And Denty would have been sort of an out-of-the-box pick. So where do you see them going in the second round to try to achieve that, getting someone that's dynamic? Are there any available players that you think they could sort of meet that status of a game-breaking type player?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll have best available at the end of the night. For day 2, I could say Luther Burden right now, and he'll go to Washington, right? So I would like to see it at the end of the night. But Burden's obviously one we've talked a lot about tonight. Knowles, another one we've talked a lot about tonight. Kyle Williams from Washington State's another 4.4 speed type of receiver that's a game breaker. Caller called in about Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, his teammate at Ohio State. Two backs with a really great explosiveness and great speed as well, big playability. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. Like there's explosive guys. There's playmakers on offense still available. I'm not at all worried that they've missed the boat on that at all.
As long as Scadaboo's still on the board, there's hope.
Scadaboo might be there at 106. To be honest with you. So.
Josh Connolly
I
just
love
went to
Scadaboo. I love
Washington.
that guy. He's a great player.
All right, thanks, Mel. Thanks for the call.
They're all talking
you
about
say
receivers,
Connerly
right?
went to the
Connolly
Commanders?
went to the Commanders, yeah. So that bumps Brandon Coleman officially inside. My guess is he'll go inside.
Yeah.
Well, so they trade for Tunsil, right?
Tunsil and Connerly, there's no need to even think about it.
So
right?
I would assume that they're going to try to play Connerly at right tackle.
Maybe.
And it was not pretty at the Senior Bowl with him at right tackle. Like, that's the clip that went around with Mike Green running him over, is him playing right tackle. Which everybody kind of said, well, it's not his position. He plays left tackle, so he's playing out of position.
They also could look at Tunsil as, what are you going to get another year? Maybe get a year or two out of him, and
maybe he plays right to start and then flips back over once Tunsil moves on.
Tunsil's been left the whole time.
Tunsil's the left tackle, I think. Yeah.
Bills around the clock. Who are the Bills interested in?
Their fans really wanted them to take interior defensive line. They're
funny. They're dying for
Bills fans.
These are my people.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
it's so funny.
I was actually joking with a couple of them that I'm friends with, being like, interior defensive line like that, they're all we're pounding the table for offensive line. They're
we need a space eater.
We need a run stuffer. We need it now.
If I were the Bills, I take Luther Burden.
Oh yeah,
and I would just let Josh Allen, have Khalil Shakir and Luther Burden just skitter-scatting around all over the place. Some yak.
I hear you. Yeah. I think it's funny, that's what they're clamoring for. But just in general, in all seriousness, defense, I think their defense.
They do need defense, and the one thing I would say is if Will Johnson can run, clearly there's some concerns about his knee for him to be still on the board. If they feel good about his medicals, he'd be a good pick too, because they need secondary help.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think the tables have turned with Buffalo in a lot of ways, but their mindset with Josh Allen is Josh he'll figure it out. Right, we don't we need the defense has holes now.
Had his best year ever with nothing.
Right, we need to fix the defense. There's enough on offense with the MVP of the league that we'll score points. The defense has a lot of holes.
Trey's in Tampa. Hey, Trey.
Hey, how y'all doing? Appreciate y'all letting me on. I don't know if y'all blocked my other number, so I had to call from a different phone. I was unable to get through after my last call in preseason last year about Fred talking about Kyle Douglas filling holes and creaming guys. I thought I might have been blocked, so I called off my other number, got through. But my dream scenario for the rest of the draft is Luther Burden in the second round. We get Darius Sampson out of Tennessee and Josiah Stewart out of Michigan in the third round. And then going into the fourth, Deion Walker out of Kentucky would be great for me. And then side note, Evan, we'll be in the full midst of the off-season, so I'll need you to show up to Gillette for that GNX Kendrick Lamar's program and give you a review on the podcast, because there won't be much to talk about around that time. But appreciate y'all letting me call in.
All right.
Yeah,
I didn't hang up on him.
Thanks, Trey. You were not blocked.
Tough connection.
You were not blocked, by the way.
I will definitely give a review of the Kendrick Lamar concert.
You can take your day off afterwards.
I'm taking a day off afterwards, and I'm thinking that I might take the train in on the special event train.
Who are you?
From South Station, and then come in to
really
the stadium.
Planning on putting one on, huh?
This is
He's taking the day off.
This is my favorite artist because he who should not be named is no longer acceptable to be my favorite artist. So this is my number one favorite artist in music right now.
Easy.
I was going to say something else, but we probably shouldn't bring his name up.
Let's go to Toronto. Hey, Kirk.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going? Really like our pick tonight. I just want to start saying, hey, I met you guys in Mexico. I met Fred in Mexico, and I think Mike was there too, and a couple of
Mike was there.
I remember being in Mexico, but
okay.
How drunk were you?
Maybe it wasn't Mike, but I did meet Fred and in the hotel lobby
in Mexico City.
Yeah, Mexico City for the Mexico game.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the pick was a great pick. I thought that my first choice was to trade back, and second was to get Will Campbell, and third was Genty. But I think there's I know a lot of the fans out there wondering about what playmakers we can get. There's lots of them. As far as pass catchers, I like Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
I also like Kyle Williams, Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
And later on, Xavier Restrepo, even though he's not too fast, and Harold Fanning Jr.
Yeah.
And
like
back of the envelope.
Like all those guys.
Yeah.
Restrepo, not as much, but
yeah.
As far as running backs, I think it's so deep. Cam Skeetable.
Yeah.
And
Scattaboo.
R.J. Harvey, and also very late, even Jarquez Hunter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, Auburn. All really good names.
I didn't know that one.
Is it
Go
Kirk?
full disclosure.
All really good names. I think what's fascinating to me, you mentioned
Thanks, Kirk.
both Iowa State receivers, and one's an inside guy, one's an outside guy, one's 6'4", one's 5'11", $190. Like, what is their type now? Like, what are they targeting? What kind of receiver are they looking for? Because I think both those players are very, very equal. Like, they're graded out very, very equally. And so now it's at the point where it's just, do you want the big outside guy, or do you want, a true separator like Jalen Knowles? So it would be interesting to see what they go for if they, draft one of those guys.
All right. John in L.A. writes in, the Bills selection's in. John in L.A. says, I'm having PTSD, pre-traumatic stress disorder, that KC will steal Luther Burden from us. I think Vrabel expects to have a culture that can handle a diva wide receiver, fingers crossed. Love the draft show, and the throw to Alex was iconic.
Love it.
I'm on board with Will Campbell, LFG. Okay.
Who'd the Bills take?
The Bills, we don't know. The Eagles did jump Kansas City, which is interesting. Weird. So maybe the Kansas City was getting calls to move out of the first round, and Philly said, "Well, we want our guy," so they swapped picks. So the Eagles are now on the clock.
Do you think they could go for Burden?
Of course, because
and then they'll trade AJ Brown to the Patriots, right?
That's how it works.
Make it so.
The Eagles are trading 32 and 164 to the Chiefs for 31. So 164 to move up a spot.
That's not too bad.
So the Bills took Maxwell Harrison, the cornerback from Kentucky.
I said corner was a need. Nothing gets by Paul.
Yep.
Bill
Good player. Fast corner. Really kind of rose up the board here a little bit to this spot. What I'll give the Bills credit for, a couple years ago they took Kyer Elam in the first round. It was like a physical press man corner that they drafted to play in a zone scheme, which I'd never understood. Like, I didn't understand why they would do that. Maxwell Harrison is a zone corner that they drafted to play zone. So this one definitely fits their style of defense and what they want to do. He ran a 4.28 in the 40-yard dash. He was a really fast player as well. But I totally understand this from Buffalo's standpoint. Fills a need. Style of player fits. This is the first time in a while that I've actually liked a Bills pick. I think they've.
I like the way he just. You guys like to talk about their reactions.
The
that was kind of
touch the logo. I like that. Yeah, that's good.
Too bad he's gonna get lit
I
up
liked
by
Malachi
Drake May.
Starks with his mom. Why I assume it was his mother. Like
well, you never know now.
May December. He likes the
no.
whole relationship.
That was kind of a cool moment too. Like if we're just talking about,
I know. Well, that's what I said. Like the bigger
walks
point. Like,
down. Yeah. Like,
I look forward to hating Maxwell Harrison when he's playing for the Bills in a few months. But like for now, I can appreciate this is great.
The beauty of me is by the time the season rolls around, I'll forget that Maxwell Harrison was a person.
No, Paul. He did the nice thing to his mom.
Let alone a first round pick.
All right, so that's the Bills pick. Let's get into this little trade here.
Let's get into it.
So it was going to be Kansas City at 31 and Philly at 32, but Philly, they swapped.
Yeah.
So now it's Philly picking at 31 with the Chiefs the last pick in the first round. Who is it that Philly thinks that
Mike Green?
Kansas City was on the phone with?
Wonder about Mike Green. They lost, Josh Sweat, right? Like, is that, needing an edge?
Philly's also not afraid
always
to
Luther Burden.
Sort of push the envelope.
I'm just trying to
not
think.
Afraid to play with
you don't think it was us that was trying to move up? That just got
why? I don't know. I mean,
that would
perhaps
bad.
It could be, but I don't know. To be honest, I'd be surprised if they moved up for who's there right now. I don't know. No disrespect to Burden. I think he's has a lot of what they need, but I think everything Evan said, just an extensive resources, a guy that maybe has some question marks. You're trying to rebuild the program. I don't know that. I'm gonna say they're probably gonna stay put.
I just hope that's not the reason.
Yeah.
That's all.
I thought it was iffy that he would even be on their board to begin with, and so to have them trade up for the player. Now, if they sit there tomorrow night and Luther Burden falls to 38 and he's just sitting there, like, you might have to just throw out the fact that you think he's a little bit of a diva and make the pick.
So I'm going to lean on you guys because you guys know this stuff. You guys told me about Isaiah Bond today. I was like a whole week behind,
tough.
right?
That's a tough one to swallow, Paulie.
Yeah. No, that's a whole different thing, though. Like, if that's what we're talking, if we're talking about, that's why he's off someone's board. He'd be off my board. Fred will tell you. My team would stink.
Yeah, no, a little bit of a diva though. No,
Paul wants the Boy Scouts of America.
No. Isaiah Bond had like a sexual assault thing or something like that. I want no part of. But if Luther Burden's issues at Missouri last year, he was kind of difficult and a diva,
right? Yeah,
and that's why you're off the board. I'm not on board with that.
Yeah,
that to me is something. Yeah, he's
everybody
got
screws up.
He's got some maturing to do, and we're a good culture fit for that. We bring those players in. That's why Randy Moss came here, who supposedly didn't like football anymore, and set the all-time NFL touchdown record, receiving record in a single season. And Mike Vrabel himself talked glowingly about Randy Moss before that. Remember when that clip that made the rounds? When he was still a player. So I would be disappointed, not if they didn't trade up because of it, but if they had him off their board because of being a diva.
Right.
So
I think there's a big
disappoint me.
spectrum of that too, though, of he's a diva, but then there's also just he just doesn't like football. He doesn't really get it. He's more talented than everybody. He doesn't really have any interest in working at it.
Yeah,
when it
really
comes naturally to him.
Yeah, that would disappoint me if you put him off the board because of that. I want to work with talented guys and get them on the right page.
Yeah.
That's all. I don't necessarily. I'm not telling you I want to trade up for him.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go out of I want to go out of my way to get.
But there's a
guy
certain
like
point
that.
where that value you don't care, and you're just going to take.
I just want the talent, and I want to say what he plays, he plays. Abdul Carter, that's what people are talking about him.
Yeah. A lot of things that you hear about with Burden are just, Monday through Saturday, he's not going to he's not going to practice hard. He's not going to study hard. He's not going to work out. He's not going to show up at the facility early. He's just not a rat. He's not a gym rat about it.
Jihad.
Yeah, because the Eagles, just like the Ravens, just continue to just draft good players and have them fall to them at the end of the first round. With Burden, you also hear a lot about last year, and it didn't go as planned, for the entire program. It wasn't just him, but he had a bad year. Brady Cook, the quarterback at Missouri, had an awful year. And his stats weren't the same as the 2023 season. He took a big step back.
Yep.
And so there's questions just about what went wrong at Missouri last year. Well, I think the comparisons that you hear about, from a character standpoint are a lot. You hear a lot about diva receivers. You hear Odell Beckham, right? Guys like that. Maybe a little bit of Stephon Diggs, things like that. And that's what teams have been concerned about. Coupled with the fact that the year last year was, by his standards, kind of a disaster, honestly.
He definitely took a step back, and he's a guy that I really, really liked. And I watched a little bit last year because I had liked him from the previous year. They played BC early in the season. I got a chance to watch him. He played well in that game. Yeah. But I just, Evan just rattled off a couple of names. I would take Odell Beckham and Stephon Diggs coming into the draft in a heartbeat with these kinds of diva character issues, that I can live with that. Now, if he did things off the field that I don't want put in my program, guns, drugs, obviously violence against women. I don't want those, Fred says I want all Boy Scouts. Yeah, no, I think I can find enough players that don't have lengthy criminal records.
Yeah. I'm just kind of interested in drafting Campbell, though, for the Eagles, where they had Zach Bond, breakout year last year, re-sign him.
Yep.
You still got Dean.
Nakobe Dean
coming back from an injury.
Significant injury, though. Maybe they're worried about him.
So maybe they
also had a ton of injuries.
Playing Jihad a little bit off the edge a little bit like he did.
Yeah.
Just an interesting player. But not a obvious. Oh, they
one of
have
the
a hole
highest rated
off the
players
ball
on
and-
everybody's board
Yeah.
that was available.
So
Mike
he-
Green's probably the only other one, and we
So
know why
he,
he's still available.
so Jihad Campbell had a shoulder injury that he just got surgery on. He tried to go through the pre-draft process first and do all the workouts and all that kind of stuff, and then he had shoulder surgery. So most people think that he's going to start the year on PUP and it might not play right away out of the gate. But if you're the Eagles, like, what are you worried about that for, right? Like, you have all the leash in
These
the
are the
world.
kinds of picks the Patriots used to make routinely because they
Yeah.
could.
And
like Howie Roseman's not going anywhere.
I have such a different.
If this guy doesn't work out.
I have such a different perspective now on how the draft kind of works, because I realize as much as it's hard to be in the 20s and have to watch the draft unfold, it also just kind of makes your decision easy. Where, oh yeah, guess what? This awesome linebacker is the one who made it through the gauntlet and fell to you. You never could have sat for the last 2 months and been like, I want Campbell at 31. I want Campbell at 31.
Vince Wilfork at 21.
Right. You're able to sit back and. But it's also, it seems like if you start missing on those picks, it can start to rattle up fast because you're picking lower, and all of a sudden you are left with some of the leftovers. So if you're picking the wrong leftovers, you get into the position like the Patriots.
Yeah, and if you're picking in lower 20s, you're probably a good team.
Yeah.
Question is, how long are you going to stay a good team if you keep missing?
So it's
Who do you think that might have been interested in that guy,
Campbell,
that caused the Eagles to?
Oh, I don't know.
Jump up a
yeah,
spot?
somebody was obviously. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, I can see why. I mean, it makes sense. He could fit probably just about anybody.
No, I mean Campbell's a good player, but I just wonder if people think he's going to start on PUP.
Yeah,
they had to have some. I mean, I know it's only the 164th pick. What's that? Like 4th rounder, 5th rounder? 5th rounder, I guess. I don't know. I'm lost.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
No,
it could have been anybody, really.
Hard.
It's a good question. He's a really good player, and I don't think that the shoulder injury is necessarily like long-term concern, but he's, like I said, he's probably going to not going to be healthy to start the year, but he's a top 20 player in the class.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
keep
an awesome
taking those
player.
SEC guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got, I compare him a little bit to Tremaine Edmonds, Bills, now Bears. Great athleticism, great coverage player, great in space, can rush a little bit off the edge. I just think that he's a heck of a football player.
All right, so the final pick is on the clock.
Yeah,
the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, pick is in, they
pick
said.
is in. Quickly, let's get to a couple more phone calls before we wrap up. Get ready for tomorrow. Dave's in the Philippines. What's up, Dave?
Oh, not much. How are you guys doing?
All right. Great.
Great show. This is my first time calling in. I've been watching you all forever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First off, I'm really excited about the first pick. The way the kids' emotions were after the pick and being interviewed, it got me excited. That's what you like to see from somebody that gets picked. Knowing that the trades are difficult to come by, especially this season. Now we have, 2 picks in the second round?
No. One pick in the second round, 2 in the third.
Okay.
So it's 38, 69, and 77, I believe.
Okay. Then in the second round, mainly, what would you like to see and who would you like to see them pick? And I'll take that off there.
Okay, thanks, Dave. So second round.
Yeah,
What were you looking at? I kind of would like to see them take a running back.
Yeah.
Stick to offense, unless Burden's there, and his off-field things don't, preclude him from being taken. I'd like to see a wide receiver, but I think there might be more value at running back at that point. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely value at running back right now. I like Nick Scordon. I've talked about him all spring. He's another top of the second round, kind of an edge guy that I think fits what
You
they
just won't get off the defense, will you?
I know, but I think that's one of my guys right now.
Yeah, Donovan Azaraki is still there.
Is that the BC kid?
Yeah, the BC kid. I think we've talked a lot about Deuce, 38, like you're going to be kind of in a group of edge rushers and defensive linemen. Like that's just where the strength of the draft is at this point of the draft. So, Azaraku is still going to be there. Mike Green's probably off their board.
We're able to take Jack Sawyer.
Darius Alexander. I think he's a little early for Jack Sawyer. But at that point, maybe you could get into some of the receivers and tight ends too. I wouldn't rule out tight ends either, but it's one of those spots where I think the talent is going to be there on defense. once they get on the clock. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see.
Rio's in Texas.
Yeah,
it
Simmons.
sure is. What's up, Rio?
Oh, how you doing this evening, gentlemen?
Okay.
Yeah.
Big sigh.
I just let out my third loud expletive of the night when the Eagles took Jihad Campbell. He and Gray Zabel were my two favorite players in this draft. But just want to touch on a couple points and ask a question. First is I talked with Evan on Catch 22 yesterday, and he called me out a little bit about wanting to move out of that fourth slot, saying, is it that I don't like the player or I just didn't want to, eat my vegetables and draft a tackle. And I'm a guy that's pounded the table for building in the trenches, so it's 100% not that. It's just I don't care for the player that much. But, I'm going to hope he's an all-pro tackle at this point. Second thing is this round 2 pick. Jaden Higgins is there. He's my guy. I like him a lot. But 2 names I haven't heard brought up really at all connected to the Patriots, and I think especially the first one I'm going to mention is going to be a Vrabel type guy. Carson Schlesinger, UCLA linebacker.
Yeah.
Looks like, human heat-seeking missile. And Nicky Manwari, the safety, South Carolina. I think those, I know they're defensive players, and team needs some offensive talent, but I don't know. They look like Patriots.
I like the
What do you think?
safety a lot.
Yeah, who was the safety he said?
The Eminuri, the South
Thanks,
Carolina
Rio.
guy.
I
don't know how to pronounce
I
it.
actually
Right.
think that he's
Yeah,
my
I don't
least
like him.
favorite player in the draft.
I like him. I do.
It's
one of the first guys we've disagreed on.
His tape was awful. I'll just say it.
I like him.
Awful. Now he's a great athlete.
Maybe that's why I like him.
He trips over his
fall
2
in love
left
with
feet.
the traits.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. It's kind of late, but
It is.
I really did not care for the film with him
Then
at
the
all.
Patriots take him, and everyone's like, well, he's a good athlete.
Oh, God,
I mean, he runs
hopefully not.
he runs really effectively with both left feet.
So it's funny, he had a rep where he was trying to.
Josh Simmons got taken.
Yeah, he was trying to fall underneath the crosser, as roboting a crosser is what they call it in the lingo, and he literally tripped over himself trying to do it. He's just not very coordinated. Great athlete though, but I didn't mean to pick on Rio. I kind of felt like this, and as we're kind of wrapping it up, I just kind of felt in general that it wasn't sexy. It wasn't exciting. It's hard to get really excited about an offensive lineman. I get that. And I get that that's not really everybody's cup of tea. Maybe Will Campbell's not your cup of tea. But they had a glaring need, and he was the consensus best player available to fill that need. And they went out, and that's what they did. So when you look at the rest of this first round, Josh Connerly's now gone. Josh Simmons just went to Philly. I'm sure Houston is going to take Ursery or a tackle there at the top of the second round. They could have traded back up, but we've been down that road before. We've been down the road of let's try to trade back up, and you can't always do it. You can't always pull it off. They tried it last year and they didn't pull it off. So how would all of us have felt if they had taken a different player at 4 overall, Ashton Genty, or whatever, and then we got to day 2 of the draft and they still didn't have a left tackle.
It's easy to sit here and say those tackles went very late, but that doesn't mean you could have gotten there.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
So it doesn't mean you could have gotten there.
And I would just say, Evan laid it out pretty well, but I would say I am excited about Will Campbell. And some people may not get excited about tackles, but I think he's the kind of player that I can get excited for. I'm excited to add him to that group, which I just think, as I said when they picked him, desperately needed kind of a tone setter, kind of a guy. And you can just see, everything. We're looking again. They just showed another clip. It was one of the moments of the night was Will Campbell getting teared up. So excited to meet him tomorrow. Excited to get him here, and I think it's the pick they needed to make, and hopefully it works out.
All right. Well, that's a wrap on round 1. The Patriots have Will Campbell. Tomorrow's a big day. Will Campbell will be here, and we'll have him in studio. We're going to tape an interview with him that we're going to play on the show later tomorrow night. We're going to be live tomorrow starting at 7 o'clock for round 2. So join us then. But like I said, a big day of content here at Patriots.com because Will Campbell's in the house. So we'll follow his journey all the way from Green Bay back to here and everything that he does when he gets here, including, again, stopping by the studio for an interview that we'll have. Those are always good, meeting that first-round pick for the first time in person. And then we'll be back here on the show at 7. So for tonight, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Bring the energy tomorrow just like you did tonight. We'll see you then. Hey, this is Fred. Thanks for tuning into the show. If you really want to help us, make sure that you like us wherever you get your podcasts, like Apple Podcasts or Spotify. And also, make sure you follow us on the New England Patriots YouTube page to see this show and everything else that we do here at the Patriots. Thanks a lot.